Welcome to Speed Sport Live from the Red Bull Crandon World Cup, part of the Polaris Crandon World Championships. We have a lot of great racing action coming your way. I'm Ken Stout. My partner Cameron Steele has joined me here at the desk. We are so excited to bring you 8 hours of live programming here. We'll be streaming all the action today, but the big stuff is the World Championships that'll be handed out here today, as you know, Cam. And then, of course, that big cup at the end of the day, Pro 2 versus Pro 4.
Well, 8 hours sounds like a lot of content, but I'm going to tell you that when you wrap it up with the Red Bull Cup at the end of the day, it's going to be very exciting, pitting the Pro 2s and the Pro 4s against each other for, it's been about 30 years of that kind of action. It's really exciting to see because, you know, you never really know what's going to happen. Everybody says, oh, the 4s are going to win, but really the 2s have a great shot at it as well. But before we get to that, we're going to be racing the Pro 2s and the Pro 4s this morning here in Crandon, and we have wonderful track conditions. We have a little bit overcast, guys. A great day for horsepower and racing. Yeah, for sure. Unfortunately, we're going to start things off here with a somber mood. We had a terrible incident one night ago. We did just last night. Unfortunately, we have to say that Zandy Willems passed away after an accident in the Ultra 4 racing. And we're very sad. Every time we strap on the helmet as race car drivers, we understand. We're going to pass this over to Chaplain Steve Hansen from Racers for Christ, and he's going to have our invocation and talk a little bit about Zandy.
What makes the off-road community so great is we're a small, tight-knit family out here, and when one of us hurts, we all hurt. Last night, losing Zandy was a complete gut punch to this community, and we're devastated today. But we take refuge in the life that Zandy lived and the example he set. Because Zandy wasn't afraid to live life to the full. He wasn't afraid to go full throttle and hang it all out. So today, with tears in our eyes and broken hearts, we're going to do the same. We're going to come out here and we're going to live life to the fullness, full throttle, put on a good show for you guys out of respect for Zandy. So would you please stand, remove cover, as we take a moment of silence. Father, we are so blessed that we get to showcase our passions and our talents in front of such an amazing community. We're so blessed to know people like Zandy, the life he led and what he represented for us, and just being a man that wasn't afraid to live this life to the full, which is way easier said than done. And I pray that each and every one of us can do that as well. But Father, I really pray that we would just take full advantage of the salvation that you offer us. This life is short. We need to make the most of it, but we need to make you Lord of our lives. So, Father, I pray for Zandy, his family, his bride, that they would be comforted to you, from you. I pray for our community, that it would be comforted by you. And I continue to lift up our country, Father. We're still the greatest country in the world. And I pray for those men and women that protect our freedoms. And even though we hurt today, we know we will rejoice tomorrow. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Thank you, Chappie. Thank you, Chappie. Cam, we've been through this situation before. It's very tough to get through, but nobody better to get through it than this family.
Absolutely, and prayers to Zandy's family, all his friends, and the entire racing community. For us as racers, as I talked about, it's a very difficult thing to go on the next day, but also as racers, we come here to race. And that's what Zandy was here for, and we're going to honor him and respect him by moving forward, throwing dirt, laughing, crying, telling stories, and smiling.
Up next will be our Northwoods Honor Guard. They'll be presenting our colors here today. And for the singing of our national anthem will be Jake Kreisel and Adam Johnson.
Honor Guard, and forward, arms. Present, arms.
So proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Please remain standing as we do a 21-gun volley and perform reveille. Ready. Aim. Fire. 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 Order. As you are port, arms. Present, arms.
And we thank our Northwoods Honor Guard, of course, for coming out here and representing the colors proudly as they always do on this holiday weekend. Our military as well. We can't thank them enough for everything that they do, putting everything on the line so we can come out here and have a little fun.
Keeping us safe and giving us the freedoms to be out here racing today. Burning gas and going for it, shifting gears, and that's what we're talking about. And we are gonna get to what we're talking about. We're gonna talk racing now, because really, when you talk about the big house, you talk about Crandon, you talk about 53 years of history, the one thing you think about is that first turn. You think about throwing the dirt. You think about the energy that's going into it. Pro 2 and Pro 4 are the two classes that we're talking about the most often, and we're going to see the Pro 2s first thing this morning.
Yeah, no question. They want to fire these guys up. I got to get out of here, get up to the booth. You're going to join me in just a couple of moments. Thanks for everything, man. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go racing here at the Big House. Welcome to Crandon. It is holiday weekend, time to put on the show.
Let's do this. And as we were talking about, the first thing we're going to be seeing this morning here at the Red Bull World Cup and part of the World Championship is the World Championship race for the Pro 2s, followed by the Pro 4s. Later on this afternoon at 5 o'clock Central, we're going to be having that head-to-head. But first, Dave Arnold, part of our announce team, caught up with Cole Mamer, who's going to tell us the difference between the 2s and the 4s.
Well, we're over here in the Mamer Motorsports with Cole Mamer right now. Cole, we're going to talk a little bit about the difference between a Pro 4 and a Pro 2. We're going to be seeing the big cup race coming up, the Crandon World Cup, where the Pro 2s and the Pro 4s battle for nothing but glory and money, and you're one of the guys in it. Why don't you explain a little bit? You'll be driving the Pro 4. Tell me about it.
Man, it's angry. So it's like Pro 4 is like a pack of angry wolves just hunting down a bunch of dogs up there. So it's wild. Pro 4 is a whole different animal compared to a Pro 2. So it's 950 horsepower, four-wheel drive. All four wheels are hopefully turning all the time, and it's just, you just let her eat. The cup race is like the one race a year where you don't hold back the entire time, you know. It's 100% from the drop of the green flag till the checkered. So that's what makes it cool.
So a little bit difference on horsepower versus the Pro 2 versus the Pro 4, and of course setup. Why don't you explain a little bit about that?
Yep, so for sure, because like the cup race, there's so many trucks on track. I think there's 28 or 30 trucks normally on track for the cup race. So the Pro 4, we expect a more dry, slick track because the Pro 2s are going to keep moving that cushion up. And the Pro 2s, they run on the cushion. They need the traction. That's what separates the Pro 2 to the Pro 4, is because the Pro 2's got to be up on that cushion, you know, to get the traction. Where us, we go into the corner backwards. We don't hit the brakes going into it. So you go in, you bang the cushion, and you drive right off of it. So that's what separates us. We're able to get around the bottom of the corners. We're able to get through corners way faster being in a Pro 4 compared to what the Pro 2 guys are. They have to, like, kind of tippy-toe and be perfect. Well, we're us, we're like, you ain't hitting the brakes. You just send that thing off in there and just let her eat. So that's what's cool.
What's the difference on suspension versus the Pro 2 versus Pro 4?
Suspensions, the travel is exactly the same from the Pro 2 to the Pro 4. What's different is you'll see a Pro 2 a little bit softer. You'll see more body roll. You'll see it absorbing the cushion a little bit more. Where a Pro 4, it's kind of more of like an ice skating ring. The truck's a little stiffer. You want to use the rear shocks to help it pressure on the front tires to get you off the corner. So that's a little bit different setup from, say, the Pro 2 to the Pro 4 is the Pro 2's got to lean back, get on that tire. Where this thing, you want all four tires digging all the time. So that's a little bit different setup that we run compared to these two trucks that we have here.
And what about when it comes to horsepower? Any difference there?
Yeah, so big horsepower, this thing makes about 950 horsepower. The Pro 2s make about 750, 800. So we do out horsepower them a little bit, but that's what separates us.
And they run the aluminum blocks in the Pro 4s, and what is it, cast iron in the Pro 2s?
Yep, yeah. So most of the Pro 4s have a full aluminum block. All the Pro 2s are cast iron blocks. So that makes a difference in parts, difference in power. The Pro 4 is legitimate, top of the line, race motor, everything you got, that motor is the first down payment of the house I don't own. So, so that's my baby.
So definitely an angry beast when it comes to the Pro 4. So lots of excitement will be coming. Pro 2, Pro 4. You just heard the difference on it. Who's going to be the winner? Well, we're going to have to find out. This young man, he's going to be bringing it and going for that win.
Green flag, and we're racing here at the Big House in Crandon. One of the most amazing starts in all of racing, going down into turn 1. Clean start. That is a beautiful thing to see them coming through all that horsepower, run it up through 2.
Well, was absolutely phenomenal here.
A great day of racing yesterday for Mickey Thomas. He looked so clean, never put a tire in the wrong spot, nailed it. They waited for the restart to try to gather him back up. They had no chance for him, nothing for him.
Yeah, and Mickey Thomas with more wins than anybody else in the category this year. He has been switched on, but it's been records or checkers for him, so missed out on that championship by just a few points.
Yesterday it looked like to me Ricky G had a lot of energy and a very fast race truck. I think some of the risk and chances that he took maybe put him in a position where he couldn't capitalize. We'll see if today is a little bit of a different result for Ricky G.
Great look as they head out to the back and Cowboy Corner, of course. There's a good look at Ricky G's truck, followed up by Keegan Kincaid, who had a phenomenal weekend here 1 year ago. The 77-year Pro 2 champ, that is Jarrett Brooks.
Some heat right up in the front of the group, so if there's going to be a challenge for the front, there's definitely some competitors right there as they get back along the front of the stand. 65,000 strong over the weekend here for racing in Crandon. And Mickey Thomas, like yesterday, has a bit of a gap, a bit of breathing room. About 12 car lengths between him and Ricky Gutierrez, and now Jarrett Brooks in the number 77 has moved into that third position, getting around Keegan Kincaid.
Yeah, Keegan having a little better run here so far. He has struggled so far this year, but putting it together. One that we want to keep our eyes on, Doug Matag. You see him back there a little deeper, and then Corey Winters also had a fabulous year, picking up his first career Pro 2 win, was in the thick of it for the championship right to the very end.
Unfortunately, one of our stars, Ryan Beat, had some trouble yesterday. He's back out on the racetrack today to see if they'll be able to get that completely righted. And you mentioned Corey Winter. It seemed like he and Mittag both had a little bit better truck later in the race, and I'm wondering if they're set up for that particular type of racing.
Yeah, and you mentioned Ryan Beat. Unfortunately, turn 1 bit him yesterday, got up against the wall and caused a lot of damage to the right front. Back there trying to make it happen now, though, through Argonne Corner. Go back down there to Cowboy Corner, and Mickey Thomas still leading this group here very, very fast, followed up by Ricky G, and then, of course, Jarrett Brooks, Keegan Kincaid.
The one thing you really got to pay attention to these drivers in front. Watch where they're putting their trucks. Watch the poetry of the Pro 2. If you're watching our show a few moments ago, you heard Cole Mamer talking about having to put that Pro 2 in the perfect spot to carry speed. And you'll see that at one point it was 12 car lengths between Mickey Thomas and Ricky Gutierrez. Looks like it might close a little bit, but where it's really closing, Jarrett Brooks is on a tear. Here comes the 77, looking at the back of Ricky G's truck. Now watch him try to find a spot where he thinks he can be faster than Ricky Gutierrez.
Yeah, and Ricky G, I've got to tell you, of course, Charlie Schleve on that truck. He's worked with some of the absolute best. A young driver's been picking his way forward. He's really found his groove here. I'd say in about the last year and a half. Woo! Dancing it on the right side tires, gets it up on the bike a little bit. Might have cost him a little momentum there and could open up the door for Jarrett Brooks.
I agree 100%. Watch Jarrett, watch his lines. He's trying to pick away. Now, what I want to say is Ricky Gutierrez is a young driver. They're all young drivers, so to speak, but Ricky, a little bit newer. He's got to not be impetuous. He's got to understand Jared Brooks is looking for a way. See him putting it out there? He's taking a look. Now he's going to swap to the outside. He's going to rotate the truck, look for maybe a little bit different positioning, a little bit different run. He's trying to see where Ricky Gutierrez is at. He's also trying to show where he's going to go, but maybe not go. It's a little bit of a trickery positioning because the spotter is telling Ricky G where Jared Brooks is.
Yeah, I got to tell you, Ricky G has pulled it back out there again. He's actually put a couple car lengths on him. I saw him dig hard, a bit of a mistake there, kind of over-jumped that, and it's so easy to do going into that barn turn.
Well, sometimes you want to go as fast as you can off the jump. You want to jump as far as you can, but that's not always good for traction. It's also not good for the equipment. Look at this, Jared Brooks down the inside, the 77, taking a look.
And that's that over jump from the barn turn has cost him all the way to the gravel pit, and now it's going to cost him a spot.
Now we'll see if Jared Brooks can make this control from the outside. He's going to go outside and try to carry the mow, and he looks like he's going to make that pass stick. Jared
right
Brooks
around the outside. A little bit of contact right there. That's just a little bit of love saying, man. But I'm telling you, Ricky G's not out of this deal. He tugged him out of Argonne Corner. We'll see if he can get it again. Got a little bit high right there, and the truck got tight.
I really like one thing I've seen so far from Ricky Gutierrez. He didn't get overly excited when he got past. He held his line. He stayed fast. He kept moving forward. He understands there's another fast driver on the track. He's still in a podium position. He needs to just keep racing forward because his track is going to change. Don't forget, Ken, there's going to be the mandatory caution. For those of you that don't race with us or follow all the time, we're going to re-rack them around midway through the race and have a restart single file.
Mickey Thomas picking up this win here a couple of years ago as well. He's no stranger to winning a world championship here at Crandon, and it looks like he's on another tear. You mentioned it a day ago, how good he is, and now it looks like Ricky G having some more issues. Keegan Kincaid closing up.
Well, one of the issues Ricky G might be having is when he gets into the right-hand turns, he's got that fiberglass up front in the hood, and that fender area might be obscuring some of his view. Here it's not going to be a problem setting up, but look, his setup just a little bit different than Keegan. Keegan opens it up a little bit, gets out to that outside fluff, trying to get traction, trying to get bite. He's not able to get a real run, but here he comes. He's got a run on this, going to look on the inside, goes Keegan Kincaid.
Right down to the bottom. He knows how to get it done, and look at Gutierrez hit a hole and upset the truck a little bit. Again, the truck just looks really tight. Couldn't get it rotated through and loses a podium position here.
Well, now he's lost that fiberglass. The obscured view is gone. Now Ricky can see where he's going in both directions, the turns and setting up for turns. This might make a difference for him. Right now, again, Mickey Thomas out in front, looking clean and smooth, but the gap is shrinking between he and Jared Brooks running in second place. Now, the legendary Keegan Kincaid sitting in that third position, looking for a way to come through, but Ricky Gutierrez is looking for a hunt here.
Yeah, the Lucas Oil back machine for Kincaid, as I mentioned before, struggled. He's a reigning champ coming in here in 2022, was only on the podium one time all year long, looking for his second one here. Hard to believe, right? Amazing how things can change in the span of a year. By the way, keep your eyes on the 77 truck. He's closing the gap now, and Mickey Thomas way over jumps that one and opens up the door for Jared Brooks to do the same thing, close up on him.
So inside the driver's head, the navigator, I call him, not proper. It's actually your spotter, can be telling you where that truck is, and that can make you want to push a little harder or be a little bit more careful, protect a bit. One thing I'll say about Jared Brooks, as long as we've been watching him race, no matter what he's raced, he has always been a thinking driver. He can put the truck where he wants it. He knows where he can make the pass. He's looking to the inside. Now that might be just a little foreshadowing. Maybe he likes that inside, but maybe he's going to go to the outside next time. That's the problem for Mickey Thomas. He's not exactly sure. Oh, yes.
Mandatory caution. There it is.
Full course caution. And look, Jared's going to be right there. Hi. I'm right here in case you're wondering. How's that to kick off the weekend?
Who's going to close it up, man? That is absolutely awesome. Of course, coming through turn number one, everybody just thundering down through there. And then let them battle it out for the front half of this race and find out who's going to win this World Championship.
Now, not only the World Championship we're talking about right now for the Pro 2s, we're also going to see the Pro 4s. We're going to see side-by-side racing. We're also going to see the Pro Buggies. We're going to see a lot of action today, but don't forget, this Pro 2 race and the next Pro 4 race will combine at the end of the day around 5 o'clock Central, and we'll have the Red Bull Cup race.
Yeah, and don't count the Pro 2s out. I believe it's 15 or 16 times now they've actually come out of here with a win, including 1 year ago. So you never know how things are going to shake down. It's always exciting.
Exciting is an understatement. Anytime you come to Crandon, it's exciting. The fans here, are the best in the world. Today we're racing under, looks like partially overcast skies, a little bit cooler out than it was yesterday. Yesterday pinging just around the 70 mark. I'd say it's not quite that yet today, but I heard the sun is going to break for the afternoon, and still a beautiful day to stand in the booth with you, my friend.
Absolutely. Couldn't be no place else I'd rather be right here than Crandon International Raceway. Fall Crandon is always where it's at. And, of course, this is the 53rd World Championships off-road races here at Crandon. We can't thank Red Bull enough, and Polaris as well, for all of their efforts.
And the winner of the Pro 2 and the Pro 4 get a brand new Polaris.
How about that, man?
That's pretty cool.
That is super cool.
One thing I think that's really cool, yes, there's a little bit of fiberglass missing, but we have whole trucks racing in the front of this group. No one has a low tire. It doesn't look like anybody has a flat. It looks like everybody is ready to go racing. The crowd is getting up on their feet, and we're about to restart. As we'll have the pace truck pull off, Mickey Thomas will control going to the restart, to the green.
The restart zone is right there. The cones over that first jump. Looks like he will pace them slowly. Everybody nose to tail here, waiting for Mickey to pick up the throttle, and here we go.
And he decided to go a little bit later. Jared Brooks looking to the bottom.
Right on the back bumper is Jared Brooks. Keegan Kincaid right there as well. Looks like a pass, another pass being taken place there, trying to get under Ricky G.
That is the 42.
Out, Mickey Thomas way up high in the fluff.
42 of Kleinman trying to make that move, trying to get in a battle there. Right behind him would be Doug Mittag, and then Ryan Beat, who we talked about having problems yesterday. Look at him going to the inside. He's trying to go inside of Doug Mittag there, and he gets the spot on Mittag. I think he's going to make that one work. He fills the lane for him. Mittag doesn't like it. He's going to come back on the inside. Right in front of them is Kleinman. Little contact. That's going to hurt Mittag as he breaks traction.
Yeah, keep in mind, Ryan Beat qualified on the pole here on Friday. Oh, a little action down underneath. Mittag feeds it right back, and Beat has to check up to keep from running into it.
What I was saying when they came out of that finish line turn is that Beat filled the lane. He went inside, filled the lane. Mittag cuts way down on the bottom, fills the lane, forces Beat to check the brakes. And look at this, Beat's gonna look to pay back, goes to the inside. He wants to fill that space again. Good clean racing, no contact there. The problem is when you start getting in a beef with the driver next to you, cutting underneath and making them hit the brakes, you're slowing yourself down and the pack's getting away from you. Right now, Mickey Thomas, Jared Brooks, Keith Kincaid, and Gutierrez out front with Kleinman running in fifth.
Yeah, Kyle Kleinman also a threat, of course, a very talented Pro 2 driver, but you're exactly right. They created a big gap. Mittag has already closed it up a bit, but during that racing, they lost a lot of real estate to that front pack. Top three guys are starting to separate themselves here a little bit again.
Let's
Ricky
see
G and Kleinman back there just about 6 or 7 car lengths behind Keegan Kincaid.
And Keegan has latched onto that front group, so now we have a tighter race to the front. Remember now, Mickey, who's leading the group, has to pay attention to what's happening behind him, which is also possibly going to slow them down just a little bit if he's blocking or filling lanes, because then Keegan can come up behind and become a part of this race. And look at this. Looks like Jared Brooks is getting quicker. He is looking for lanes. Watch him, folks. Whether you're here in Crandon or live on the web, Speed Sport TV has it all for you, and it looks like Jared Brooks trying to find a spot where he can be quicker, where he can get more trackability, comes in a little bit different here, follows directly behind Mickey Thomas here.
And you know this as well as anybody, if you can stay that close to the truck in front of you, it's a pretty good bet that you're faster than that guy. It's not always going to mean you're going to make the pass, but it means you certainly have enough to hang.
And it looks like Mickey Thomas very fast down that front straight. Here he is through one. High speed off the jump. We're going to set this up off the jump and watch the undulation in the truck, the way the trucks perform, losing weight, going weightless as they build traction again, then air off of this. We've seen trucks be broken off this jump. Kincaid airs it out huge. He's trying to get a run, and oh, Mickey Thomas with a big kicker. It's going to throw him way wide.
And Jared Brooks almost followed him, was not able to take advantage of it.
It almost looked like he was zeroed in on the back of his truck and he couldn't change direction, but Mickey Thomas hit a huge bump, and I almost slipped and called him Mickey Thompson.
It's everybody has done that at one time or another.
He's regathered himself. He looks great. He's really hitting the lines, and that's a hole that someone had set up on that part of the track. Look at this, a great battle a little further back as well. Right now, Ricky Gutierrez trying to get by in the 78 there at G Brothers Racing, trying to get by Kleinman.
Trying to get 42. Back by Kleinman, right? Because Kleinman got around him once.
True.
So good move there by Kyle Kleiman as he's making some moves to pick his way forward as well.
That's positions 4 and 5. Look at Gutierrez steps out. Is he going to try to rotate underneath? He does not. As a race car driver, you want to get out. You want to see that clean air. You want to see if there's a spot. You want to see if you can get the other driver to flinch. That might be why Ricky jumped out in that position. And now it looks like about 8 truck lengths for your leader, Mickey Thomas.
Yeah, really stretched him back out after Jared Brooks was right there on the back bumper. Keep in mind, Jared Brooks, after winning that championship one day ago, is a 6-time short course champ now. 3 in Pro 2, 3 in Pro Lite. Extremely talented. That is maximum pressure. But Mickey Thomas has proven many times he can deal with it, no problem.
They're carrying a lot of speed down in there, and it seems like there's a lot of drifting wide. I wonder if maybe someone's going to try to check it up, go way outside, maybe come to the inside to look for a little bit of speed, because right now, the 3 trucks in front look pretty evenly matched. I think Jarrett is catching from here at the finish line to coming out of Cowboy Corner, but then I think Mickey Thomas has a little bit of a run down the front straight on him.
Lap 8 of 10, so this one winding down. I want to throw something at you. Mickey Thomas with 5 wins on the season. Nobody has more. Looking for a 6th here. Ironically, Jared Brooks right behind him wins the championship, has yet to stand on top of the box this year.
Well, consistency pays off, right?
But you know he's hungry.
He's very hungry, for sure. And Jared Brooks is, like I said earlier, he knows where to put the truck at all times. If there's an opportunity to pass, he will find the opportunity. But right now, as we keep saying, Mickey Thomas is running a beautiful race. I mean, he's hitting all his marks. Yesterday, watching from track level, I was blown away at how spot on and perfect both of these drivers were actually. But Mickey Thomas, I like the way he's setting up there, getting to the outside, not landing in that hole. Now watch, he's coming up to the spot where he hit the hole, setting up for this turn. We'll see if he can keep it clean. Does he go way to the outside to miss the bump? Does he go inside more? He does miss it to the inside. All 3 drivers missed that setup hole.
Boy, it really redirected Mickey Thomas's truck. The entire back of it, straightened it back up. I thought Keegan was closing in on Jared Brooks here just a little bit and showing his expertise around this track that he knows so well.
And they're getting the white flag. 1 lap remains for the World Championship in Pro 2. Remember, we will see all these drivers a little bit later this afternoon when we get to the Red Bull Cup.
Yeah, that's why they're running now, give them a chance to prep those trucks, get them ready for later today. And Mickey Thomas just needs to put together a perfect lap here. But boy, this thing is far from over. We've seen it happen all too many times. One mistake could cost you everything. Mickey Thomas looking great here.
I agree. What a talented race car driver. What a great job of putting the truck exactly where he wants it at all times. And time is running out for Jarrett Brooks. But at the same time, Jarrett understands a podium is a great way to end the World Championship, not what you're looking for. But you want to have a complete truck when you go to the Red Bull Cup race a little bit later on today. As I said, to end our festivities, as it still maintains, looks like about an 8 to 10 truck length. Mickey Thomas to Jarrett Brooks. About 8 trucks back, Keegan Kincaid.
Yeah, they really adjusted that jump back there in front of the Sweets a couple of years ago, man. They get some wicked air through the gravel pit one more time. Completely missed the hole that time. A nice little adjustment for Mickey Thomas to close this one out. He just has one more turn yet to go, and he'll pick up his 6th win on the season. It will be his 9th Pro 2 win through the final turn. Here comes Mickey Thomas, your Crandon World Champ once again. Awesome job there as he is followed up by our Pro 2 champion for 2022, Jared Brooks, the number 77 truck. General Tire, of course, the Lucas Oil Machine. Keegan Kincaid with a great run here, his 2nd podium of the season. The number 4, Ricky G, certainly showing that he's got a lot of fight in him. He'll be a driver to contend with going forward next year. Kyle Kleiman and the 42 truck, and how about Ryan Beat as well, making a good run from the back of the pack. A nice redemption race for him after tagging the wall on lap 1. Actually the very first turn just one day ago, so certainly hurt him a day ago. But Ryan Beat coming back like he does, a champion of Pro Lite as well. Corey Winter a little bit deeper in the pack, in the thick of it for that championship, and grabbed his first career Pro 2 win a little bit earlier in the season. Hats off to him for that. Anderson back in there as well in the 8th position. Then Cox and Zakowski to round out the top 10. So that's it, the first race of the weekend in the books here, ladies and gentlemen, at the 53rd World Championship Off-Road Races here at Crandon World Championships. We're at the Red Bull Crandon World Cup. We'll be right back.
Make way for the first ever Chevy Silverado CR2. With Multimatic shocks, rugged 33-inch tires, and front and rear electronic locking differentials.
Dude, this is awesome, but we should get back to work. This good? Perfect.
If you're going to work remote, work remote. Find new workspaces. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
Our journey at Continental has taken us down many roads. And when we first started, they weren't even paved. For more than 150 years, we've worked hard to earn your trust. From the trail to the racetrack and beyond. The Continental mark in all its forms stands for confidence. Confidence you trust. Continental Tire.
That is your winner. Put your hands together for Mickey Thomas. An incredible run here once again. He has just been absolutely on fire here this weekend. Picking up 5 wins throughout the course of the point season. Grabs another one here, and he's been getting it done. Let's get it down to Tiffany Stone, who's with our winner.
Mickey, it's so good to talk to you. Yesterday, seeing you out there, you just had clean air. You said pretty much you could run your truck again as long as you had it. You didn't have to wash it. Here, you are a 2022 world champion. It's great to see you here. How are you feeling right now?
Just stoked beyond words. Just so much work to get here, to have a truck that performs this way. It takes so much work in the off season. My crew, my family, my sponsors, everybody does such an awesome job to build this truck, and I just can't thank them enough. Just honestly, just lost words. This is awesome. You know, we backed up the Pro 2 championship. We won this last year, and to come out here and do it again just means so much to me. So just super happy. Got to thank my sponsors, Mystic Lubricants, Maxxis Tires, Stovall Nurseries. They keep me out here, and just, man, what a day.
Awesome. Well, I just also want to let you know you are a proud owner of a 2023 Polaris RZR. So shout out to Polaris for giving you a brand new RZR. You can take the family out. It's great to see this. Wonderful job for you. A big congratulations. Hop up on number 1. Don't forget your check right there. All right, in our second place finisher, Jarrett Brooks. Jared, it's really good to talk to you. You are the Pro 2 champ over for the Champ Off-Road season. Obviously coming in here, it's quite a battle between you. Even Ricky G was in this. What was your spotter saying to you?
You know, we were just trying to charge as hard as we could. There's nothing on the line here, only money. So Mickey's been really fast here, and you know, we had a really good truck at the beginning. Hit that hole, lost the air filter, and it was pretty slow after that. So hopefully the motor's good. Roush Performance builds a good motor. So overall, I think a really awesome run to, you know, it's fun to be able to go out there and give it all you have. Like this is the type of racing where we go all out. There's nothing holding us back, no excuses. So this is what Crandon's about. Huge thank you to all my family, Roush Performance, Rigid, General, Bill Stein, Brembo, ATD, Charlie, and Michael. They worked their butts off on this car. Tanner, Nick. So overall, I'm excited. I think we're going to have a good truck for later on. We just need to really get better starts.
Wonderful. Hop up on number 2. And taking the third place spot, Keegan Kincaid. Keegan, I would feel like it wouldn't be a Crandon, a Red Bull Sunday here for you if I didn't get a chance to talk to you. Obviously, this is a prelim going into the big race tonight. We always talk about having this little bit of motivation going into tonight's race. What do you feel about that?
Yeah, you know, this is good because of the year we had, and it's been rough, just little things just taking us out. And I was just thinking about that when I was running. I was like, man, just give us this one. And I made a little mistake, let Jarrett by, and track was a little slick at the beginning. At start, everybody was moving, so I didn't know if Faye was going to throw the green or not. And we'll just have to get back to work. And this truck is running good, and we'll make a little bit more adjustments to go faster this afternoon, and hopefully take home this Crandon World Cup.
Well, who would you like to thank for helping you get this third place win here for the World Championship?
I got to thank Lucas Oil first. They hopped on board last year with my championship and stuck by me this year when times weren't good. So we're hoping to end the year strong for them. I got to thank Cooper Tire, Vision Wheel, everybody that's, my pit. I've kind of let them down quite a bit. They've been putting a lot of work in, and we just haven't got the results that we needed. So this feels good. Good momentum going into the last round, and hopefully we can do it.
Wonderful. We'll hop up on number 3. A big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in the Pro 2 World Championship. And, of course, your world champion, Mickey Thomas. Back up to you guys.
Right on. Thank you, Tiffany. What a way to open up the racing here at the Red Bull Cup. Cameron Steele back here on the booth, and I'm super excited to see everything that happened in that first race. But talking about excitement, what about the history? The parade that happens in downtown Crandon is pretty amazing. 1,700 people live in Crandon. 65,000 come to visit over the weekend. Let's see what happened on Friday at the parade.
Hi, I'm Jim Marston. This is the 53rd Crandon World Championship. This is my first time here, and I've just been blown away by this, the Labor Day Parade. Over 400 teams walking their way through here. We've seen floats, we've seen action, we've seen cars, we've seen families, we've seen heroes. Over 20,000 people signing it, seeing all the racing drivers, seeing autographs signed, whether it be Scott Taylor, Kurt Leduc, Carl Leduc, so many other people as well. Come on down, join us here at Crandon or watch live online as we get this party started.
Awesome having Jim Martin there at the parade and able to share. Awesome to have the fans here this morning, wall to wall, and it's great to welcome to the host booth Mickey Thomas. And I wanted to say that I accidentally almost said Mickey Thompson as you were driving. I know that that's something that you've probably heard over the years. I don't remember ever doing it in the last 5 years when I announced you for the different series, but your driving is on par with legends. I watched you yesterday from track level, never put a tire out of position. Congratulations. It's got to feel great to win the cup race, or the World Championship race here today.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the race that we want to win every year. We put in all the work, all the testing behind the scenes in the off season. To come to this race, pull a whole shot and win. So to come out here and do that, just so stoked. I know my whole crew, everybody that helps me, I know this means so much to them, and that means so much to me. Great group of fans we have here this weekend. Just couldn't be happier to do that, in front of everybody here. So, man, just super stoked with that win, and hopefully we can go out to the cup race and repeat that.
Well, we're going to talk about the cup race in a second, but this extended version of being able to sit with the winner is pretty cool. And one thing that I take away from what I've learned about you, and after announcing you for a few seasons, you're pretty new to this short course off-road. 5 years of racing, and you're transitioned already to world champion. I mean, that's got to feel pretty incredible. And how do you make such a quick transition to that?
Yeah, I got started racing pretty late. Almost into my 20s when I started short course racing. So, I've always just been super competitive. I want to win in everything I do, and I put a lot of work in. This is a ton of work behind the scenes, back at the shop in the off season, testing. I do everything we can, and I have a great group of guys behind me that help me, get to this top spot. So really it's credit to them, everybody that helps me. I couldn't do it without them.
Also, a youngish driver behind you, Jarrett Brooks. Someone that can apply the pressure, someone that you race against all the time, and you know he doesn't make mistakes. How much pressure does that put on you, and what is your spotter saying as Jarrett's coming and trying to make a charge? Because obviously you can see he's coming right there.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the first half of the race, Jarrett, after he got into second place, he had a ton of pace on me. My spotter, Mikey, he was letting me know, like, hey, he's putting some car lengths on you. I don't, you know, so in my head, I'm just thinking, what can I do? Where can I move the truck to maybe get some drive off the corner a little better? The track was kind of moving up as the race went on, so I was trying to move up with it. When you're leading, it's so hard to kind of, you know, dictate the pace that you can run. That's one of the biggest challenges of being out front. And I knew he was fast. He's always fast. You know, he's a great driver. And, you know, to hold him off that second half just, you know, I think just means so much to me, you know, holding off one of the best in the sport. So just super happy.
You talk about moving up the track, looking for traction, looking for that fluff, looking for the racing groove, so to speak. But when you go through, all of a sudden all the other trucks come through, so you're not sure what's going to be there when you get back. Let's talk about the holding your breath moment as you're going down in the gravel pit and hit that giant hole as you're setting up for the turn, leading the race. Do you remember that? Obviously you must.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a big braking hole going into gravel pit that, you know, I thought I could kind of straddle on the right side. My front tire hit it so hard that it bucked the truck real bad. You know, really lucky I didn't get a flat tire there, but Maxxis tires are so durable. You know, we beat them to death out here, and they always last. So, you know, thanks to them. But yeah, that was a big hole that was developing. I thought I could kind of, you know, saddle it a little bit, but that didn't work. So I started running underneath it after that. So that's definitely something to look out for later on.
Absolutely. Let's talk one more time about the track, because we are going to be seeing you a little bit later on. Pro 2, Pro 4, there was quite a bit of rain just a day or so ago. It seems to me it looks like a heavier track, but then there was so much racing on the track. Where do you feel like the track is right now for the Pro 2 versus the Pro 4 later in the day?
Yeah, you know, it was kind of fluffy on the start. It got really hard pretty quick. There was kind of that blue groove that developed, and the track moved up quite a bit, you know, there in the second half of the race. So I think as long as you kind of just follow that line, we'll see if the track stays hard for the Cup race. I imagine it will after all the racing from today. You know, and we'll see kind of how that plays out in the Cup race tonight.
Right on. Well, we're certainly looking forward to it. What about changes to the truck? Will you be doing? I mean, there's only like, you know, 40,000 people listening, but what kind of changes might you make to the truck getting to it later in the race day, thinking it's going to be a little bit warmer, stuff like that?
Yeah, you know, we're always looking at changes, converter gearing, any kind of suspension settings, sway bar settings. We're always making minor adjustments. I mean, my truck's been so good all weekend, I don't think we're going to throw anything drastic at it, but I think we will do some changes, you know, to some various things to help us in the blue groove situation, because we didn't really expect that kind of track condition today.
Right on. Ladies and gentlemen, your first world champion of the Red Bull Cup, Mickey Thomas, congratulations. We'll see you a little bit later on. A round of applause from everybody here in Crandon. Feel free to show him some love. From a budding hero to an absolute legend, let's check in with our friend Kurt Leduc from the parade just a couple days ago.
Your family and you have been a staple here at Crandon for so many years. What does Crandon mean to you?
That's a big question to ask for sure, but it's just the hype. It's the environment that these fans, these local people come out, and people all across the world come out to enjoy. They bring that hype of what's going to happen. You know, there's tons and tons of races here for sportsmen, but we know the big race is the Cup race. So the Crandon Cup, the World Championship races, all of those things are iconic races that I grew up walking these same streets watching my dad race. So it's exciting to be here and be racing and have a chance at winning and being competitive. To me, that's all of it. Just be fast enough to have a chance to win it. And that's what I want to do, and that's what we're going to strive and rip this car to shreds to get to the front for sure.
And I can see all the fans are coming out, and you're signing autographs, taking pictures. I mean, part of that experience, what does that mean to you itself?
Yeah, that's a big thing. Right back to the fans. These fans care. They want to come here. They want stickers. They want a picture in front of the car. You know, nobody's too cool for us and to ask questions and have the kids do stuff. So I love that the fans care. You know, it's chaotic and thrashing, and like you see, thousands of people walking down here, but it's hard to find people in the world right now that care this much about something. And it's really cool to be here and to have the last name Leduc after my dad, and now my son is racing, third generation, and my brother, my sister, we have all raced here. And it's just really cool to be a part of it, and to have you say, you know, we're one of the ones to beat out here is really cool.
Well, keep an eye on this guy for sure as he goes for that Crandon World Cup this Sunday. A family legacy as he starts to pass on the torch. His son might be coming for him next.
It seems like, and here at Crandon, it's definitely rich in history. And speaking of the history of the sport, I'm joined here on the main stage at the 53rd annual running with Scott Taylor. It almost brings tears to my eyes to see the emotion in having the legends here. Welcome, my friend. Not only a great champion of the racetrack, around 35 wins in all the different classes that you raced, but so much success in the big trucks. But I think more than that, you're just an absolute awesome human that people love to be around. And welcome to the main stage, and congratulations on all your success.
Thank you very much. Getting nominated into the Hall of Fame is so overwhelming to me. I can't get to my emotions.
I know, I'm with you, man. I'll hug you.
All these great fans, and I really do miss this. I came up here for the announcement, for all the great stuff coming on, but you know, these guys are really hauling, and Mickey did a fantastic job. I looked at my wife, I said, I used to know a guy like that.
I know, sometimes you look in the mirror and the wrinkles are a little deeper, and we've changed a little bit, but you still that racer inside, and you watch those kids, I'll say. Yesterday I was down on the track, same like you, and I watched Mickey and Jarrett and Keegan and Ricky Gutierrez, all of them. It's amazing how spot on they are with their setups and how they run the track.
And they really are focused. You know, I talked to a few of them, and, you know, I know they don't have a lot of time because I remember being in their shoes, but they are 100% focused, and that's what it takes. I mean, you know, to make this all come along, everybody's looking for that checkered flag. And but they all drove real clean today. I was really impressed with their driving. I mean, it was unbelievable.
I agree with you. A lot of clean racing. I want to ask you a little bit about the Cup race we're going to see later today, the Red Bull Cup. We're going to pit the Pro 2s, Pro 4s. With the track that you're seeing developing here, do you see a favorite in the 2 or the 4? Do you see an opportunity for the 2 once again?
Well, it's going to make a lot of difference on if it rains or how much they put down for water and this and that. I mean, we always watch for that to choose a tire groove that we wanted to use. And if Mickey gets out, he's going to be a hard guy to catch. I'm telling you, he's on a mission. He's doing a hell of a job, and he's going to be hard to catch. He's smooth. He's smart. He's not.
He doesn't leave any openings, does he?
No, he doesn't. And I seen him. He was talking about that hiccup he had back here where he caught a hole. And the first thing I thought of is I hope he didn't take a tire off. But he come through it and didn't get excited. He kept his lines. And like I said, I used to know a guy like that.
And let's talk about a guy like that. The Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame has teamed with Crandon International Raceway to give the short course drivers a home for the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame, and also to be a pillar point for the sport. Marty Fioca, who's a member, he's a big part of our media, the background of our family. He drives it with passion. I think this is a great thing. But talk about that Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame. I experienced it in 2018. And it's really overwhelming to think that the peer group, the sponsors, the fans, they want you to be in there. It's really an emotional moment.
It is. When I got the call, it was actually a fan, and I got to meet him this weekend. And I got to meet him and shook his hand, and we talked a little bit, but it's never been no one's been nominated by a fan. It's always been a track owner or a team owner or a crew member or a family member. And so there's a lot of, when I got the call, I was like, yeah, right, you know. And then I called Frank D'Angelo, and Frank says, yeah, it is true. You are getting inducted into the Hall of Fame. And I'm like, holy mackerel, what did I do for that? You know,
it's a great surprise, isn't it? Because they keep it very veiled. They don't let anybody know who's in. And I was surprised when I started to hear the information that just came out on the web. I was like, wow, that's incredible. I can't believe. And then you stop and you stand back and you're like, huh, it feels kind of weird.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, I say it's like I've been away from racing 9 years now, and but I'm still touching it. And it's like an old girlfriend calling you up and saying you want to get back together. and my wife's good with all that. But, you know, I was paid to do what I did. I was paid to go as fast as I could go and be the first guy at the finish line. And that's what I did. But I touched a lot of people's lives along the way, and I helped anybody I could. It didn't matter what it was. If they needed gas, if they needed oil lines, if they needed anything I had, it was theirs.
You did it as a true warrior and a true human and humanitarian. You helped everybody in the paddock.
And I was helped coming up, so I held it back.
I'll give you a high five. Much love, Scott Taylor. Thank you for spending time with us here today. All through the day, we're going to be visiting legends and current racers here on the host set. Ken Stout, myself, and many others on the announce team. We'll be bringing that information. Right now, what we're going to do is we're going to join Dave Arnold. He was with the eBay Motors Group, and Dave Mason Jr., who's racing in the Pro 2, to talk a little bit about what they have going on.
I'm over here at the eBay Motors pit with Dave Mason Jr. Dave, you know, you're no stranger to Crandon, but what does it mean to come here to run at the Big House for the Crandon World Cup?
It means a lot. It's the biggest track in the series. It's the biggest fan base, and you know, it's just a lot of good people out here watching some good racing. So it means a lot to come out here and support the local racing and do it in the Big House. So definitely hope to represent well for eBay Motors and Maxxis Tires and go get that cup.
Well, we've seen you, of course, in the desert, but when it comes to this short course here, you're a legacy here with your dad's been a racer, you're following in his footsteps, but right now you're putting your own stamp on. You got eBay Motors on this machine, so I'm sure there's a little bit of pressure going into the big Crandon Cup.
Yeah, I mean, you would think so. I definitely don't feel any pressure, though. I'm just going to get in and do what I do and put on the helmet and be focused on trying to get that win. Today's race, I'll be starting in the 3rd spot, so I feel pretty good about that. Get a good jump and hopefully run away. That's what everybody wants, but see what we could do.
And, of course, when it comes to the Crandon World Cup, all bets are off. The series is over. It's not about points. It's about the prestige of winning that World Cup.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot of prestige. There's some huge names before me that have won this thing, and you know, I'd love to get my name on that list. But it seems like a lot of people do a lot of aggressive driving to get to the front. Hopefully I could just you know, have a clean run and keep those Pro 4s behind us.
Well, keep an eye on this guy right there, Dave Mason Jr., as he tries to put this eBay Motors machine on top of the box.
Friends, we have a full day of action still coming at you. About 7 more hours of racing, ending with the Red Bull Cup. When we return, we're going to light the Pro 4s up and do some racing. It's going to be a heck of a great time. Hang around.
There's someone right here in northern Wisconsin that's committed to making quality healthcare the standard of the community. For the past 15 years, they've invested in building state-of-the-art facilities that have helped keep families healthier by providing services like radiology, dentistry, optical, diabetes treatment, maternal health, and behavioral health services. So who cares so much about the health of the community? Potawatomi, keeper of the fire, builders of the future.
And once again, we welcome you back here to the Red Bull Crandon World Cup and, of course, the Polaris World Championship off-road races. That will happen out here throughout the day. And Pro 4s are about to light it up. They're all lined up on the starting line. And, of course, they'll slide that box over, and there you go right there. I mean, I remember Cowboy running across there, giving everybody the finger, or not that finger, but pointing to all the drivers as he would run across in front of them. Of course, they've advanced into the four-wheelers now, but we miss Cowboy out here running across and making eye contact with all the drivers to let them know, hey, man, we're about to go green. And that's exactly what's going to happen here. He'll climb up into the flag stand, eventually slide the wood over from red to yellow, and then any moment after that can throw the green flag. The kings of the sport are sitting out there on the starting line. 900 plus horsepower, all four corners digging, weighing in about 4,000 pounds. These things are absolute monsters. They'll come into turn number 1 in excess of 100 miles per hour. Side by side, some 5, 6, 7 wide, and chaos will ensue. They can drive them anywhere, up high, down low, it doesn't matter. Wherever the opening is where they'll go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, about to rifle this one off. Now red, looking for yellow. At any time now, he can throw the green flag, and we are off. Pro 4 race here. The World Championship on the line, courtesy of Polaris. Like it's going to be C.J. Greaves, Kyle Leduc right behind him, Cole Mamer falling into third, Johnny Greaves right behind him. Johnny Greaves, of course, the senior veteran inside of this category, had an incredible year here last year, grabbing a couple of wins and just missed the cup race by one. Big moment there for Kyle Leduc, completely sideways off the sweet jump, right down to the bottom of the gravel pit, carrying the momentum around the outside. The number 33 of C.J. Greaves. C.J. Greaves, your reigning Pro 4 champ, gets it done once again. an incredible young driver. These two guys are the best in the business going at it right here in front of you. Boy, if they put on a show this year. CJ Greaves absolutely ripping it here in his young career. He has been nothing short of exceptional. When it comes to championships, he's the first one to step up with 10 professional championships. Incredible, surpassing his father and some guy named Carl Renesetter. An incredible effort there out of CJ Greaves.
I heard of him before.
So many more to go.
I heard of him before.
Yeah, incredible job. Nice job there, Cam. And as we take a look at these guys out front, it looks like the two leaders are going to separate themselves just a little bit. I would say they'll try to settle in here and put together a few laps, but I don't think that's how any of these guys are wired.
Yesterday, CJ, you know, he came from not a great start position to move himself up towards that front pack. He looked so smooth on that transition, and then obviously at the end of the race where he looked so great. But Kyle right now on a big charge, looking at different lines, a little wider there than CJ.
Yeah, he went way up high, so either seeing something, feeling something, or maybe not seeing something. That's always an option as well. We constantly see, sometimes you see these guys do some weird stuff, and Cheney in the back having a moment there.
And we're getting through that. Oh, Kyle tags the K-rail on the left side, redirects him, and throws him off the track. We'll see if the truck is still running, first of all.
And you can see how wet it is down there on the bottom of that turn. I wonder if that was part of what bit him right there.
He set up coming out of the finish line jump, set to go to the inside and just kiss that K-rail, and he's going to come back around safely and rejoin the track as the race up front continues. Kyle back on track. CJ Greaves with a big lead. It looks like some hood and front fender damage there for Cole Mamer in the 35. That might cost him a little bit, setting up returns. Here comes Johnny taking a look. And I think I saw a bit of a stutter on the setup with that fender up. And here comes Johnny up the bottom. How many Johnny Greaves fans do we have here?
Johnny Greaves picking up another win here this year at ERX. As we talked about a year ago, grabbed a win here. His son out there leading. As we go back and talk about Kyle Leduc and his big moment, he had one of those a little bit earlier in the year as well. Went to dead last, came back up and won the race. Of course, he'll get the help of that mandatory caution. Then he'll have a lot of work to do to get back to the front.
All right,
RJ Anderson here as well. And how about RJ Anderson, a two-time Cup winner? Oh, just looking out of the back there. And
RJ with the great run.
44 truck and Jimmy Henderson almost getting into that truck that's in the back. Another, looks like RJ Anderson trying to make a pass here, dove right down underneath Johnny for a moment.
Experience of a Wolverine and youthful exuberance behind him. Johnny Greaves, the 22. Monster Energy truck right behind him, RJ Anderson.
Yeah, and how about Johnny Greaves, in excess of 120 career wins out here since 1998. You go before that, he has even more, over 100 wins inside of a Pro 4. It's so incredible, and right behind him, certainly, and how about that, a big move over that jump, but Johnny did not over-jump it. He's going to try to come back down on the bottom. RJ Anderson making a massive move, and of course his father, Randy, just inducted into that short course off-road Hall of Fame.
In the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame all the way around. And that was a great move by RJ Anderson. What I liked about it is he got underneath, he made the jump up next to him, making it aggressive. He didn't really hit Johnny, but he got out into his space, which made it so Johnny couldn't carry full momentum to try to retaliate and take away that position. A great move by RJ.
Here, he's a two-time Cup winner here. He knows how to get it done. Looks like that 37 truck is dialed in. South Point behind him, and Cole Mamer now next on his hit list.
Interesting, Mamer there in that complex has a far drift to the left, far drift to the right. RJ gets a moment of straight in there. He gets straight forward traction in there for a second, and we'll see if that's a difference maker when it comes to carrying that momentum or speed. And he's got a good look here on the inside of what Mamer's doing.
Kind of tells me that Maimer is having a tough time getting that truck rotated unless he really pitches it. And of course the fiberglass, as you see there, up in his face as he's going to try to navigate turn 1 here at 100 miles an hour.
Right here is where it's tricky. Now watch, he has to find where he wants to land and set up. RJ's looking to the inside once again, as he did with Greaves. I don't think he has the runaround this time, but he is setting up a possible future move by taking a look here. Maimer way to the outside.
Maimer did a great job. Let me tell you something, man. Maimer not afraid to get his elbows out. When he drove in Pro Lite, he was a tough player to get around. He would make you earn it. R.J. Anderson slowly closing the gap there as he exits the gravel pit nicely.
And that flap of fiberglass, you say, oh, maybe it's not that big a deal, but look at this. RJ run right up on the bumper. Now RJ's going to be looking for a spot. Now, Cole can't necessarily spot the exact line he wants. He may have to open a little bit more to see it. RJ down the bottom. Now, this is where I was saying. Cole Maimer throws it a little more, backs it a little harder. Look at, watch RJ. He's going to get some straight ahead traction. He has to hit the brakes. There's the straightaway. And so
Maimer just really missed it right there.
Well, I think what happened is he maybe didn't expect or see that RJ had done that the lap before, get that straightaway speed.
Maybe the
and he had to
spotter was
redirect.
in his head big time.
The spotters can play a part of it, and the fiberglass is starting to clear a little bit for Maimer. Now, as a driver, you always think, oh, I got to get this back, I got to get this back, and sometimes that causes an issue. He wants to take a deep breath and start racing, and racing smart and smooth. That fiberglass is not helping, and guess what? It's right behind him isn't helping either.
Yeah. More pressure. Some guy in the number 22 Monster Energy back Toyota. Toyota in the house, by the way. TRD as well. Shaggy is here, keeping an eye on his good friend Johnny Greaves. So many championships they've won together. He is up here in the grandstands watching him get it done.
Look at this. Johnny Greaves taking a look.
G-Paw. That's G-Paw Greaves now.
He's down at the bottom. Watch for it. See if he can get the traction, the momentum. A little bump. Little, hey, how you doing there,
Just
Cole?
needed to get up to the cushion
Just
there,
want to say
all.
hello. Let me help you out here, buddy.
Making a little bit of racing room. Johnny's so fabulous to watch, just many, many years as the caution comes out here, that mandatory caution. So that huge lead that the number 33 Monster Energy back Toyota had will now dissipate. And who will be right on the back bumper? None other than R.J. Anderson, a Pro 4 champion in his own right. And then it'll be Johnny Greaves as well.
And let's not forget a great run had yesterday by Andrew Carlson as well. The Red Bull truck, he is now sitting in that 4th place. I did not see him get by Maimer, but Maimer now in that 5th position. So that's your top 5 running order. Kyle Leduc seems to be limping across that mandatory caution. The back of the truck, from my standpoint, it looks like the back of the truck is broken.
Yep, I would agree with that. You can see it's really stiff back there. Tough to go of it. Here in this one, hopefully they can get that thing fixed up for the Cup race.
Let me ask you, if he's in it for the World Championship right now,
you pull in.
Why do you stay out? Why not go in and start working towards that Cup race, right? Is there a starting position on the line?
There is a starting position on the line, but in the Pro 4, how many spots are you going to lose here based on where he's at right now? So
I agree.
I agree. I would go in and get the truck ready.
And
championships are settled here.
Ken Stout, it's great to be here with you, the stat man that I love so much. Giving the commentary. We're proud to be a part of this 53rd running here at Crandon, and it's great to see the experience at the track. Like, of course, Johnny Greaves, he's passed that down to his son, CJ, who's leading. It's great to see the youthful energy of CJ and RJ Anderson. Let's not forget RJ Anderson's dad, one of the most brilliant engineers of all time in off-road racing, able to feed some tidbits to RJ and his brother Ronnie.
Oh, there's no question. And Ronnie, a great driver in his own right as well. RJ's younger brother, but you're exactly right. And you mentioned him already being in the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame. And then they made a big announcement here that Crandon will join the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame for a short course Hall of Fame. It'll be housed right here at the Big House. Absolutely no better place on the planet as the 99 truck now is pulling in. That's got to be a rough ride no matter what. So no point in him continuing on. But so Randy inducted into that one as well as the Pro 4s make their way through here behind the Crandon International Raceway pace truck.
Who do you like?
They pull off out of the way. How do you go against CJ? 10-time champion, CJ Greaves.
Now we'll see as they pour it on. Does RJ Anderson try to find a way around on the restart? Does Johnny find a way around when RJ makes that move?
Puff of smoke out of the back of RJ's trucks. By the way, those 10 championships have nothing to do with the multiple UTV championships that CJ also has.
Big
and
run.
Here comes RJ.
RJ was looking for a run down the bottom there. He's going to dive in there side by side. He gets a little wide. Does he have any? He doesn't. CJ with the big run. Now watch RJ look to the inside possibly here as he sets it up. He's looking for a way around. He's looking for a way to put pressure on CJ. He wants CJ to protect or make a mistake so he can get by.
Yeah, good luck with
and
that.
There he goes down the inside. He showed him the truck. He showed it to him a couple times. Now here's the spot where he has that straightaway speed. Watch and see if he uses it again. CJ still drifting. RJ straightens out. Boom, same move. He did it once before.
Right rear, though. That was a pretty hard hit, man. Do you take that one?
Oh, look at this.
RJ Anderson, I think he broke his truck. I mean, he fed him a right rear hard, and there's a good chance CJ loses some front-wheel drive, or at least that left front axle. But no question, RJ Anderson's hit took him out.
I don't think he intentionally tried to go out there and hit him, but he definitely had a different line. We talked about it a couple times. Now it's son leading father. In the past, have they raced as hard as they can at each other? Will they race as hard as they can here? These are questions, but they have Andrew Carlson right behind him.
It's father leading son, by the way.
Oh, hello.
And how about that? And CJ's certainly very talented, and Johnny doesn't have to worry about holding up because he knows CJ. He'll flat out tell you CJ's better than I am, but that doesn't mean Johnny's going to let up. And now CJ taking a look at the bottom.
He went with an earlier rotation than Johnny did, and now Johnny has that front fender. I'm sorry, I missed that for a second. In the contact, CJ got pushed to the outside, and Johnny got by. So Johnny now leads our Pro 4s as we have about 4 laps of racing remaining. I have to make sure on that, but Johnny looking like he's on point right now.
Well, if there's any track on the tour that Johnny knows like the back of his hand, it's this one here. You can see Blue Groove there through that right-hander as they enter Argonne Corner, and Johnny going up chasing the fluff as CJ runs the bottom.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of that more straight line from CJ than I did from Johnny. Johnny went to the outside to catch some of that apron, some of that traction, and here they go. Poetry in motion, watching father and son do work. And you can tell the difference maybe in their visors. Johnny has the one covered with mud and CJ has the green one.
So cool to watch these guys. I mean, what an experience for these two as well, right? 47 career Pro 4 wins for CJ already, and he has a long career ahead of him.
And Johnny has a huge flap of fiberglass covering. It's going to be a factor on those right turns for the setup.
Coming back in the windscreen, if you will. I mean, it's plastered right against the wire mesh. Nothing Johnny hasn't seen before in his career. There's nothing that guy hasn't seen.
And this is, look at this, third place.
Yeah, the 44 truck there, Jimmy Henderson hanging on right in front of Andrew Carlson. So vicious battle going on there for third place. As the father-son duo continue 1-2. CJ applying all the pressure he can. Is he going to try the RJ Anderson move right here? And I don't think Dad opened up the doors much that time.
No, it looked like Johnny protected a little bit more down the bottom, but you can see that CJ is taking a look differently. Oh, and look, a momentary pause it almost looked like from Johnny. Look at this, CJ up right up on the bumper.
You're wondering if they were going to race hard. Johnny just protected the bottom. He's
look
like, if you want it, kid, you're going to have to earn it. CJ's, I'll rub on you a little bit, Dad.
Toyota drag race down the straight. We're coming into turn 1, fans.
Things are winding down here. About 2.5 laps to go. And look at that fiberglass. I mean, it's blocking, it's got to be blocking the better part of 60-70% of his vision.
And you might say when you're setting up for that left turn, it's not as much of a factor because Johnny can see there, but you're also looking for where that rut is or where the braking bumps are in the center or right side of the track to set up your rotation. And you can see the difference here in the Pro 2 versus Pro 4 we're seeing now in the Pro 2 we saw a little bit earlier. How much more they back this in, how much more they can use different spots of the track where the Pro 2 really has to use that cushion. Look at this! CJ on the bottom, he has a run. There was a momentary pause from Dad. Johnny's got the bottom here, but no way, it's CJ.
Well,
he's made the
move there. Johnny went just a little bit high in the last turn. That opened up the bottom. CJ slid through nice and clean, able to take the spot. Both of them drag racing off the bottom, but it's going to be CJ who takes the lead here late in this one with a couple to go, less than 2.
It's a tough spot for Johnny to set up that left turn after the finish line. He can't see the K-rail where Kyle hit as well, maybe, with the way that fiberglass is set up when he's coming over the jump point in the other direction. I know that's the open side of it, but still a lot to think about when you're setting up those turns. Because one turn affects you 3 or 4 turns later.
They should be picking up the white flag as they make their way back around here. CJ and Johnny, the class in the field right now. Henderson just back behind him. Henderson finishing up well in the points here inside of the top 5 this year. Solid effort for him as he continues to get better. Nice overhead shot there from the drone of the 22 and the 33 Monster Energy back machines.
Oh, lean on him a little bit.
How about that?
Look at Mamer with the whole hood flapping up.
Bobson's coming after him. CJ earning his 90th professional win just one day ago is looking to pad that here.
Last lap of racing, father and son. CJ Greaves leads his dad, Johnny, the icon, both living legends inside the sport. Look at the rotation, poetry in motion. I gotta ask you, where's the spot you think that Johnny tries to make the move? Last time around, it looked like he tried to put a nose in there in the gravel pit. But I don't know if that's going to be the spot or if he even takes that shot.
If he can't get him right here, I think the gravel pit is it, and it goes the other way for Johnny. Can he salvage second here?
And he
He's
does.
Need to get after it.
So in the setup for the rotation, he found a slick spot, it looked like, and it just let him go. And presence of mind, Johnny says, okay, I can't fight it. I'm going to go with it. And he brings like a 180-degree spin the opposite direction. That means clean running for CJ Greaves.
Yeah, that is exactly right. So CJ with no pressure, his spotter's going to tell him, hey man, nobody back behind you. Just run your line, do your thing, and then of course bring it home. That's exactly what CJ will look to do here. Whenever I talk about pro wins, we're talking about Pro Lite, Pro 2, and Pro 4. Of course, he has a ton of UTV wins as well. CJ Greaves has been nothing short of exceptional. Johnny's struggling here. I think Johnny lost front wheel drive. Right rear flat as well, just destroying the back of that truck. So that quite possibly is what happened to him earlier, but CJ's going to cross that finish stripe first and pick up yet another win this season. His 7th on the year. And CJ Greaves with 48 career Pro 4 wins. Awesome, awesome stuff. We'll talk to him when we come back. So there's a look at the Greaves up top. And it looks like Carlson will snag second there right at the very end. Then it's Johnny Greaves there in third. Adrian Cheney, the wild man, will bump his way into the top 5. And Cheney also will finish up in 5th place. So Mamer with a good run early on, unfortunately a little bit deeper, and Henderson as well falling back right towards the end of the race. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back with our winner.
Steel-It polyurethane coating has become the choice of leading off-road builders and race teams who recognize the coating's superior performance, protecting suspensions, chassis, and other metal parts that require a proven durable shield against corrosion. Steel-It's weldability is a signature benefit that saves racing teams hours of repair time. Steel-It provides remarkable performance, making it easier to get back out onto the race course. Use Steel-It to protect your investment.
Do you feel like getting away? Make your escape to Potawatomi Carter Casino and Hotel. We are keeping Carter safe and will make you feel at home, like part of the family. We have the latest in casino gaming with a variety of slots, table games, and bingo. There is something for everyone. Treat yourself to a stay in our hotel and enjoy delicious options at the Flames Restaurant. Relax, unwind, and escape to Potawatomi Carter Casino and Hotel on Highway 32 in Carter, Wisconsin.
Our journey at Continental has taken us down many roads. And when we first started, they weren't even paved. We know trust isn't given, it's earned. And for more than 150 years, we've worked hard to earn your trust. 150 years of perfecting how tires are made, continuing to both raise the bar while setting the industry standard. From the trail to the racetrack, from off the beaten path to the highways and beyond. The Continental mark in all its forms stands for confidence. Confidence 150 years in the making. Confidence you trust. Continental Tire.
And welcome back to the Polaris 53rd running of the World Championship off-road races. That young man right there is as good as they come. He is the future of our sport. He has already put together 10 professional championships, not counting all the accomplishments in the UTVs that he does as well. That is young CJ Greaves, extremely talented, and he is down with our Tiffany Stone. Oh, well, we'll give him a couple of moments. He's probably swamped in family and hugs. By the way, I saw he and his cousin, of course, we saw Kyle Greaves win in Pro Lite. He won that championship a day ago as well in Pro Lite, and the two cousins embraced yesterday. It was a very, very special moment for the Greaves family for sure. Okay, now Tiffany Stone is ready with our winner. We'll get it down to her. Thanks, Tiffany.
CJ Greaves, a big congratulations to you. Make your way down here. It is so good to chat with you. You and I have known each other for a very long time, and to see you go out there, this is no stranger to you. You are a pro here. Now you're another world champion. How many does that make it? I mean, I think I've lost count, but you are a Pro 4 champion 7 times now. Here, you've won this. Obviously, you've got a lot of emotions. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, you know, it's just a great feeling. To be out here in front of all these incredible fans is more than what we can ask for, especially after the unfortunate thing that happened last night in Ultra 4 is really a bummer. It's a bummer to the sport and the class, and I really just, all our thoughts and prayers go out to all the family members that were involved with that last night. So hopefully they're hanging in there, and luckily we get to come out here and race today. So, but, you know, I just got a good start, got out front, and I knew my truck's really good, and we've been working hard at it and making changes and continuously making it better. And leading the first half, it was great. And then right after the caution, RJ Anderson just cheap shots me in the front wheel. Was not even close to being even halfway to my door to get past me, and just cheap shots me. And I go back to third, and I'm like, all right, it's game on now here. So he ended up getting a flat, and then I knew it was just my dad and me, and I could see his hood flapping there, and he was getting a little squirrely, and I was like, you know what? It's Sunday at Crandon. We might as well go for it, and whatever we got left for the Cup, we got left for the Cup. So hats off to all my crew, all the track crew here for working on the track, Polaris for putting this all on, Monster Energy, Vision Wheel, Maxxis Tires, Fox Shocks, VP Fuels, and lubricants, just everyone that helps us out. We really appreciate it, and we're ready for the Cup, baby.
Well, talking about that, you are another proud owner of a 2023 Polaris RZR, so thanks to our friends at Polaris. I know you have many of them now since you've won this so many times. Hop up on there. Big congratulations to you. And taking the second place spot, Andrew Carlson and Dallas. Hi, Dal. Andrew, so good to chat with you. Obviously, there was a lot of carnage for 1, 2, 3, and then you came in there. You kept your pace. What was your spotter saying to you?
Yeah, we had a lot of fast trucks around us, and we didn't really have much for Johnny and CJ today. They had a lot of speed, but, you know, I was, you know, in the dumps yesterday after leading like that. It felt like we had a really fast truck, and, you know, I'm pumped to be up here today. It's a little redemption, but cool to do it on Dal's birthday here and just in front of the big crowd here. But, yeah, it was a tough race. We had some issues, but we know we limped her up here to second, so we'll take it for sure. Big shout out to all the guys in the team. This Pro 4 has been a challenge this year, and just to get it up here, you know, this is a big race. If you're going to get on the box and one, this is a good one. So just hats off to everyone at Yokohama Tire for getting us all hooked up all weekend. Vision Wheel, Polaris RZR, all the guys from NTN just making tons of work on this thing, just getting it done. Stoney, Dan, Race, everyone, Sean, they're all busting their butt. Just thank you. And good Lord above keeping us safe. And just thoughts and prayers to all the families that got some banged up guys from last night. Scary deal.
Well, we've talked about it before, you know, with Keegan. He got that little bit of redemption exactly like you got heading into that big race tonight. So nice job. Hop up on number 2. Happy birthday, Dallas. And taking our third place spot, Johnny Greaves. G-Paw Greaves. It's always a pleasure to talk to you every year. You know, we have this relationship. It's good to see you. But, sir, I got to ask you a question. With all of that fiberglass everywhere, how are you seeing and how imperative is a spotter to you during this last race?
Man, I couldn't see nothing. It's like once one piece would break off, I would get all excited and I could go back after it and, you know, finally get in the lead. And then that's the very last piece goes up there in the window. And I'm like doing everything I can. And CJ's like, why were you so squirrely? I'm like, dude, put your hands over your eyes and tell me how you do it. So I couldn't see a damn thing. I was just driving off the sidelines of the track. And then, you know, he got by me there, and a good clean pass. We had a great battle, and then, you know, the last lap I go in the tree turn and I threw it in there, and I blew the tire, kind of spun out and came down here, and then it finally exploded. And you know, nothing against those Maxxis tires, man. We put them through hell out there, and it got me a great start. I started in the second row, and I came around there in fourth place. So it was a great day. I got to thank the guys from Toyota. They're all here. Our engine builders are here. Don Miller, Shaggy, everybody from TRD, and man, they make those babies run and sing, and we just never have any issues. So Toyota, Monster Energy, Maxxis Tires, Vision Wheels, Fox Shocks, the VP Lubricants guys are all here. They're doing a great job. Everybody that supports us, thank you. And most of all, our team, our family, and these damn fans. Yeah!
Well, nice job, Johnny Greaves. Hop up on number 3. A big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in this Pro 4 World Championship race. And, of course, to your world champion, CJ Greaves. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
This is where you come alive, where adventure is the ultimate destination, and where Polaris General takes you. Explore beyond the beaten path with a sport-tuned suspension. Ride all day, surrounded by unrivaled comfort perfected for the off-road. And load up all your gear with class-leading cargo capacity. No matter how you share adventure, General takes you there. Polaris. Think outside.
Make way for the first ever Chevy Silverado CR2. With Multimatic shocks, rugged 33-inch tires, and front and rear electronic locking differentials.
Dude, this is awesome, but we should get back to work. This good? Perfect.
If you're going to work remote, work remote. Find new workspaces, find new roads. Chevrolet.
Welcome back. We have track maintenance going on here at the 53rd running of the World Championships here at Crandon. I am joined by one of our youngsters, so to speak, coming up. I've been able to spend a little bit of time with you, Andrew Carlson, and a beautiful race car driver, if you don't mind me saying. I love the way you set the truck up and put it on the track. Always racing clean for the most part. You got little elbows up when you need them, but a great result in the end. I know not exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah, it was a good race. We had a lot of heartbreak yesterday. We were out leading and ended up getting her tire blown on the last lap, white flag. So just to come out and get some redemption, you know, get up on the box here is good. Any momentum's good momentum here at Crandon. So, yeah, we're just getting our eyesight set on this cup race. And, yeah, the track was a little different this morning. The Pro 2s really blew it off, and the Greaves boys had the right setup. They were cooking pretty good. But, yeah, I'm excited to get 2 more races for the day.
Let's talk about setup and how important it is. I mean, obviously the Greaves had something that looked like at the end of the race. Yesterday, it looked like you really had something at the end of the race. Picking those finite setups, whether it's spring or sway bar or pressures, I mean, it seems like so much goes into it.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Converter, gearing,
yeah,
everything. I mean, shock,
everything.
you name it, right?
For sure. I think the biggest thing in that race was the jumps were getting a little pulled out on the backside, and it's such a momentum track that you need to be hitting all those jumps flat out, and if you're bouncing when you land a little bit, it can really rob some speed, and you know, you just got to be able to absorb the big holes. There actually wasn't that many big holes. It just got slick, and then the cushion was real heavy. So, yeah, definitely a different track than last night. But, you know, we got to take some notes on it and go get prepped for the cup race here for sure.
You'd think with the heavy rain a couple days ago that you'd have a really heavy track. Is that how it feels to you?
I mean, every time we're here it rains. So it's
right,
kind of,
okay.
it's just, I think it's just part of the deal. And you know, it makes the track crew work hard, right? Like it was dusty and it was raining in the morning and back to dusty. So it's kind of, you kind of got to watch the swing and which way it's kind of going to go. You know, in the UTV race, they mudded the heck out of it, and it got, you know, it looked like a mud race. And then we went out the Pro 4s and we barely went through any tear-offs. So you kind of got to, you know, have like a middle way setup, and then, you know, at the last minute you can make a tweak one way or the other. But
so you say last minute that tweak, so will you wait until you see how the weather develops? It's supposed to clear up, supposed to get a little warmer, then you'll make that last minute adjustment? I mean, literally already strapped in the car, could you make a change?
Yeah, not exactly strapped in the car, because once you go through tech you can't really touch much. But, you know, we were you know, watching yesterday, you kind of get your baseline set up in there, and then last minute, you know, we saw it kind of drying out last night, and we threw a little bit different tire cut on, and it paid off big. So, you know, today we didn't nail it quite as good, but, you know, we're getting ready, taking notes for this Cup race.
A great talent in our sport. It's great to see you up here. Congratulations on a great finish. We're going to get Johnny Greaves up here next, if you can believe that. So you're right in line with living legends that are happening. But before we do that, we're going to go to Dave Arnold, who's with the folks at Yokohama, talking about prepping tires for the race. Andrew Carlson, a Yokohama driver. It seems like a perfect segue.
With Paul Algarin, and Paul, we're going to talk a little bit about tires, and tires are so important when it comes to race cars, hooking up, and of course getting wins out of them. Well, things have changed over the last couple of years. We've gone from project tires to DOT tires. These are the tires that everybody can go out, put in their cars, their trucks, and work. But when it comes to the racetrack, there's a little work that goes involved to make them that much better.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, we're proud to say that, hey, the tires that you can go off the shelf and grab, and the guys that are racing on here, go put them on your truck, because we have the confidence that if they're going to survive on a Pro 4 or a Pro 2 with 800, 900 horsepower, they're going to be just fine on your daily F-150. So, but like you said, we got to modify them a little bit for racing conditions, because the track conditions are going to change from day to day, from hour to hour. You could have a dry, blue groove track one day, and then in the afternoon, especially here at Crandon, the clouds roll in, you get a little rain, and now you better have another set up for your rains. So that's where our guys are over here working hard. They're grooving up. Each team has their own little secret sauce on how they like their tires grooved up. So they give us some instruction, and sometimes we listen to them, sometimes we don't. So we have our own recommendations as well. We know our guys have been doing this for so many years. They know what works and what doesn't work. So, but no, it's just great having the DOT rule in effect, because it allows, I think, more tire companies that were sitting on the sideline to come in and play now, and it kind of evens the playing field. So.
Well, it really makes a difference, like you said, with the tire and the grooves from those hard conditions, which would probably be great without doing any grooving. But when it gets muddy, these grooves actually help move the mud out of the tires to actually get a little bit of hookup in the dirt.
Yeah, you want to, and then also you've got the cushion. When the cushion starts pushing out on the side, you want to make sure that you can ride that cushion. So you want a tire that's going to work in the blue groove, but if you get pushed out too far in that cushion, you also need to be able to work your way through that as well. So, you know, that cushion could be changing. You know, you can have a tire that's set up really well for first half of the race when it's wet and you got conditions, and then second half you might fall off. And you have guys that they set up their tires for the second half of the race when that cushion gets pushed out wide, the blue groove starts coming in, and now they're coming in attacking hard that second half. So it's all on their preference and how they set up their trucks and their driving style, and there's so many factors that go into it.
I know one guy you got driving, and he's been pretty much driven from every condition out there, Tanner Faust. I know he's going to be running your treads and shoes out there for sure.
Yeah, Tanner, he loves Crandon, and this is his second year coming back, and he's just the consummate professional driver. I mean, you put him in a rallycross car, you put him in a drift car, you put him in a Pro 2, he's going to go out there and he's going to give you the best performance that you're going to see out of any driver. So.
That's a cool little piece talking about tires. I want to really quick, Johnny Greaves, ladies and gentlemen, are you kidding me? Right here. I love it, man. That was great to watch you and your boy racing. Unfortunately, at the end there, you weren't able to keep it going. Really quickly, talking about tires, because not everybody understands this. These are DOT tires that everybody's running on the Pro 4 and Pro 2s, which just changed a few years ago. So no special construction. This is the same tire you can buy off the shelf.
Yeah, this is the tire that I run on my Tundra. I drive on the street every day, you know, and they're bulletproof. I mean, they've came a long ways since, you know, years back, and they're ready to go racing. It's an amazing tire, but you know, unfortunately, it probably put it through the ringer there a little bit, and going into the Argonne in the last turn, you know, I caught a rut, and I felt it soft going down towards the tree turn, and it just got squirrely on me rotating down there. Spun out, you know, luckily I had enough gap on Andrew, and I was still ahead of him coming around turn one, and then, you know, we don't run liners in them or anything anymore because, you know, it really doesn't pay. Once they come apart, the liner doesn't do you much good. So the tire finally gave out, and I limped it across on the podium, so, you know, one for the old guys, right?
Yeah, you got to love that. You call me old? I'll take it. Hey, one thing that I can tell you about the experience in my life off-road racing was I did get to race the same races with my dad, who's now passed, unfortunately, but we never got to race door to door and really throw it down. How cool is that as a father to see not only someone that you trained, but your blood to be right. I mean, you guys are completely sideways backing it in. You're like, hey, that's my kid right there. I know you're not really thinking that, but.
Well, actually, one lap when we were going through the gravel pit side by side, we actually both looked at each other out of the window because he was right there. And, you know, I mean, you can't see your face, but both of us are smiling from ear to ear because I know, you know, we can run door to door. You know, we even dragged off each other's fiberglass a little bit, but it's all good. I just love racing with him. And then, you know, honestly, he goes by me, and I just love seeing him set sail because the kid does everything right.
You don't have to give up the secrets, but do you guys work on setups together, I would think? And are the setups really similar, or is there a little bit of different driving style for each driver?
They're not even close.
Not even close.
I'm a little bit of the wild child, you know, and he's Mr. Smooth and consistent and calculated. But, you know, I do, when we go testing, you know, I like to watch his truck, and between him and I working together, I can really help him with his setup and get it really good because, you know, my eyes can see what it needs. And, you know, like I always tell him, do as I say, not as I do. So the two of us got a great combination when it comes to figuring out what we need for each truck. But, yeah, when it comes to setup, you know, his has got to be a little different because he's just so smooth and consistent. He likes it a little freer, and, you know, I like mine clamped to the ground and flat, and I want to
more true,
just,
you feel it, right?
Yeah, I want to huck it in and know nothing's going to happen.
We're running a little short on time, but I want to ask you. The Pro 4, Pro 2, we're going to see the Red Bull Cup later on. Setup, track, drivers, what you've seen so far. I mean, you're going to say the 4s, but do the 2s have some game today?
Well, they definitely do. I mean, Mother Nature, perfect condition, but, you know, it's all about the split. If we get a fair split, I think it's going to be a great race.
I totally agree. I think what is exciting is the unknown, the unpredictable factor.
Exactly.
Ladies and gentlemen, living legend Johnny Greaves, thank you so much for spending some time with us. Congratulations on the podium and a win for the team. Right now, we're going to check out something a little bit different. The 170s race. Wyatt Olson, 11 years old, your winner. Dave Arnold caught up with him.
I'm standing here with our newest and youngest champion, 11-year-old Wyatt Olson, who just wrapped up the side-by-side 170 class. Wyatt, what's going on, buddy?
Not much. Just got back from racing.
Did you have a good season?
Yes.
So you just won the championship. How much did you win by?
39 points.
So that was a big win there. Now, I know you're at Crandon. You're at the big house. It's the World Cup weekend. You got some heroes you're going to be watching tomorrow running for that Red Bull World Cup?
Yeah.
Who do you like?
Andrew Carlson and Leduc.
Oh, some favorites, some heavy hitters for sure. Yeah. Is that who you want to follow in the footsteps of?
Yeah.
So what class do you want to drive out this? I know you just wrapped up the 170. What's up next with you?
570 class.
570, and then come on. After the 570, what do we got coming up after that?
Pro Turbo.
Pro Turbo. So you're going to make your way up to the UTVs. Are we going to see you in a Pro 4 or a Pro 2 one day?
Yeah.
Which one is your favorite?
Pro 4.
Pro 4. Do you like all that big horsepower?
Yeah.
Well, Wyatt, I'd like to definitely say congratulations to you. What a great job out there. And I know you probably got some family watching at home. You want to say hi to them?
Hi.
There you go. Keep an eye on this young man right there, Wyatt Olson. This is the future of off-road. This is where they start. We've got a lot of drivers that have been in the Pro 2, Pro 4 class. This is where they started. Trophy carts, side-by-sides. Well, Wyatt could be the next Crandon World Cup champion.
I love to see the development of the young drivers, but not only the driver himself and what he puts on the track, but the personality and the ability to speak to the camera, and also our Dave Arnold out there finding those stories is fun to find out what's going on with the youngsters out there. Our next racing will be side-by-sides, and we're going to be in the stock class. Remember, we're building up to the Red Bull Cup where the Pro 2s and the Pro 4s, which you've already seen this morning, will go head-to-head on this very same track. It will be incredible. I promise you, when we come back, more fun from Crandon.
So as you can see there, the production 1,000 cars are lined up. The UTV's ready to come out here. Congratulations to Brock Hager, claiming his 4th championship inside of this division. He and CJ Greaves, who made a platform change from Yamaha to Polaris. It was a big deal, battled all year long, first and second, that they finished, I believe, every race except for 2. So an incredible battle between those two. There's a look at Owen Van Eperen as well. Owen Van Eperen finishing up 3rd in the points. Also grabbed a win. Seven times he finished in third place. So Owen Van Eperen, a young driver there, cutting his teeth, of course, following in the footsteps of his father. And look how many there are, man, some 3 rows deep as they get ready to battle for their Crandon World Championship as well. The Polaris World Championships ready to dig in here, and we appreciate all of their support. It's always exciting to watch the different formats. Of course, the Polaris with the CVT style clutch and the engine a little bit different. The Yamaha, a manually shifted car. So they're a good bit different inside and how you drive them. And then, of course, there's a couple of different versions of the Polaris as well. You can see the single-seater sitting right in the middle. Very well-balanced car, so everybody coming out here attacking it with whatever tool that they feel will yield them the best results. Great, of course, to have Polaris on board and all of their support along the way. That's critical to any race team. Speaking of Polaris, there goes the Crandon Polaris Razor, and our starter once again letting everybody know, hey, man, it's showtime. Let me get up here into the booth, and we'll drop the green flag on this one, turn them loose, and find out who's going to stand atop. It has been very impressive to watch Brock Hager and C.J. Greaves go at it, but don't count out Owen Van Eperen. Dallas Nord, who really got into this just a couple of years ago, has done a fabulous job, finished up 4th in the points, also grabbed a podium along the way. Dylan Marquardt as well, finishing up inside of the top 5 this year in the points in this extremely large class. Yellow flag up, looking for the green flag. Here we go, we're racing. Keep your eyes on turn number 1. Pro stock, side by side. Getting after it, everybody making their way through turn number 1. A little slick right there, pulling the tear-offs. Underneath the Red Bull arch. Out in front of the suites, that kicker is much larger than it used to be. Everybody doing a good job so far as they head down into the gravel pit. The Polaris gravel pit right there. And looks like Brock Hager is going to come out of there with the lead. I believe that's C.J. Greaves right behind him. And then the number 5 as well, Owen Van Eperen. So your top 3 in the points come out of there, 1, 2, and 3. Dallas Nord also inside there, the number 74 car. One of the Yamahas doing a great job as well. He's really found some speed. Look at C.J. Greaves right on the back bumper, taking a look at the inside, trying to stay out of that roost here early on when the track is wet. Couldn't get any closer to Brock Hager. Hager with 6 wins on the season, finished up in second place 4 times. Then it goes just the other way with CJ, who had 4 wins, finished up in second place 6 times. So put that together. I mean, these two guys have been the class of the field, no question about it. Hager backing that one in, and it looks like CJ's just going to run right into the back of the right rear, and a flat tire, I believe, for Brock Hager. Right rear now flat. C.J. Greaves ran right into the right rear, flat tire for Brock Hager. Will take him out of the running for this one. And I wonder if, I mean, there's a really good, you don't want to just blame these drivers. It's so different when you're inside of the car. Dealing with a lot of roost here early on, it could have been as easy as his face full of mud, trying to pull a tear off, not realizing how close Brock was. Until we actually talk to the driver, we'll have no idea. But Brock will slowly fall to the back now with 3 tires aired up and 1 down. Looks like the 48 car there sneaking by as well. Cohen Crawford. And the 5 car, that is Owen Van Eperen. Owen also running in the Pro Turbo category. He and his father standing on the podium here a couple of times earlier in the year in that category. So phenomenal fun there for those 2 guys. Dallas Nord there in the orange and yellow car. And the 21 car now under attack. That's Josh Bayer. 22 car right there all over him. Dylan Marquardt finished up 5th in the points. Dylan grabbing a podium, going back to this race in the spring. Round number 2 here at Crandon. Dylan Marquardt able to put it up on the box in the 3rd position. So finding a little bit of speed here again. Look at the 5 car. That is Owen Van Eperen, young driver. And now trying to hold off the 48 car, which is closing the gap here as quickly as possible. Cohen Crawford having a spectacular run here. Finished up 7th one day ago. Has not really competed all year long, but ended up inside of the top 10. Not an easy task in this extremely large category.
Hi, buddy.
Hey, man.
How are you?
Try to give you a break so you can grab some air.
Just brilliant racing all around. I love the clean but exciting starts.
Oh, Dylan Marquardt down there on the bottom. It looks like the 21 of Josh Bayer. 21 car and Dylan Marquardt all over the back of Bayer. Marquardt with a solid effort, no doubt about it. Finished up here 3rd, as we talked about. Round number 2, Spring Crandon. And the 22 car keeping pace right now, trying to get a little bit of a gap. See if he can get underneath the bottom of that thing, all over the back bumper. Josh Bayer finishing up in 14th on round 1 and then 7th round 2 here during the spring. And as you can see there, the speed all but identical, but 2 completely different lines. As we go back up a little closer to the front, take a look at the 5 car once again of Owen Van Eperen.
You know, with such similarly set up cars or speed cars, you really got to find the exact line and not make mistakes. You see the number 5 step out, break traction, and then the chase becomes something different. You can't set up the same way that you can with some of the unlimited cars. Now that we have the mandatory caution out, but you can't set up the same way because you can't necessarily dive underneath and take the line as cleanly as you can in an unlimited car or faster vehicle because the pace is different and you don't accelerate the same way. So if you go in there and take a spot and try to fill the line and not take the perfect line, you could cost yourself in the end, and both cars can get passed by the next car behind them.
So CJ Greaves there in the number 33, of course, the Monster Energy-backed Polaris. Maxxis tires on that one as he made a manufacturer change from Yamaha to Polaris here this year. It's a big change. It was a big announcement. Chose the RS1, and the gearing on the RS1 very, very good. As you can see there, the center seat as well gives him great view. Very neutral car. Unfortunately, got into the back of Brock, and Brock with a flat tire fell to the back pretty quickly as those two put on a heck of a show all year long. Of course, a restart here. We'll have CJ out front, and then everybody else double file. Delaware style, double file.
I like your stats and your commentary, the fun stuff that you throw out there.
Crazy stuff we pick up along the way.
It's amazing how the UTVs, the side-by-sides, have really just exploded in popularity, but also with the racing talent that's coming up through those. And I just see a tire rolling away on screen there.
Well, that's not good. It's supposed to be attached to something.
And I see one car limping out to the side. Tire has left the building, so to speak. The number 56 goes off.
By the way, the 5 car, young, oh, wow, and that would explain it, yeah. The 56 car of Nick Garb, unfortunately, missing that left rear.
Here we
see
come.
CJ out front. That is Owen Van Eperen, the number 5. Number 48, Cohen Crawford, having a great run. Dallas Nord in the 74. And then the 21 car, also having a good run of Josh Bayer. Back half of the race about to begin here. They'll follow the lead of the 33 car. A multi-time champ as well in UTVs is CJ Greaves. Yes, the same CJ Greaves that just won in Pro 4.
And we'll see
the Polaris pace car pulling off out of the way to hand the field over to CJ.
And CJ is just going to want that fastest line. He won't want to protect but you know that Owen and Cohen are both looking for a little bit of wiggle room, a little bit of a jump, and now it's up to CJ, and he goes early. Right as soon as he got into that cone zone, as I like to say, he took the restart, and he is clean by at least 2 car lengths, so that's going to give him breathing room to run the lines that he wants to run.
Everybody with a really good restart right there, not much of a gap at all. Owen Van Eperen able to hang on to second place so far. And everybody on a nice restart here, back in the battle.
Coming back into that finish line area, CJ looking clean. Now, what's interesting for the fan at home is you may use a similar line because there is a fast line around the racetrack, but it's quite a bit of a different drive in your side-by-side versus what it is in your Pro 4.
Boy, CJ's car looks really, really good coming through that final turn. That left-hander, I mean, just the set of the car is beautiful. Right out there on the edge of the fluff where the grip is.
Well, what a lot of people don't think about when they're setting up their cars, especially newer drivers, they set it up for how it feels off that jump or how it sets up. What you're pointing out about CJ's car is, I think, the trackability and how he sets that car. Because one thing that really upsets a stock class car is when you get into a line and you reverberate off of it. You come back on it and reset, meaning the car sets, comes back, and then you reset it. And one thing I really see about CJ's car is he's not doing a lot of that. He has a setup that I think lends to setting that tire. Watch him here. Watch him set, and it stays set. The car behind him took 3 different resets there in the fluff. It kind of did a little step, little step, little step, where CJ took one clean line. Part of that is driver. Part of that is setup.
Yeah, and the suspension on the 2 cars, the Polaris versus the Yamaha, a good bit different as well. As you take a look at the trailing arms and then the A-arms that are incorporated on the back of the Yamaha. The damper technology is huge here. These are pro stock. We call them stock. They're allowed to adjust or make some changes to the airbox and to the exhaust. And then, of course, they're able to dial in the dampers, which you know is absolutely everything out here.
Absolutely. I mean, being able to have a car that's the drivability is so key, and getting your car to sit down. See those undulations he's taking there? You see him lifting off the throttle, so he's not full throttle, like wham back, wham back. He's trying to modulate and keep a certain pace, a smooth, consistent feel.
Really stretching it out here. Some nice breathing room. Dallas Nord back there in 3rd place now, I believe it is. Again, taking a look at the number 22. Looked like the right rear for the 22 car of Dylan Marquardt might have been tucked under just a little bit. See him lifting up that inside tire, by the way, of the 21 and the 22. Still duking it out here. Josh Beyer and Dylan Marquardt. 5th and 8th in the points. Speed relatively close there. So these 2 guys have been battling the entire race. They'll get down underneath the lapper. They're going to have some company as well. Another car back there behind them. And Marquardt leaning on him a little bit, putting a little bumper action on the back of the 21. That right rear there for Marquardt, it just looks like it's tucked way in. And matter of fact, just the rear width of the diff there, that rear end just looks like it's tightened up a little bit. Sometimes those guys will do it to get the car to turn a little bit better. But my experience is wider the better. Wider and as low as you can go without breaking the rules. White flag out. Cam getting his exercise in today. He'll lose about 10 pounds. We'll head back down to the booth as we keep our eyes on the Monster Energy bag number 33. Ripping the laps off quickly here is CJ Greaves. Making his way back around to the gravel pit here one more time. 4 wins on the season, looking to make that 5. Owen Van Eperen doing a great job here as well. 8 podiums for Owen Van Eperen, looking to make it 9. Finished up in 3rd place 7 times. This will be the first time he finished up in 2nd all season long. Dallas Nord will come across for his 2nd time on the podium. A beautiful job there out of these guys, and very difficult class. Got to get your cars fast, keep it within the boundaries of the rules. So that will wrap up here the Polaris Crandon World Championships for the Pro Stock category. And CJ Greaves is going to be up top here one more time. Get yet another ring. Owen Van Eperen there in 2nd. We talked about Dallas Nord in 3rd. Bear and Marquardt, after that vicious battle the entire race, end up in 4th and 5th. Luketic at 6th. Ecclestone, great to have him out here and join in the fun. In 7th, Waz, Bond, and Dressel will round out your top 10. So we'll take a quick break here. We'll be back with a lot more racing action. We are far from done, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again to the Polaris World Championships here at Crandon.
This is where you come alive, where adventure is the ultimate destination and where Polaris General takes you. Explore beyond the beaten path with a sport-tuned suspension. Ride all day, surrounded by unrivaled comfort perfected for the off-road. And load up all your gear with class-leading cargo capacity. No matter how you share adventure, General takes you there. Polaris. Think outside.
Make way for the first ever Chevy Silverado CR2. With Multimatic shocks, rugged 33-inch tires, and front and rear electronic locking differentials.
Dude, this is awesome, but we should get back to work.
This good? Perfect.
If you're going to work remote, work remote. Find new workspaces. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
Our journey at Continental has taken us down many roads. And when we first started, they weren't even paved. For more than 150 years, we've worked hard to earn your trust. From the trail to the racetrack and beyond. The Continental mark in all its forms stands for confidence. Confidence you trust. Continental Tire.
And once again, we're back here at the Polaris 53rd running of the World Championship Off-Road Races. Congratulations to CJ Greaves. Yes, CJ Greaves and CJ Greaves. He is getting it done here today. Congrats, young man. And once again, we'll get it down to Tiffany Stone. She's going to talk to him. And there is Owen Van Eperen as well with another great run, followed up by Dallas Nord. Let's get it down to Tiffany to talk to all three of them.
Thank you, CJ Greaves. It's nice to talk to you once again. One thing that I really, really want to know, whenever you come out of that mandatory caution, it's always a mind game. You wait a little bit, you go a little bit. On this time, you just jumped the gun. What was the strategy behind that?
Well, to use that jump as a run down the hill, because I know the second place car's coming back up the hill. So, no, we had a great run. I apologize to Brock. I don't know if that's what ended up giving him flat. He came in a little bit wide, and that was the same thing that happened yesterday, and I was inside of him, and right as we started to crisscross, our tires just touched, and it popped us up, and then we both took off, and when he came into the left-hander over here, it was flat. So if that's what ended up doing, I apologize. It wasn't intentional by any means, just trying to race him hard and have fun. But at the end of the day, I thank all my crew, Polaris Factory Racing, all their crew and people out here, Chuck Cheek for helping me out as much as he can. Jody Hickman, he's been helping us a lot with clutching and learning some stuff right before at Crandon here, so we appreciate it. All my crew guys, they stay up late getting these cars turned around from late last night to running right away in the morning here, so really appreciate all them guys. Monster Energy, Maxxis Tires, Vision Wheel, Fox Shocks, VP Fuel, Impact Safety. Congrats to Owen and Dallas, and me and Owen are going to go try again in Pro Mod, I guess.
Nice job over there. Hop up on number 1, CJ. And taking the second place spot, number 5 of Owen Van Eperen. Owen, it's great to chat with you. I've seen your career grow. It's good to be here. Walk us through what you saw for this race.
Yeah, I got off to a pretty good start, and Brock and CJ were out in front, and I just knew I had to stay with him, and I did that, and then Brock ended up getting a flat, which sucks, but we were moving. I think we were running pretty good lap times. It's just CJ was a little bit too far ahead to try and make any moves, and then I almost rolled it right before the finish line, and couldn't really do much about that after that. It was long shot, so hats off to CJ and his team. They were moving all weekend, but I can't thank all my sponsors enough. Everyone from Yamaha, Steve, Donnie, Glenn, Jim, Power Sports 1, GYTR, Yamalube, Muscle Race Wheels, MRT Tires, Hayes Brakes, Demon Axles, Vance and Hines, Beyond Redline, Victory Sign, all my friends and family coming out. Everyone, thank you.
Nice job, Owen. Hop up on number 2. And finishing out in the third place spot, number 74 of Dallas Nord. Dallas, you came up with a big smile. You said, it's good to see you again here, Tiffany. I know third place is not where you want to be, but finishing 4th in the champ season, 3rd here, it's got to be a great weekend for you at the big house.
Yeah, it's been really good. We've had a long season, and I haven't got here nearly as much as I wanted to. And I was up here last year in 3rd, and so it's good to see you again. And what a race! You know, it was a little slick at first, and I got a few gifts handed to me. And this year, I've just been on the cusp of the podium the whole time. So to finish this year out in 3rd is great. And this is my last race weekend. I'm all done with the YXZ. So to finish up here in the box is pretty fantastic. I want to give a shout out to Weller Racing, Lori, my spotter, everybody at Weller at the shop that's helped me out over the years, Smudge Pot Direct Outdoor Heaters, Engage Auto Sports, Uncle Al's Automotive, and everybody that puts this on. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Nice job. Hop up on number 3, Dallas. And one more big round of applause for your top 3 finishers for Pro Stock. And of course, another big congratulations to CJ Greaves. We'll be right back.
Make way for the first ever Chevy Silverado CR2. With Multimatic shocks, rugged 33-inch tires, and front and rear electronic locking differentials.
Dude, this is awesome, but we should get back to work. This good? Perfect.
If you're going to work remote, work remote. Find new workspaces, find new roads. Chevrolet.
Steel-It polyurethane coating has become the choice of leading off-road builders and race teams who recognize the coating's superior performance, protecting suspensions, chassis, and other metal parts that require a proven durable shield against corrosion. Steel-It's weldability is a signature benefit that saves racing teams hours of repair time. Steel-It provides remarkable performance, making it easier to get back out onto the race course. Use Steel-It to protect your investment.
Our journey at Continental has taken us down many roads. And when we first started, they weren't even paved. We know trust isn't given, it's earned. And for more than 150 years, we've worked hard to earn your trust. 150 years of perfecting how tires are made, continuing to both raise the bar while setting the industry standard. From the trail to the racetrack, from off the beaten path to the highways and beyond. The Continental mark in all its forms stands for confidence. Confidence 150 years in the making. Confidence you trust. Continental Tire.
Crandon is our Indianapolis 500. The events that have happened here, there's nothing like it anywhere else.
That's our Super Bowl. That's our Coliseum. You know, when it comes to off-road, that is the place. They've been around the longest. They've been at it the most, and they built a reputation unlike no other.
High-speed jumps and stuff like that. So it's a lot of fun to race on, but the fans make it what it is.
The track is more legendary. It's not as supercross feeling. It's more floaty and wide open, and it's like a balancing act, right? Like you might gain a second here, but you're gonna lose it here, and it's just like
being the top of dog of short course off-road, what more can you say about it? You got turn 1, you got 50,000 fans. Heck, last year you had Kid Rock. I mean, it's everything you want, and to be able to come here and say, yeah, that's where I grew up, that's where we started racing, that's where we started driving is something a lot of people can't do.
You know, it's the race that people come out of the woodwork just to race sometimes, you know. So it's still got, you know, all that prestige and everything it deserves.
We've had great success there, and I'm looking forward to get back in front of my hometown crowd, friends, family, and getting back to some racing.
It's just an exhilarating feeling. It's just completely different, and I always say that if you are into off-road racing and you have not been to Fall Crandon, you're definitely missing out.
If you've never been to Crandon, you definitely need to check it out. It's some of the best racing and some of just the best entertainment you'll find.
Cameron Steele back here on the main stage, and I'm joined by the living legend Cliff Flannery. And now, Cliff, when you watch a piece like that and you listen to everybody talk about this track that is you, do you feel the emotion that they're sharing on the TV and on the web when you hear all that?
Yeah, I am, because you know it makes me feel good when people brag on it like that and everything. It makes you know you're doing your job. I'm doing my job on my end, and the fans and the drivers are doing it on theirs, and I'm giving them everything I can give them to prove. We got the best drivers in the world here. When you win here, you can win any place else. That's for sure. And I just try to have the best facilities, try to have a lot of entertainment for the fans, and then have something for our sponsors to be able to come to and look at and say, you know what, this is what I can see why they're talking about Crandon. And we just try to treat everybody the same. $5 or $1 million, it don't make any difference. You're all the same here to Crandon.
Well, I think it's a great testament to what the track and your style is all about, because you walk through the doors, and now I know that the town, for those of you who don't know, Crandon is about 1,700 population. About half of that works as volunteers here to make this race happen. But every person you meet is smiling. Every person that helps you is waving. And that's not just the people that are volunteering and helping, it's also the fans. It's everybody around it. I think it's a trickle-down effect, right? Or from the roots up. How you portray it is how everybody picks up on it, and it is a smiling, happy place.
Yes, it is. We get that. We hear that quite a bit from our sponsors, you know, come to town, and different people it does. But that's the way this community is. It's just a small community. Everybody pretty much knows everybody. When something happens, you know, everybody bleeds with everybody, and it don't cost no more to be happy than it does be sad. And that's the way I've always looked at it, and I just try to make the best out of what I can do. And my family is, you know, behind me, and with the people around Crandon in different organizations that's out here. There's 13 or 14 different organizations out here, and one of our biggest ones are the vets. I mean, they do the camp gate from Wednesday on and do a heck of a job, and it's unreal. And I said to have you pitch in, and then your Lions clubs and your Pee Wee football and your, I mean, it takes everybody, fire departments, and it's just fun when you get everybody involved and the ski clubs and everything, that we know we're helping them too. And that's what makes me feel good, that we're able to reach out, donate, and give back to the people that help make us what we are for 53 years. I've been in it for 53 years, and when you don't think stuff can get better, the drivers can't get faster, everything, the entertainment, it changes. Like I said, I'm going on 73 years old, and I don't know what the next 100 years are going to be like. But I can tell you one thing: I've had a good run at life, you know. So it's been fun, and I want everybody around me to have fun, and it's all been great.
I think that you've achieved that for sure. Everybody here in the stands. I mean, if you look right behind you, Cliff, and look at what you've created. I mean, there's tens of thousands of people here, all respectfully sitting in their chairs, all watching, all excited about the racing. And let's talk a little bit about the racing. What is your favorite part when you start dissecting it? What do you have to get up to go watch a race? I know you want to watch them all, but is it the cup race? Is it something in particular? Do you like the little kids when they go out and race, or is it just the whole thing?
It's just the whole thing. I like to see good competition, whether it's 6 years old or 10 or 40. I mean, you take Johnny and CJ, the race they just put on, I mean, all of them races. I mean, that's what I want to see. I want to try to give them the best track so the fans here can see some of the best racing you're ever going to see in off-road. And then I think that's what it's all about, is we all want to come here, have a good time, see some really good racing. We try to keep our prices reasonable on our food and everything, and try to make it as good as we can and just have a good time. We're just here for a good time, not a long time, right?
Right.
And that's what we want to have, is a good time.
I'll clearly say you've achieved that 100%. Let's switch gears a little bit. I know you've been working with Marty Fiocco over the last few years. He's brought some energy to different facets of it. But one thing that I think is really cool that you, Cliff, and Marty, and the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame have got together and brought a segment of the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame here with Short Course Off-Road and given it a home, somewhere for it to live. I think that's a very cool step for you.
Well, it is. You know, I'm an Off-Road Hall of Fame, but really we're short course racing, and the Hall of Fame only takes in 9 people a year. There's 50-some people a year, and only 9 a year can go in. But the trouble is, our short course people that's been around, it's done a tremendous job, and everything it's hard to get recognized. And with Marty and working with the people out West Coast and Barbara and McMillan and Mark and them guys that's on the board out there, they come here. We give the Hall of Fame 40-some thousand the other night here, and we want to get one going here. I want to turn the barn into Off-Road Hall of Fame for short course racing, so we can recognize some more of our people that deserve to be in it.
It's already got a ton of great memorabilia up there, and then the pictures of you guys with the years you were inducted. When you step in there, it's like, wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's all cool, and there should be some more in there alongside me, and there should be some of these people from around here. There's different, you don't always have to be a racer sometimes to be in the Hall of Fame. Like, I was never a racer. My brother Jack was a racer all his life, and we're the only 2 brothers that's in the Hall of Fame, and that makes me really feel good. But there's these short course racers need to be recognized, and we're out here to do what we can to make the barn into a Hall of Fame. You're going to probably see a new kitchen over here, and that'll be nothing but a Hall of Fame. And we got a lot of different stuff and people. Just for Kurt Leduc brought one of his first trophies, he won here back in the early 90s. It's 6'6". He said, "You made it for your brother Jack. You didn't make it for me," but he said, "I got it." So anyway, still stuff like that the guys are bringing in. And then Scott Taylor's getting into the Off-Road Hall of Fame, but there's a bunch more out here that we feel should be in it, and we're going to put them in it, and we're going to make one, and we're going to make it as nice as can be, and we're going to open it up all week long and try to make something for the public to be able to stop through here on their way through and be able to see.
It's very honorable, very cool. Speaking of Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame, we're going to be talking to Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame inductee Kurt Leduc coming up shortly. But when you talk about the Hall of Fame, I wanted to mention something very cool. Your passion for Crandon and what you're doing for the Hall of Fame. You mentioned Mark McMillan, and I wanted to say that there's few people in the sport that really carry the passion for their sport and put their sport before them. And I think that yourself and Mark, guys like Kurt Leduc, do that for a sport. And I think that's a really honorable thing. And I wanted to say that when I'm invited to come here, I feel like that it's an honor to be in your house and to be a part of the Hall of Fame with Mark and everybody else. It's a staggering thing to be a part of that.
Well, my thing in life, it ain't what you can take with you, it's what you can leave behind. And heroes are soon forgotten. But guys like me and Kurt and Mark Luke, we're legends. We've been around so long, they're dirty even that old. So, and we've done our best. We've earned our dues, paid our dues, and we just want to leave something behind. And I know Kurt and Scott Taylor and all that. Mark McMillan's got a lot of people here don't know much about Mark McMillan, but how many times he's won the Baja 1000 and all that. And 5 times, as I said. Yes, I was going to say 5 times, but I mean, a guy like Mark is really, and then Barbara's behind that whole thing.
Barbara is the glue that holds everybody together. Without Barbara, there is no Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame.
She's the mother of off-road, what she is. She keeps peace in the family. She'll set you straight. So I have a lot of respect for Barbara and Mark and Frank D'Angelo's right in there with him. Frank is great. Frank's been around, and he's helping the series, and I think it's just a good thing going with Champ right now. We really got our stuff. We got over 400 and some drivers here this weekend, the most any off-road ever have. I mean,
that's
the
amazing.
little Volts, VWs, and the Rock. The King of the Hammer guys, I mean, it's just phenomenal.
It is amazing. What you have created is nothing short of amazing. Cliff, thank you for everything you've done for our sport. Thank you for having me here. Right now, we're going to shift gears just for a moment. We're going to go and visit with Mark Wode, who gives us a little bit of information on how you get all that horsepower to the ground.
The difference with Pro Lights and Pro 2s is Pro 2s have an underdrive where they can change that final drive ratio in a lot of different points they can do. They can change it to anywhere from a 4.0 to a 6.0, and what that means is they're actually giving the truck more leverage. With the Pro Lite, you only have certain ratios for the transmission. It has to be a stock ratio. You have to run certain gear ratios for in the rear end to be able to get the truck to work. Because we only have a certain amount of power band with the LS3 that you have to keep it in the power band to be able to propel the truck forward.
Now we're talking the different on also the transmissions. I know the Pro Lites, the Pro 2s, Pro 4s, a little bit different machines there.
Yeah, absolutely different. You have a lot more horsepower in a Pro 2. You also have ratios that you can change inside the transmission to allow you to get that ratio you need to live in that power band where you need it.
So are they for an automatic transmission? Are they banging gears? What's going on?
Actually, they're banging gears. It is a automatic transmission that's made into a manual. If they cannot get the correct RPM they will be shifting back and forth between those two gears to get the wheel spin they're looking for.
Now, what's the difference on how many gears from a Pro Lite to a Pro 2 to Pro 4? What are we looking at?
Pro Lites are 3 gears. Typically only use 2. Same thing for Pro 2s. Pro 4s, though, you can have anything from a automatic to a manual 6-speed with the converter or without.
So different machines, different applications, different animals, but definitely they bring the excitement. So a little bit more, you got to stick around and watch all these all unfold out here today during this race.
Right on, Dave Arnold with the goods once again. I love Mark Wode. I love his information, and he's got so much behind-the-scenes credibility. It's great to have him on camera there. And speaking of on camera, the legend. I just call him Kurt Leduc for some reason, but I'm going to tell the story. When I was a little kid, or younger kid, I should say, I was at Riverside Raceway. And Walker Evans, of course, is everybody's hero. And Walker's racing the heavy metal race and down Thompson's Ridge. And this guy is racing with him in this totally different looking race vehicle. And it says right on the side of his truck, Kurt Leduc. I'm like, who is this Leduc guy? And I've said it a bunch of times, but ladies and gentlemen, the living legend, part of the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame, winner of just about everything possible, including the Cup race, Kurt Leduc, welcome to the stage here in Crandon.
Well, thank you, Cameron. Thanks for having me. I know we get to hang out a lot out in Baja, and to be back here on Labor Day weekend in Crandon, you know, I see the interviews, and the drivers get emotional. This track does that to you. It brings those emotions out. The fans have been coming for generations, and, you know, Kyle hasn't had the best weekend, but, you know, it's the rivalries that built this track. It's the rivalries that, you know, me against Jack or against Taylor, you know, it was just McCachran. It was those rivalries that built the fan base and bring people back. So it continues to this day.
Well, you mentioned Baja, Kurt, and we do spend a lot of time down there. Thankfully, we get to share with new friends and old friends. But one thing I do see in Crandon that reminds me of Baja is that generational feel of the fan and the racer. So when you're in Baja, you have the grandfather and the grandkid with the father in between. They're interacting, they're talking. The kid grows up to become an off-road racer. And the same is true here at Crandon. The kids are growing up to be racers. The fans are bringing their kids and growing up to be fans. And that's one of the things that's the greatest thing about motorsports is the generational piece and the ability to share that with your kids.
Yeah, and, you know, I'm so encouraged by the UTVs, the side-by-sides. You know, those guys are going to climb the ladder. They're going to find a way to find the money and the team members to help them. And, you know, they want to win the Amsoil Cup someday, or the Borg Warner Cup in the past, or whatever the next cup's going to be. So, you know, the UTVs are encouraging. It's a good future, and they're going to bring their fans with them as well.
Let's talk a little bit about the racing here at Crandon. Let's talk about how it's changed, because obviously you were a winner in the past here. Now your kid is a winner here. Let's talk about some of it. Do you feel like, in my opinion, it's gotten a little bit more finite? They've really drilled down on it, where maybe there was a little bit more elbows up in the days. Still elbows up, but it seems like there's a little bit more technology involved here.
I watched the Pro 2 race, and, you know, the gaps stay about the same. It means the cars are very competitive. The rules have narrowed the package down. That's everybody. In the past, somebody would show up with a big Roush motor and go out there and dominate. And, you know, so it took some of that creativity out of there. but the best drivers are still coming to the top, and the fans understand it. They see those smooth flowing lines, and they know that guy's going to have a shot at the Cup. And, you know, the fastest guy at Crandon doesn't always win the Cup. I know because my name's on it, and I was never the fastest. But things work your way, and so
what a humble champion you are.
Well, I'm just saying, it's reality. I set a track record one year, and it was pouring rain. I went into the gravel pit, all 4 tires in the grass, and you know, ended up with a track record. It was the slowest track record in the history of the heavy metal. But anyways, it was just, you know, you just have your moments, and so we've seen it in the past. We've seen 2-wheel drives win. We've seen the 4-wheel drives. So the fans are here. They want to see who's going to take home the big Cup.
I got to ask you about your kid. He's got a love-hate here, doesn't he? He shines so well. He gets to the front. He does win, but he does have some drama, of course. It's hard on the vehicles. Not everybody can win every time, but I know there's so many Kyle Leduc fans, and I know it's got to be hard for you guys not to be able to come out and hit that #1 spot every single time.
Well, yesterday was a shifter. He ended up in 4th gear, and we saw him fade. And, you know, today was something different, and, you know, hopefully we got one more shot at it. So never count any
one more shot at it.
One more shot. Don't count anybody out. You know, it's the Greaves are having a great weekend, and they've worked hard and have had a great season. They deserve it, and the fans appreciate it. So, but they all want to come see. You know, you can be standing in the pits and not see any race, and when something happens on the track, this crowd lets you know something happened. You better go look, and that's what I love about it. So I'm looking forward to the Cup this afternoon, like the fans are, and yeah, it's great.
Do you feel like the 4s or the 2s have an advantage today? Do you think the 2s are more competitive? What do you think? It looks like a heavy track when you walk on it.
Yeah, you know, I haven't seen lap times, and that's really what it comes down to. Sometimes you think they give them too big of a jump. Sometimes you don't think it's enough. Depends on the watering. You know, and it's all new people this year, so it may change it, but it doesn't matter. You know, the fastest guy, the luckiest guy, the guy that's put in the hard work. You know, Jack Roush told me one time, you know, the harder I work, the luckier I got. And that's true with all these teams, and you as a racer know that.
Well, my mom used to say that luck is when opportunity meets preparedness. So you better be ready to win.
You better be ready to win. And you better have a speech ready when you get up on the stage.
For sure, 100%. Kurt, never at a loss for words. So much fun to have you here, and I got to say, looking forward to 5 o'clock Central Time when we do get the Red Bull Cup off and going. We do have 4 more races before that, but they are bangers in themselves. So don't go too far away. And we also got to thank some of the people that are a part of making this 53rd Crandon event happen. And, of course, we're talking about people like Cometic. Cometic gaskets, sealed under extreme pressure. And, of course, eBay Motors, every part for every ride.
Make way for the first ever Chevy Silverado CR2. With Multimatic shocks, rugged 33-inch tires, and front and rear electronic locking differentials.
Dude, this is awesome, but we should get back to work.
This good? Perfect. If you're going to work remote, work remote. Find new workspaces. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
It is Red Bull Crandon World Cup Day here at the Polaris 53rd running of the World Championship Off-Road races, and we're about ready to start our Pro Turbo side-by-sides. As you can see, I'm lined up on the starting line over there. Gentleman just stepped in beside me. I have to ask him his name because I don't know him.
Yeah, this is Jim Beaver. People here on Crandon know me a little bit, but
absolutely
great to be back in the booth here, calling some side-by-side action. Looks like we've got Pro Turbo on the grid here, and I got to tell you, Ken, this is going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, no doubt. I was really surprised at Hamish Kelsey, who just showed consistency can win you a championship. Up on the podium 4 times, just 1 win, but he never got out of it. And all the other players, take a look at it like Kyle Cheney, went on a 3 consecutive win streak, put together 4 altogether, was up in second place 3 more times, but had some of those runs where he finished outside the top 20. Here they come, ladies and gentlemen, headed to turn 1. The Pro Turbo side-by-side battle is on.
Looks like Kyle Cheney there, the number 91, getting the whole shot as they head into that barn corner.
Man, that big jump right there is so easy to over jump at the bottom of the track. It's slick.
Going to head down into this Polaris gravel pit corner, and it's one of the most technical corners on the track. You know, there's a lot of lines going in there.
And he missed it right there a ton. We talked about the bottom being slick. Of course, all that that blue group down there, they put a little bit of water on that, and man, it becomes ice. So the Can-Am's doing a great job out here. Can-Am's, Yamahas, Polaris's, CJ Greaves in here in a Polaris as well. So it's great to see the diversity in manufacturers. Go at it. Kyle Cheney first across the stripe. Jason Weller right behind him. So there's a couple of Can-Am's in. CJ Greaves with a great start inside of the top 3. Ronnie Anderson in a Polaris as well.
Yeah, you know, Jason Weller coming out of Arizona all the way back here, and he's had a strong run this weekend. You know, Jason, definitely not newcomer to the UTV division. You know, him and his wife Corey have been staples there, both on the West Coast and here in the Midwest for years, but good to see great runs out of him this weekend.
Yeah, it's Jason qualifying on the pole here a couple of days ago, and of course Corey with a ton of championships in this style of racing. Right now, Kyle Cheney, and when he puts it together, man, Cheney's as good or better than anybody out here. He's driving away from the field as it stands right now.
You know, Cheney, he's been one of those guys really diverse. We've seen him in the full-size trucks. We've seen him in the UTVs. You know, he's gone to King of the Hammers, had a whole lot of success at King of the Hammers. He's become just an all-around wheelman, and, you know, we're seeing him lay down some great laps here at Crandon.
Yeah, really put together a great relationship with Can-Am. A big part of this program, as you talked about, in the Pro Force as well. And he's been doing this for a long time, man. Very, very talented driver. Good look at him right there as he is at work in the office. And these turbo cars producing upwards of 200 horsepower. These things are rocket ships.
Yeah, these turbos, you know, and especially, you know, this Pro Turbo class, they really unleash these things. You know, they're able to put a nice tune in there and get the most, you know, the most horsepower out of these. You know, what I'm interested in looking here is look at how that line keeps pushing up and pushing up. You know, as that cushion keeps going farther and farther up, you know, it looks like these drivers, that line, that race line, the fast line is pushing way up. See, Ronnie there, it looks like he stepped a little too far out, though.
Yeah, Ronnie battling, and decides to go outside in on him to try and get the spot. Ronnie, a talented driver. He's battling there with Robert Loire, and Loire, a talented guy, finishing up 3rd in the points here this year. He is no slouch by any stretch of the imagination, including 3 wins on the season, one just 1 day ago.
Yeah, Loire, he's a guy who is an engineer at Polaris. You know, so he's definitely, he knows these Polaris racers inside and out, but he was a guy who burst on the scene 3 or 4 years ago, relatively unknown, and now he's put himself as one of the top guys in the sport.
And my apologies, I said he won a day ago. He actually finished second. It was Cheney that won 1 day ago. But yeah, right there with him as we keep an eye on that. That's a great battle.
That looks like Ronnie Anderson getting a little pressure from one of the Can-Ams there now.
Yeah, the 48 car, that is Corey Weller. We were just talking about her a moment ago. Of course, her husband is Jason, and the two of them battling in the same category. Wonder what that ride is like at home.
Yeah.
and back to Arizona can get sporty.
Yeah, I can tell you, knowing the Wellers both, there is no love loss on the track. They race each other hard, and it is all about bragging rights of the Weller household.
She is vicious, I promise you. There are days when Jason goes without a sandwich. There's a look at CJ Greaves, that number 33 car. Once again, boy, he's had a great day here today already, picking up 2 wins and looking for a 3rd. 48 car, once again, that is Corey Weller.
So Scotty Lawrence here in the 77, starting to put a little pressure on Corey Weller.
And Scotty Lawrence way deep in the points, but did not run the full season. Very talented. You talked about diversified drivers, another guy that competes in the Pro 4 category.
Yeah, you know, and I think Scotty Lawrence, obviously he's no stranger to side-by-side racing. That's how he got his start here in short course. But, you know, I think this year, you know, taking a little time off from the side-by-sides and dedicating himself some more to the Pro 4, you know, try and get those results up. But everybody knows when Scotty Lawrence shows up at a side-by-side, he's here to play.
So the track ever changing now. They started off obviously with a lot of moisture down there on the bottom. The bottom will start to dry up here a little bit, give them a little more racing room, potentially a slide job, chop off the entry of the turn if you can, or maybe rotate it hard and come off the bottom.
Yeah, what a battle between Lawrence and Corey Weller there as we get a shot here of Loire, putting a little pressure there on the 10 of Jason Weller.
And it looks like the mandatory caution has come out here, so that will group everybody back up. Good chance to catch your breath. Kind of do a recon lap here, if you will. Take a look at whatever you might have been fighting. Take a look at any possible opportunities on the track that you might have missed somewhere along the way. Maybe make a pass on.
Yeah, you know, I think a lot of these drivers, too, sit back mid-pack. You get their, you know, guys like Andrew Carlson, say 12th, you know, and a guy we know who is fast, you know, he may take it a little easy, you know, trying to save the car that first half. You know, these UTVs generate a lot of heat, and then sometimes some problems can happen in the second half of the race. So, you know, now everything's going to be regrouped. I think there's a couple guys, you know, like him that we may see really start putting a lot of pressure here when we go back to green flag racing. Yeah, for sure. Good strategy there to try and take care of the equipment, pick off a few spots if you can, and then save the equipment and come back at it later on. Looks like CJ Greaves suffering some of those issues as he's lost a number of spots there going towards the back. But right now it's Kyle Cheney, Jason Weller, Robert Loire, Corey Weller, and Scotty Lawrence. Corey Weller up on the podium a little bit earlier this year as well. Bark River, matter of fact, last event that Champ had. Bark River, one of the OG tracks on the schedule.
That is. It absolutely is. And another one that has grown huge over the course of time. Underneath that Polaris arch as they follow the pace vehicle around here and get them back into the restart zone. They'll come off that final turn and then they'll restart right in front of the fans. So you take this time, gather your thoughts up, maybe make a plan, take a look at who you're racing around. If you know how they race, think about where you're going to make that next attack. Try to pick a spot and make it happen early on.
Yeah, and these drivers now have had a lap to really drive slow around this track. So they're looking at lines when we go back to green flag. Hey, how do we want to set it up into this corner? What line do we want to be when we go through the corner? And, I mean, we're looking at some beautiful cake dirt here. This is just shaping up to be a beautiful track today.
Once again, Kyle Cheney will lead them back to the stripe, out front all by himself, and then double file everybody back. Right there in the restart zone, the cone zone. And here we go, back half of this race. Battling here in the turbo, Pro Turbo, side by side for the Crandon World Championship.
Got one of those nice big rings on the line, but I got to tell you, Kyle Cheney, he's going to be tough to be caught today. I think that number 91 has been hooked up, you know, but he's been getting a lot of pressure there from Jason Weller. And that 52 there, Robert Loire, we're going to see if he can factor in there with that Polaris.
Yeah, some great people around Kyle Cheney to make sure that car performs flawlessly. They make a ton of power.
Up on the bike a little bit there, Jason Weller in the 10.
This track ever changing, as we talked about. Really start to dry out here. There'll be some good grip, and like you said, that lateral grip will change dramatically. And his wife, Corey, not far behind. I saw somebody on their lid.
Yeah, it looked like somebody put it up on the side there. It's going to bring out the yellow flag.
Be a very cool moment if husband and wife could get out there onto the podium and trying to find a number here for the car that is flipped over. So we'll get you up to speed on that as soon as we can. The number 91 there in front of the screen is Kyle Cheney. It almost looked like a 3-digit number there when I saw it, so maybe it's a letter that was on there. Bottom line is we hope the driver's okay. Safety team down there immediately to help them out and make sure they're okay. And then, of course, get them turned back over. If they put the strap on it and turn it back over, that's a great sign that the driver has given them a thumbs up.
Definitely some good news, and giving these drivers another chance to take a look at some of these lines about halfway through here. Got another lap in there.
Yeah, restarts beget restarts, right? Unfortunately, that's the way it goes. You need to bunch them all back up.
Just looking at that 91, doesn't even look like there's any mud on it.
He got out front early on, probably still has all the tear-offs. That's a beautiful feeling. The ones back behind him, not quite so clean. Although with that said, Jason Weller's car is certainly not very dirty. And how about that? Husband and wife, nose to tail there, rows 2 and 3.
Yeah, that could get interesting really quick. We're going to having a Weller battle there for the podium.
Yeah, she's not afraid to race you hard. I don't care who you are.
I wonder if we've ever had a husband and wife both on the podium here at Crandon before.
Yeah, it's a great question. There's been some big families here that have done a lot of racing. I think back of the Connoisseurs, you know, and I know Rhonda, there was one of the cars that had a flat left rear. But, yeah, I would say it's possible for sure, but it would be cool to see again.
And we can't rule out Robert Loire, that Polaris there, the number 52. He's been sitting there and kind of biding his time and putting together some strong runs, and I think we're going to see a little something.
And how about that, a jump on the restart there. Kyle Cheney making everybody wait, stacked up the entire field, some chaos back behind him.
Little game plan there for Kyle Cheney. Played it just right. Looks like he's already stretched out 2 or 3 car lengths on the field.
Yeah, if he can get everybody to beat and bang early on and drive away, it works out perfectly for him, and that's exactly what he did. Robert Loire, as you were talking about there, all over the back bumper of Jason. Now taking a look at the inside. 2 different manufacturers there, as you documented. It looked like there was a left rear down for Loire.
Yeah, look, we got a couple of bumps there. Looked like Scotty Lawrence getting pushed out to the outside around that corner.
Oh, and Corey Weller.
Oh.
Saves it. She has no right rear. Right rear gone for Corey Weller, and a beautiful save, but unfortunately she will go backwards now.
Yeah, look at that. We're getting a glimpse there. Andrew Carlson, as we talked about, he's starting to push his way there into the top 5 now.
Yeah, Carlson's had an up and down year, for sure, but did grab a win at ERX.
Yeah, Carlson family doing a great job with that facility. Part owners of the ERX track there. And
I don't think anybody's had more laps around her than Andrew, right?
No. Always nice to have a racetrack in your backyard, right?
We do a little testing, and there's the 45. Oh, Van Epper gets up on the bike.
Carlson.
Yeah, he got up on the bike, was just trying to save it, was not intentionally trying to hit Carlson, and took him out.
Yeah, it looked like Carlson. He didn't hit the barrier, so I'm sure he's going to be able to back up and get going again. But, man, tough break for him as he was starting to factor into that top 5.
Definitely some front-end issues there as you take a look at the 45 there for Van Eperen. A lot of toe out there in that front end, but got up on the bike and some contact there as well going on. Duking it out here in the Pro Turbo side-by-side category. While all that's going on, Cheney's driving away. Near 2-second lead over Weller.
Yeah, Cheney spotters loving being able to relay this information to Kyle. Hey, just stick with it, buddy. Hit your marks, hit your lines. And it's going to be tough to catch that guy with that clean air. Whoa, is it number 27 there? That is Serge Michaud all over the pack.
Well, and the crazy thing to me is right in front of him is Loire, who clearly has a flat tire, so why follow him? Try to find another line there and get around him. But Loire's going to hang on to the spot for now.
Yeah, just drove right over the top of the pack of him.
He was looking ahead.
Looking through the driver ahead of him.
They rip these laps off quickly here in this category as we go back and take a look at the leader once again, the number 91 Can-Am back machine.
Cheney just looking spotless here.
Couple laps to go.
Hooked up.
Yeah, and he's so good with it, right? I mean, he spends a lot of time in this thing. Runs in Texas. He'll as you talked about before, King of the Hammers, runs out there, follows the full tour here as well. So a lot of seat time for Cheney.
Yeah, I think he's done a little Nitro Rallycross, sprinkled that in as well. So definitely a wheelman. Kyle Cheney loves to get behind the wheel of these side-by-sides.
Man, just floated that through there beautifully. Great setup in the car.
Yeah, you know, looks like he's going to start getting into some lap traffic, though. We're going to see how well he can pick his way through some of these lappers.
And that's where the spotter will come into play, of course. Coming up, I believe, will be on the, picks up the white flag here, so last lap. And, of course, the spotter telling him how far behind the first car is, so can navigate that and be smart about this.
Look at that lead. I mean, we don't even have anybody else in the screen anymore.
It's a 7-second lead over Cody Miller.
Just a clinic Kyle Cheney's putting on to that number 91 Can-Am. This goes all the way to the bottom. Looked like there was somebody up on their side on the outside of the gravel pit.
Not sure what happened to Jason Weller, who was in second place for so long, but now has fallen down to 13th. So unfortunately for Jason and Corey, both of them are going to end up with a tough go of it. But through the final turns here comes Kyle Cheney looking for that checkered flag, and he's going to grab it. How about that? His 5th win on the season. He is a machine when he gets that thing sorted out. He had 2 rough rounds. Started off in round number 1 at Antigo, finished 22nd. Dirt City finished 25th. Aside from that, I'm telling you, it's a game changer if he just finishes in the top 10. So we'll take a look at all the results here. And what jumps out at you?
Well, obviously we had, Kyle Cheney with a great effort. Miller, who we hadn't talked about much, sneaking in there into the podium in the 2nd spot. Robert Loire, as you had mentioned, having a few issues there at the end with possible flat tires, still finding the box in that Polaris Razor. So great run by him.
Yeah, and once again, as you take a look at this field, wow, look at C.J. Graves, unfortunately, tough go of it here as well. Corey Weller back there in 18th, but another deep field here with the turbos. Always a lot of competition. That's what it's all about. Come out here and race the absolute best. So, once again, we will take a quick break here and come back. We'll talk to our winners in just a moment from the Polaris 53rd running of the World Championship Off-Road Races.
Storms can cause outages even for days. Food can spoil, some pumps, furnaces, and air conditioners stop working. Be prepared with a portable generator like this one from Champion. This dual fuel generator runs on gasoline or propane, a great option when gas stations aren't available. Protect your family from carbon monoxide poisoning and always run your generator outdoors, far away from windows and doors.
Do you feel like getting away? Make your escape to Potawatomi Carter Casino and Hotel. We are keeping Carter safe and will make you feel at home, like part of the family. We have the latest in casino gaming with a variety of slots, table games, and bingo. There is something for everyone. Treat yourself to a stay in our hotel and enjoy delicious options at the Flames Restaurant. Relax, unwind, and escape to Potawatomi Carter Casino and Hotel on Highway 32 in Carter, Wisconsin.
Steelite polyurethane coating has become the choice of leading off-road builders and race teams who recognize the coating's superior performance, protecting suspensions, chassis, and other metal parts that require a proven durable shield against corrosion. Steelite's weldability is a signature benefit that saves racing teams hours of repair time. Steelite provides remarkable performance, making it easier to get back out onto the race course. Use Steelite to protect your investment.
And welcome back to the Big House. The 2022 Crandon World Championships brought to you by Polaris. And Kyle Cheney just put together another spectacular run for his 5th win on the season. We'll get it down to Tiffany Stone to talk to the top 3. Tiff?
Kyle Cheney, a big congratulations to you. I know you've had a lot of seat time with multiple series, a lot of ups and downs, but it seems like you got it figured out. Clean air throughout the entire race. Walk me through what your spotter was saying, especially when we had the mandatory caution, then right into a yellow. How do you get back into the game?
You know, he was just telling me my gaps. That way I could hold my lead. I just wanted to hold a good lead, and if someone started gaining on me, I'd try to pick it up a little bit. But man, my Can-Am ran awesome today. You know, I gotta give it up to Shearing Speed Sports, Air Force, Yokohama, Ames Oil, Evo Power Sports, G-Boost, Optima Batteries, Milwaukee, SSI, Action Off-Road, Fox, Raceline, CT Raceworks. Just my whole team, man, my whole crew, Jason, Austin, just, you know, all the boys and everybody that works on my stuff all year. You know, I gotta put it up to them. You know, they've gave me a great car every race, and you know, I think we've won every race at Crandon this year in the side-by-side. So and this is my first Cup win ever. You know, I've tried for like 4 or 5 years, and this is the first one I've ever got. So I'm super pumped on this. It's awesome.
Well, Kyle, look down. Look at that gold medal right there. You are a World Cup champion here at the Big House. Like you said, it's been a few years. It's so good to see this for you. Hop up on number 1, and look at that. $15,000 to you, Kyle Cheney. Taking our second place spot, number 22 of Cody Miller. Cody, this is a Can-Am 1 and 2 for you and Kyle. Both of you got great smiles. Obviously, the track is coming up. The inside a little bit drier than the outside. With that being said, how do you pick your positions? How do you pick your spots? How do you pick when you're going to dominate and when you're going to take over?
Well, I'll tell you what, I had some rough luck yesterday. I broke a small part, so I was starting dead last today. And so I came around that first corner and just held to the inside, and luckily was able to pick off 10 or so of them before we got to the second corner. And then after that, I was basically just going inside, outside, any way I could go that there wasn't a car right in front of me. And I was bonsaiing stuff. I about wadded it one time on this big flyaway jump over here, and once I landed that, my car stayed together. I was like, all right, if I can finish through that, I'm gonna give it everything I got to try and get to the front. And sure enough, my Can-Am held together strong today. You know, I couldn't thank my team enough. You know, they work really hard. George Wyatt, EE Racing suspension, got my Elka shocks tuned in. The Maxxis tires were dialed. I mean, I had absolutely great traction and great power all day. I mean, my program was spot on. I really wish that yesterday could have gone better, but to come out here and get second place behind Kyle today, you know, I couldn't be more thrilled.
Wonderful. Nice job seeing you two up here. Take second place for you. And taking that third place spot, number 52 of Robert Loire. Robert, you've got a great crowd down here. Yesterday you took second in Saturday's race. Coming out here, that's going to give you a little bit more confidence. You had a great champ season. Taking third place, you know, with these great guys. How are you feeling right now?
Kind of bummed. Of course, I'm happy to be up here, third place, but I think we could have gave Kyle a run for his money. Car felt awesome. Halfway point, we had fastest time by 7/10, and I don't know, somebody got a little trigger happy and just smashed in the back of me and cut my tire, so that's a bummer, but still able to keep the tire together and finish third here, so it's just awesome to be up here. Racing with Miller brothers, and then Kyle Cheney is just unbelievable. Like, dreamed of doing this a few years ago, and here I am rubbing tires with him. So it's just an awesome opportunity, and pretty cool to see the machines that finish. I mean, we put them through absolute hell in this race. We are pushing them as hard as they possibly can. So it's just a testament of these machines. Just can't thank Polaris Razor enough. Friends, family, Mason, Todd, John Grouse, they've been just a ton of help from work with my program. Fox Shocks, DWT Wheels, Polaris Lubricants, Rugged Radios, AIM, Dayloggers, CMI, and of course Hoosier Tire. I mean, that tire, I did 5 laps and we're still finished on the podium flat, so the thing stayed together. It's just awesome to be up here in the end.
Wonderful. We'll hop up on number 3. A big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in Pro Mod side by side. And another big congratulations to Kyle Cheney on his first Crandon Cup win. We're going to take a quick commercial break. Be back up.
But you won't let me know.
This is where you come alive, where adventure is the ultimate destination, and where Polaris General takes you. Explore beyond the beaten path with a sport-tuned suspension. Ride all day, surrounded by unrivaled comfort perfected for the off-road. And load up all your gear with class-leading cargo capacity. No matter how you share adventure, General takes you there. Polaris. Think outside.
Make way for the first ever Chevy Silverado CR2. With Multimatic shocks, rugged 33-inch tires, and front and rear electronic locking differentials,
Dude, this is awesome, but we should get back to work.
Is good?
Perfect.
If you're going to work remote, work remote. Find new workspaces. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
Our journey at Continental has taken us down many roads. And when we first started, they weren't even paved. For more than 150 years, we've worked hard to earn your trust. From the trail to the racetrack and beyond. The Continental mark in all its forms stands for confidence. Confidence you trust. Continental Tire. Our journey at Continental has taken us down many roads. And when we first started, they weren't even paved. We know trust isn't given, it's earned. And for more than 150 years, we've worked hard to earn your trust. 150 years of perfecting how tires are made, continuing to both raise the bar while setting the industry standard. From the trail to the racetrack, from off the beaten path to the highways and beyond. The Continental mark in all its forms stands for confidence. Confidence 150 years in the making. Confidence you trust. Continental Tire.
Steel-It polyurethane coating has become the choice of leading off-road builders and race teams who recognize the coating's superior performance, protecting suspensions, chassis, and other metal parts that require a proven durable shield against corrosion. Steel-It's weldability is a signature benefit that saves racing teams hours of repair time. Steel-It provides remarkable performance, making it easier to get back out onto the race course. Use Steel-It to protect your investment.
Storms can cause outages even for days. Food can spoil, some pumps, furnaces, and air conditioners stop working. Be prepared with a portable generator like this one from Champion. This dual fuel generator runs on gasoline or propane, a great option when gas stations aren't available. Protect your family from carbon monoxide poisoning and always run your generator outdoors, far away from windows and doors.
Well, I've had a little bit of privilege to hang out with Kyle Cheney as we look at some of the highlights from your race. Kyle, welcome to the stage and to the set here at Crandon, and welcome to a World Championship. That's got to feel pretty cool.
Man, thanks for having me. Yeah, this is my first one. I've been trying for this for a long time. We've broke a belt last year on the last lap, and lost it then, and then there was a year before where we were really close, and we've been really close. This is the first time we've grabbed it.
Well, you've had great success in the sport all the way around. We know you race a few different series. It seems like the seat time always helps no matter what you're doing, but no matter how much seat time and how fast you are, you still got to have a little bit of luck.
Oh man, there's definitely always luck involved. You know, I'd much rather be lucky than good, but yeah, we definitely took some luck today.
I ran my whole career on that, by the way.
Oh, well, that's good. That's where I'm at too. So hopefully I get a little more, and maybe I can take some of yours.
Well, I don't think I want to give any up. In fact, I'm hoping to have a little bit of gunning for you at the Hammers, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. But first, let's talk about the track. It looks like it looks heavy from the outside. Is it hard to set up your lines? Sometimes it looks like you get a good, easy, long drift, and then other times it seems like you get a little redirect out there.
Yeah, so we were gonna change my setup the other day for like a more slick track, or a more tight track, because practice and qualifying was really tight. Then let's just leave my car tight. And a good thing we did, because the last 2 days they've watered it really bad, and it's been super slick. So you're trying to stay out of the main line is really not the main line for us anymore, because the last 2 days have been super slick. The water was on the track, and this track opened up a little more than yesterday's track, but still the main line was really slick, hard pack, watered, so you'd want to run the cushion most of the time.
Watching the other drivers trying to find lines. I mean, with the Pro Turbo, the stock obviously is a little bit harder to find a line, but it looks like some of the other drivers looking at different lines out there. But once you find that magic line, it's really hard to make time on, especially on a driver like yourself. But you don't really have to protect if you can just run the fast line the whole time.
Yeah, well, with this track, there was pretty much one fast line that I found out there, and I pretty much ran it the whole time. I mean, it kind of varied a little bit, as the track got a little drier, but it was pretty much the same line, just pushed out a little bit as the day went on.
Let's talk about the legacy of being a world champion. I mean, you see these names around. Does it create more pressure for you to see a Kurt Leduc or the Kincaids or the people in the different have won and see that world championship come to you? Does it put pressure on you when you get in the race car that day? Nothing else matters today but the world championship.
Yeah, really, it's first or nothing. I mean,
right.
If you don't win, it's you might as well just go home. But yeah, no, we lined up next to CJ. And he's got 7, 8, 10, 12, 20 rings sitting in his house, and I was like, man, I just want one of those. I just need one of those. And he lined up next to me today on the starting line. I'm like, well, here we go. This is going to be it. We're going to battle.
Well, you're definitely one of the favorites here. You always have a great personality and very friendly with everyone. Let's ask about the other class, your Pro 4. What's been going on there? Because it seems like there's speed there, but then it looks like there's been a little bit of a hiccup for you.
Yeah, this is our second full year. We're still trying to figure the truck out. It's such a big undertaking trying to figure that thing out, especially racing against the guys we're racing against on this level. They all got their setups. They know what's good for what and what's good for where, and we're still trying to just figure the truck out. We're trying to make the truck just make it through the race. So we're getting there. We have speed.
You can kind of feel how the other UTV racers feel then, right? Because you've got to figure it out. You got your setup. You're on point.
Yeah, I get in my side-by-side and I just drive. I don't think about it. I'm in the Pro 4. I'm thinking about it. So I know I'm not doing everything correct because I'm still thinking about it. In the side-by-side, I just do it. So I know eventually it will come, and it's coming, but it's just taking some time, and there's a lot that goes into the trucks.
Well, there's no doubt you have the talent. You know how to set up a vehicle. Let's talk about the changes that you're going to make. Do you think you're going to be able to make the changes you need to get in there and be competitive in the Cup race?
I hope so. I haven't been back to the pit yet. We had some issues.
The other funny part about racing the classes, right?
Yeah, we just raced this morning. I got right out of the truck and into the side-by-side, and I haven't been back to the pit yet. So we had some issues this morning with the truck. We still finished, but we need a couple more cylinders to win the Cup race. So
having all 8 would be helpful.
Yeah, having 8 cylinders would be really nice, especially to win the Cup race with everybody out there. But we're going to give it a shot for sure.
Well, we're getting closer to the Cup race, which will be at 5 Central. We're going to stay live with all racing coverage up until then. Let's talk a little bit about the Cup race, the way the track is setting up, the 2s versus the 4s. I mean, of course, it comes down to lap time, which Kurt Leduc talked about, and what the gap's going to be. But do you think the 2s have what it takes today with the way you're seeing the track come together?
If the track was like it was for the side-by-side, no, I think the Pro 4 would have the advantage. But I think it's going to get blowed off. I think it's going to have a big cushion by the time we race, so I think the Pro 2s may have an advantage by that time.
What's it like racing in front of all these fans, having 65,000 people here on the weekend? It's got to be a pretty incredible feeling.
It is. I just try not to look up. When I go by, I just focus on forward and focus on the track, and to tell you the truth, I just forget that they're there.
Right on. What's next for you? What's coming up? Or is it off-season time?
Well, it's bow season time, actually. But, no, I got one more race, the 12-hour in Texas, and then I'm going to go out to Johnson Valley and do some testing for hammers.
Well, I'm looking forward to spending some time with you out there doing some training with King of the Hammers. I wanted to say that as a newer driver to the racing the UTVs, you've been very helpful and open. I think that's very cool where guys like you and Phil race at the very top, and you're willing to help the guys that are coming and new. Congratulations.
Yeah, we always want more competition, the better.
That's right. Congratulations on your championship today, and we look forward to more racing later on. Right now, let's figure out and see what the Hall of Fame is all about and how it plays in to the Crandon history.
Hey guys, my name is Ken Stout. Welcome to the Big House. They call it Crandon International Raceway. It's the biggest short course off-road race in the world, bar none. It's a great start to the weekend. Thursday night here, the weather is spectacular. The track is ready to go. People have been practicing. Right behind us, all the dignitaries are having something to eat, something to drink, and some of the biggest names in short course off-road history. Scott Taylor here, Art Schmidt here, Kurt Leduc here, Cliff Flannery, of course, the president and owner of Crandon, here. So the big dogs are all here to have a great weekend. Big announcements being made here this weekend as well, including a conjunction with the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame and Crandon. They're going to create, finally, a short course Hall of Fame, and it's going to be right here at the Big House. Couldn't be any better. So we've had a number of players here that have made some sizable donations. For starters, how about a $5,500 donation, and then that doubled up by Crandon as well. Then we saw a $30,000 donation to kick things off here for the Annex. I know Lucas Oil also jumped in with the poker run for $5,500. So right off the bat, we've raised a lot of money to put this short course off-road Hall of Fame in place. Tell you something, this sport is rich in history, and some of the best racers of all time have competed out here. Multiple championships, a number of wins, in excess of 100 career wins. These guys need a home. They need to be recognized, and that's why this is so important.
Welcome back to the main stage here at the Red Bull Cup. Cameron Steele continuing with the host duties here, joined by Charlie Schleve, who I welcome here. One of, I would call the most glorious race engineers out there. Someone that's really switched on, knows how to put the traction to the ground, knows how to work with the driver. I'm proud to say that for a moment, I was on Charlie Schleve's team.
I remember that,
as part of the Menzies team. Right now you're with the Gutierrez Racing team.
That's correct,
Ricky G is your driver. And first, before anything else, how cool is it to be able to take these young drivers and help them develop into becoming a racer and share your engineering with them? Not only race engineering in the race, but what it takes to engineer a race car.
You know, truthfully, I think when I do these young kids, I've worked with Jimmy Johnson. Bryce Menzies was really young when I met him, and I think it's more experiencing life first, becoming a good man and then becoming a great racer. And the history that I have with these guys has really been pretty special. I still talk to all of them, still have a good relationship with all of them. So forefront, I think it's just about being a good person, good man. So I think that the racing part, they've all been successful. I've tickled into success a little bit, and I'm super happy that, everything seems to revolve around winning. So we've been really lucky that way.
Yeah, well, I was able to talk to Ricky at a function out from the track where we have mutual friends, and just seeing his positive look and smile and everything. He was so stoked about racing. But being able to grow those young men into race car drivers is pretty incredible. And obviously Bryce Menzies' trajectory is legendary, as is Jimmy Johnson's.
Yeah,
pretty legendary, I'd say.
Yeah.
But it's more than just what happens on the track. It's what happens at the shop, and you have your shop right down the street here.
Yep, correct.
I'm not sure if it's in Crandon proper, but it's very close. Let's talk about the engineering of building race cars and what, some people think you just get in the car and drive it, but there's so much more to it.
Oh, absolutely. Nowadays, the technology has come so far that we went to a standardized engine in the Pro 2s now, and they go just as fast as the cars did with 950 horsepower. It's exciting to see this track today, because I think the Cup race is really going to be exciting, because the track's going to be the same, I think, for the Pro 2 and Pro 4. If you watched earlier, everybody's chasing the cushion highs. So when the track becomes as long for a four-wheel drive as a two-wheel drive, I think we all have a good chance.
I agree with that, and I've been asking everybody, to me it seemed like when I walked on the track, it seemed like a heavy track, but then other drivers are saying it doesn't feel like a heavy track.
Yeah, you can tell the first 3-4 laps, you're going to make your positions there, and then it seems everybody kind of melts single file after that. And then it becomes kind of a game of attrition. And you saw it all day long. Everybody kind of runs real hard the first half, and then the track goes away. Everybody kind of falls in place then, you know. So it's tough to pass the second half, so you better be on your toes the first half.
As a race car driver, one of the hardest things that I have to be able to tell my engineer is where I want my converter. And it seems like getting that power to the ground and having that stall in the exact right spot is one of the tougher things, but it seems like it's one of the most important things when it comes to racing here at Crandon.
It's funny you say that, because when they called me over here, we were doing a converter change.
Oh.
Yeah, and I got transmission oil on my hands. Reason being just what you're saying, and nowadays we work with Roush Engineering on our engine program. So the data nowadays is just incredible. You can go back. The driver is a big part of the scheme, but a small part of the answers. You know, we can go and look at data, verify that, and it's exactly what you're saying. We could see on the racetrack that the car was struggling second gear to third gear. So we came back, looked at it, track changed because the sun came out. This morning it was overcast, so it's exactly what you're saying. We're going to change converters, get some more RPM put into it, and we're going to come back, even if he's walking back with the steering wheel in his hand, we're going to take a shot at this thing, you know?
Right on. Let's talk about the history of the sport. You know, being here, you're up here, and I know the fans are so enthralled in it. What's your favorite part of it?
Oh, man, just honestly, being a Wisconsin guy, you know, I've got a home here in Crandon. I live in Anago, and when I look on this hill, I really take it personal. To be honest with you, Cam, when I first came here, I got 4 older brothers, and they were all jumping in a car and said, man, we should take them along. And my mom said, nope, can't go. I had a loose tooth. I had to pull a tooth out before I could go. I grabbed the pliers out of the box, pulled a tooth, jumped in the car, didn't even have a change of clothes, and showed up here. And this place will always be special. Cliff Lannery's my first cousin. Love all those guys, and I'm real proud of what they've done with this place, too.
What's incredible is, I've talked about it a number of times, is how small it kind of reminds me of the Running of the Bulls, which I hosted a couple times for Network, where it's a town that grows from, you know, a couple 100,000 to 2 million people. It's kind of the equivalent here, where you go from 1,700 people to 65,000 people coming in for the weekend of racing.
For sure. And one thing about Crandon and really Wisconsin in general, I've never met very many people that have put up walls instead of driveways. Everybody's willing to help you. Everybody's always going out of their way. You can walk through here and people stop you, and people you haven't seen in years really care about how you're doing. You know, it's a special place.
It definitely is, and I wish you all the best. Thank you,
Cameron,
for coming up and
so
sharing
good to see you.
Some of your magic with us.
Right.
I love Ricky G. I think he's a great driver.
Yeah.
I look forward to big things from him.
It's been, I learned one thing, that there's a big gap between 58 and 18 when I met him. We're starting to bridge that a little bit, so yeah, he's definitely got some speed, and we're going to take a shot at it.
Right on. I'm somewhere in the middle of that, too.
Yeah.
We're going to move
Right.
on, but thank you again, Charlie. Appreciate
All right, good
it.
to see you. Thank you,
What
guys.
we ought to do right now is take a look at what I think is one of the coolest classes that are going to be racing here, Class 11 Stock VW Bugs.
Always wanted to come here. The team never quite made it here, so I never made it here either. Now, Class 11's got invited to come race. A lot of people are hooting and hollering about this class, and they were thoroughly surprised on how much fun and how much bashing we did out there. That being said, we're here to race Class 11 Stock Bugs.
It's no holds bar. Like, don't let these cars fool you. Like, they are cutthroat, and it's rad. I mean, they're not afraid to bang bars. Yeah, it's wild. These things are wrecked, you know, at the end of the weekend.
Oh, it's excellent. This is something else, being out here in Crandon with all the fans and just being able to have the opportunity to race in front of them. It's great.
It's great to see Cisco Bio and all of the Class 11 racers out here. I love the stock Volkswagen, of course, comes from the stock 1600cc motor, which is where I started my off-road racing career. We're going to step away for just a second, but when we come back, the stock bugs are going to be on the track here at Crandon, banging doors, literally.
Make way for the first ever Chevy Silverado CR2. With Multimatic shocks, rugged 33-inch tires, and front and rear electronic locking differentials.
Dude, this is awesome, but we should get back to work.
Is good? Perfect. If you're going to work remote, work remote. Find new workspaces. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
Welcome back to the Polaris Crandon World Championships. It's Red Bull Crandon World Cup Day. Fall Crandon, that's where it's at. We're at the big house. Ken Stout with you, Josh Felix sitting right alongside. He is the knowledgeable cat up here in the booth that knows about the Class 11 cars, and the Class 11 cars are racing, baby. They're on the starting line.
Here we go.
The green flag. Here we go through turn one.
John Jones, 1131, got the pole in that 57. Mike Steele, 1133, right there. Here comes Cisco back there. 1118.
The cars look beautiful, man, like a Skittles out there, the colors on those things.
John McMurrin at 1122. Little contact right there with Mike and Greg Shapiro at 1142.
Yeah, how about that? A number of them, some 4 or 5 wide there, a little bit sideways, making a little bit of room, but a much cleaner start than we saw here on Friday night.
Yeah, that was pretty rough. Ryan took a tumble. Ryan's actually in the 1192 with Brooke Cody right now. He put his motor in her car. They're out there running.
So they were able to get stuff back together, huh?
Yeah, they got it. They pulled his motor, put it in her car. She had some problems, and they're out there going at it right now.
Yeah, great stuff, and we talk about that, all the camaraderie between these racers to share parts and pieces, make sure they get the competition back out there, and look at that, man. Door handle to door handle, now 3 wide, 4 wide to the final turn.
Rick Boyer gave Eric Reinhardt an 1176, a little bump right there, a little mile away.
Yeah, the 1118 Cisco Bio, and we just heard Cam talking about him, man, out front doing a great job, got a really good start.
Look at John Jones in that 57, second place, man. An old swing axle.
Yeah, so these guys will have to make a good solid run to catch up to the players in front of them. It's not about horsepower, it's about perfect laps and a little contact right there.
Dustin Gabrowski, trophy truck guy, in the 11 car right there.
How about that, man? Trophy truck out here to Class 11. That'll show you the passion.
So 1142, Greg Shapiro, he's a trophy truck guy as well.
Yeah, we talked about it before. You can see the Impact sponsorship on the side of that one. Fox on the side of one of these cars.
We got John McMurrin, Veterans Racing Alliance, 1122. That he actually has a Crandon veteran in his car who has never raced before.
Oh, you just brought up a great point. There's 2 people in every one of these cars, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, very cool. So the only class you'll see that happen all day long. They had a Pro-Am out here on Friday night where a number of the Pro 2, Pro 4 guys got in and raced with them as well.
Yeah, I got to talk to RJ. He was probably the most stoked out of everybody, you know. The guy just, he's great and just wouldn't go away.
Yeah, and I don't want to forget about Brock Hager. He runs in Pro Life, and Brock Hager brought home the win in Class 11.
Yeah, he gave it to him, man. So, looks like 1157, Wilkie's up there trying to make a pass on John McMurrin, 1122. Trying. John's looking good.
Yeah, some great racing, but it's all for second or more. Oh, man, one way up there at the top of the gravel pit, but Bio just checking out right now.
Cisco's the man, 1118. Cisco, that guy's won everything, man. He does his homework. He's a great driver. He drives a Baja for a number of teams, you know, for different vehicles, classes. The guy's the real deal.
good look there at the 1142 up close and personal. Greg Shapiro, you were talking about him before.
Yeah, Greg and I believe it was Brock Hager took first Friday night.
Yeah, so Greg knows that car's got it in there. And yeah, last lap pass on Tanner Faust.
Yeah, that was great. You know, and Jimenez Racing Engines, they got to be stoked. They had 1-2 Friday night. You know, George Jimenez and Timmy Sled Engineering were in the pits helping the guys with their motors today. I mean, we all help each other. You know, that's what it's about.
That is what it's all about. And everybody loves them. I mean, this is absolutely a fan favorite class as you watch the 1107 trying to close the gap right there.
Donnie
Donovan
coming in on John McMurrin, 1122. Got Noah Johnson back there coming through in the blue bug, the slow garage ride.
I love the luggage rack up on the top, the CV antenna, right?
Yeah, that's Donnie's style, man. Donnie's a wild man.
You can see these guys run that wider line, sometimes can maintain momentum versus a shorter line down at the bottom.
You just got to keep that, you know, you don't got the power to pull out. Like,
right.
You know, so it's all about keeping the inertia moving.
Keep those little motors wound up, right?
Exactly, man. 6,000 RPMs, don't get off.
Wow. And we need to let the fans know, the first time you've seen these things, they race these in the desert. They'll run the Baja 1000 with these things.
Baja 1000, Mint 400. I mean, it's the real deal. You know, 40, I think 42 hours last year to do 1,200 miles of Baja. You got to be you
got to be an Iron Man,
you know,
or woman to take that deal on. And as you talked about before, kind of getting hard to find parts, despite these guys selling over 2 million of these kinds of cars over the course of time.
Yeah, so you got like Mobile Wagon, which, you know, stepping up, making a stock profile aluminum wheel, which is huge, right? They're getting hard to find. And they sponsored the event, I believe, and they got, you know, Gravel Kings came on board and rugged radios. Very cool, you know, everybody's chipping in, and here we are.
Yeah, it's extremely important in a situation like this to have the aftermarket come in and start helping out a little bit.
Yeah, and you got MP making aftermarket arms now and other parts, and, you know, we'll see. Beams, you know, beams seem to break a lot. It's one of them gigs. You know?
Well, I mean, I don't think they were designed to do all this stuff out here.
Yeah. You know what?
Right?
It's pretty impressive. Some of the stuff we do, you're out racing and you just got to start giggling, you know? Like, I don't think it was made to do that, you know?
Danny Vaudrell's over there in the pits. He's been working on these things his entire career off and on, and we were making, everybody was making fun of me being a big boy. He's like, because there's a passenger. He said, I got a torsion arm for you, pal. He said, pick a car. He said, we'll put one on it for you.
Yeah.
Make sure that car's level.
Yeah, he's been picking my brain. I exchanged phone numbers and looking at tires and ideas.
Yeah, he's a good cat, man. And uber talented, especially all the parts and pieces that they fabricate for the boys out in the desert.
Right.
1107 again right there as we keep an eye on Donnie Donovan staying right here in the game. Shapiro a little bit deeper in the 14th position as it stands right now, but our leader still Bio. Wilkie right there in second. You talked about Wilkie the other night, massive following on social media, and obviously very, very fast as well.
Yeah, Wilkie's had a lot of success in the class. You know, he's done really well. You know, you got Cisco's out there just putting it to everybody right now, you know.
Shapiro in third place, Donovan in fourth, McMurrin in fifth to round out your top five.
Noah Johnson in sixth, Rick Boyer. Rick's tough as nails, man. That guy's been racing for like 35 years, you know. He's 67 years old. He's no joke, man.
So I don't see a mandatory caution coming out here in this race. Do you guys have a mandatory caution? It looks like they're just going to run straight through.
Looks like they're going to run it straight
10 laps.
Through. Looks like they're going to run it straight through.
And how big are the fuel cells on here? How far can these guys go?
So everybody has their own ideas. Some guys are running like special four-gallon tanks for this kind of a race. Put it up front, kind of balance the weight. A lot of guys are running the 15-gallon tank out back. It's all preference, you know. Some guys get real technical. Some guys just run what they run in the desert. Oh, man. Warrior built. Oh, Mark Doucette and John Jones just got flipped upside down, got tangled up, man.
Yeah, both of them laying there. Oh, man. Hopefully they have spotters in the car to let these guys know that two of them are laying inverted there in this last turn.
Wow. Hopefully they're all right.
Safety down there immediately, and thought one would get out there and kind of block, but yellow flag out there talking to the drivers. Here comes our leader, by the way.
Cisco, yeah. 11:13, there goes Keith Langford, the white car. I believe this is his second race in the 11 car.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, right? Your second race, you're out here in Crandon.
Yeah, they're pretty stoked, man.
If somebody wants to get into this style of racing, they're out there right now. It's like, hey, man, I want to do that. Maybe do it with my son. Maybe do it with my daughter, whatever the case may be. Keep in mind, there's two people in the car, so they have the fun of making those memories together with somebody. But what's it cost? What's the entry level cost you here?
So you might find a car for around 15. If you want to buy a legit car, have it built, you're looking around $30,000, $35,000, depending if you can do the fab and whatnot. But you know, the motors they're getting up there. You know, they're pushing close to 100 horsepower now. Went into stock trans, so there's a lot of stuff you use as stock. But you know, the motors, I mean, you're running like a 1600 motor, dual port, the real deal. You know.
Great stuff. So one of the cars turned back over already, working on the second one here as we kind of try to keep our track workers safe. And both cars look okay.
Yeah, hopefully they get going again. Mark Doucette, he's in the Warrior built car, 1132.
And we got one fired back up and taken off.
Yeah, there it goes. It's all right. Cisco Blake and Greg Shapiro. Got Donnie Donovan 4th, Noah Johnson 5th.
And final lap, white flag is out here. Cisco Bio, that number 1118, that Foxback pink VW Bug, has had a spectacular run. Goes over the Polaris sky jump right there and enters the final turn. Looking for the checkered flag as he comes back around here. That car is spotless as he's been out front the entire time.
Yeah, Cisco actually, his co-driver's from Crandon. A guy named
Knows
Riley.
his way around here, right?
Yeah, I guess he picked him up and last year rode with him, and here they are again, doing it again.
Well, great effort out of them, no doubt about it, as he puts some 6 seconds on Blake Wilkie, and that's no easy task.
No joke, man. Those guys are pushing out there. Well, the good thing is every car looks like they're okay, and they're still moving.
So as you can see there, Bio up top, Wilkie there in second, Shapiro in third, Donovan and Johnson round out your top 5. As you take a look at the rest of the field, the better part of 20 cars deep, man, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So that'll wrap things up here with the Class 11 category. Plenty more coming your way. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Steelite polyurethane coating has become the choice of leading off-road builders and race teams who recognize the coating's superior performance, protecting suspensions, chassis, and other metal parts that require a proven durable shield against corrosion. Steelite's weldability is a signature benefit that saves racing teams hours of repair time. Steelite provides remarkable performance, making it easier to get back out onto the race course. Use Steelite to protect your investment.
Kayak Edja Danuk Mugzuk Meow, the place where everybody plays.
The Forest County Potawatomi presents a new 120,000 square foot community center in Crandon. A place for everyone to play, exercise, and have fun at an affordable price. Come in and experience the culture and endless opportunities available at the Forest County Potawatomi Community Center. For more information, please visit community.fcpotawatomi.com.
You know, as crazy as it sounds, I just don't blow the dust off my bow and go hunting. For us, the hunt really never stops. The hunting season never ends. It's 365 days all year long. Using the machines in our everyday life like we do, if we didn't have them, I couldn't imagine it. They simply help us get our job done.
Make way for the first ever Chevy Silverado CR2. With Multimatic shocks, rugged 33-inch tires, and front and rear electronic locking differentials.
Dude, this is awesome, but we should get back to work.
This good? Perfect. If you're going to work remote, work remote. Find new workspaces. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
Our journey at Continental has taken us down many roads. And when we first started, they weren't even paved. For more than 150 years, we've worked hard to earn your trust. From the trail to the racetrack and beyond. The Continental mark in all its forms stands for confidence. Confidence you trust. Continental Tire.
Welcome back to the Polaris Crandon World Championships, and there's a look at our winner, Cisco Bio, doing an incredible job here in the Class 11 category. And Tiffany's down there, of course, to talk to the top three. Once again, these guys are awesome. Keep in mind, 2 in every car. Tiffany?
Cisco, a big congratulations. You've got that power stance going on right now. That means you are Polaris Crandon World Champ. You've also done a Class 11 winner right here for your 2022 Continental Tire Cup. You've won many things, including a set of Raceline wheels, and then we've also got a special guest that wants to present you with more. But to get to there, you had to do a lot of driving, and you did that today. Walk us through how you're feeling.
Yeah, look, I think we were kind of confused off the start because I think we're north to being up front, qualifying up in front, going in front, and I guess they played a trick on us and inverted us, so that made it much more difficult to get through the field, but we made it, and we're back-to-back Crandon Class 11 champs.
And talking about that, there's a bunch of people you got to thank that helped you get there. Obviously, you got a great co-driver. You got a great group of friends that you race against. I know you've got a good feeling.
Yeah, I want to thank Riley. He's nearby from here, local, and he rode with me both years. I want to thank Marty for putting this all together. And then as far as our sponsors go, I want to say Fox, Rugged Radios, Llantera Guerrero, Oxo, Race Prep, Jimenez Racing Engines Friday night got 1-2, and now he's got a 1-3. And Palapa Boy Racing, Yokohama, thank Tanner Frowse for driving with me on a Friday night. And again, just really everyone that put this together.
Wonderful. Well, I do want to introduce you to the CEO of Boxo, Chris Stoller. Chris just has a few words and a special gift for you.
Cisco, we're so proud of you and the entire Class 11 group. Present you with a 35-inch flip-top 5-drawer toolbox for your very own. Congratulations to the entire Class 11, and especially you, brother.
Thank you.
Well done.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Cisco. Make sure, I don't know if both of you are going to be able to jump on there, but you definitely try it. You also got a $5,000 check. Like I said, you've got that 2022 Continental Tire Cup as well. Congratulations. Taking the second place is Blake Wilkie. Blake, it's so good to see you out here. You've done so much for the sport. It's really good to see you come back, especially after racing, like Baja, the Mint, and then this is going to be on that list. It shows the caliber of the race that you're having here and especially what the big house means to you. Walk me through exactly how you're feeling right now. It's a great feeling. I mean, I've got goosebumps and I'm wearing a jacket right now.
Yeah, I mean, that start inversion made it definitely interesting. I think a lot of cars banged up some of those fenders and got some body damage. I knew the 4 fast cars were all next to each other, so figuring out who got through that, the field in front of us first was probably going to be able to get a little gap and run with it, and Cisco got through that stuff flawlessly. I think every fender on my car right now has a little damage because I wasn't lifting.
Well, it's good to see you up here. You are a Rigid teammate. I know that they're a part of your program, and I know you've got a bunch of other people you'd like to thank.
Yeah, my title sponsor, XComp, they really helped keep my whole program going. Boxo, who's provided the tools in the shop, Pedal Commander, Heatwave, my apparel company, Shreddy, Justice, she's never been in a race car, so this was her first time in a race car.
Wait a minute. I gotta pull this. I'm sorry, Blake. This is your first time in a race car, and you've got to do this at the big house. You've got this experience in front of all of these great fans. They all know that I like to ask this question to you in one word. How are you feeling right now?
I'm speechless. Like, when he asked me to co-drive for him, because I've always looked up to Blake Wilkie, like, all my life.
Awesome. Well, it's good to see that. Sorry, Blake. I mean, you just got to give her that time to be able to be in front of this great group of fans right here. Let me give you a little bit more time to finish up.
Yeah, so she's my friend's daughter. You know, weight is a big thing when you're dealing with 82 horsepower. So I'm like, you, go get your USAC license. You're riding with me. And it worked out. Second place is a good feeling. And me and these guys are always up here, so maybe next year.
Awesome. Nice job. Hop up on number 2. And rounding out the top 3 finishers, Greg Shapiro. Greg, make your way down over here. You said it was good to see me again, so that means you're doing something really good. You know, you guys raced under the lights Friday night. Obviously, it's bright and sunny. How does that change your drive style, being able to see the clearing air?
Well, I got to give tremendous credit to Brock Eager, class champion, showing me the lines and giving me the confidence that that little yellow impact safety bug could work its way all the way to the top. So, I mean, big props to him for putting us on top of the podium on Friday night.
Wonderful. Well, I know you got to thank a bunch of people for helping you round out this top 3 finish.
Oh, without a doubt. First of all, my family, my wife, and both my boys are my pit crew, the BO family, Blake Wilkie, Shreddy Life. I mean, these guys, they are awesome competitors, so I have to thank them before my sponsors because they're the ones that give us the best racing out here. Then Impact Safety, keeping us safe, Jimenez Races Engines for giving us the power, Dave Foltz Trans for giving us the gears, and BFGs putting that all to the ground.
Wonderful. We'll hop up on number 3. It's going to be a tight squeeze for your top 3 finishers in Class 11. Another big congratulations to Cisco Vio for taking that world champ. Put up that cup as well. Nice job. We're going to take a quick break and be right back.
Our journey at Continental has taken us down many roads. And when we first started, they weren't even paved. We know trust isn't given, it's earned. And for more than 150 years, we've worked hard to earn your trust. 150 years of perfecting how tires are made, continuing to both raise the bar while setting the industry standard. From the trail to the racetrack, from off the beaten path to the highways and beyond. The Continental mark in all its forms stands for confidence. Confidence 150 years in the making. Confidence you trust. Continental Tire.
Welcome back to the World Championships here at Crandon. Cameron Steele on the host stage once again. Lots of fun bringing you one of my favorite Baja personalities, Cisco Bio. Cisco, congratulations on the World Champion moniker for Class 11.
Back to back.
Oh, sorry. Well, don't let me get in your way at all. Hey, but really, how cool is that to see the Class 11s out there racing? And I don't just love the fact that it's the colorways of the cars. It's
Skittles.
Yeah, Skittles. And the personalities, but I love to see that 1600cc engine out there working. Are they all still 1600cc's or have they changed?
1600, Jimenez powered,
Yeah.
1-3 today.
Yeah, you know, George Jimenez, a great friend of the racing organization. Stoked for him to see him get that win.
And he got to come out. Never been to Crandon first
no
time.
No way. Is
Came
George
out.
here? Yeah, there he is right there. He's part of the 65,000 fans and crew that are here today. How much fun is that? I mean,
oh, it's great. Like a great experience for me. Last year I rode with Rob McCackern down in Baja, and he says, you got to go to Crandon and eat the cheese curds and just all the people. It's amazing. And you hear like Friday night when we were doing the swap and Tanner drove with me, and you just hear everyone cheering you on, and it's a great feeling.
Oh, the whole place is just magic, to say the very least. Let's talk a little bit about that history in your racing.
Well, my dad on the parade Friday, he was like a little kid grabbing candy, and it reminds him of Mexico and Baja in the 70s and 80s when he would go as a kid, elementary school, middle school, and watch all the race cars parade down the streets. And there he is grabbing all the candies.
Let's talk about your family's history in off-road racing. It's definitely a rich story.
Yeah, so my dad was just a kid growing up in Ensenada. That's where the Baja 500s, Baja 1000 start, and he was just a little kid on the street asking for stickers, waving at the cars go by, and he said one day he's going to be a race car driver. And he's not only raced, he's won Baja 500s, Baja 1000s, and then raised me, and I'm a champion, and my brother Ramon's a champion, so we're definitely been around for a long time.
How cool is that? I was telling the story a little bit earlier with Cliff. We were talking about the lineage of the families, and you don't just become a fan and grow up a fan, but you can grow up a race car driver also. And it's cool how it touches everybody just a little bit differently.
He kept me in line. Good grades, it means I get to race.
Yeah, if you don't have the grades, you can't drive the race car. That was the same thing at my house, so I understand completely. Let's draw the comparison you already did with the parade. Being in Baja and having the huge fanfare of contingency and the people out there, you look out here and you see these tens of thousands of people.
Oh, it's
got to
amazing.
feel similar.
Yep, and it's all in one spot, right? And you can look up and see them. You feel it. You definitely feel the energy. It's just like, driving all night in Baja, and there's people camped out for days, and they see a little bug go by, and they jump out of there. They run out of their little tent, and they run towards you and give you a thumbs up, wave you on, or if you need something to drink. So definitely, I love it.
It's pretty cool. You've been able to race in the trophy truck, the unlimited truck in Baja, and in the Class 11. The fan still has the same reaction.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I've been fortunate enough to be riding with Rob McAkron, and we are first on the road, and people run out and cheer, and they're taking pictures, and then we're the last ones 40 hours later, and they're still there cheering you on. So great feeling.
I got to ask, because as a driver of a 1600 a Volkswagen Beetle back in the days, now I didn't race a Class 11, but I raced 1600 when they were still swing axles. So I go back quite a way in the sport. Don't laugh at me. But they're pretty fragile. You know, when you really start talking about it, whether it's the drum or the axle, the transmission itself, I mean, you kind of got to take care of it. And I'm watching you right here. You're like 3 or 4 feet off the ground, jumping like 25 feet in that thing.
Don't tell me that, because then I'm going to start checking up.
Are you thinking about that every time?
No, I got a good friend of mine is Adrian Guerrero, also race prep, and he gives me a good car. And I trust in it.
I would always be worried about side loading on the drums, just me.
That's why you fly straight, right?
Fly straight, always fly straight. When we talk about coming to Crandon, it's a big haul for you to come from Baja, but worth every moment of it?
Oh, yeah. So I've been fortunate enough to fly both years, but last year, Dana Daig, he collects a lot of older off-road buggies, helped us come out this way. This year, the Shapiro family allowed us to bring our car on board, and I got to fly in a few days later. So maybe next year I can take a few weeks off of work and then do the journey.
Well, you know what's cool, Cisco, is having you here, having your entire family here, the personality that comes along with it, the personality of the Class 11s, but also your great racing lineage. Thank you, and congratulations on you and your family's World Championship.
Thank you,
Before we go too far, let's step into some more lineage and talk about Keegan Kincaid. One of our commentators, Dave Arnold, who's been doing a great job finding stories for us, caught up with Keegan and found out what makes him tick when it comes to Crandon.
I'm here in the Lucas Oil Pits with last year's defending champion of the Crandon World Cup, and here's Keegan Kincaid. Keegan, how you doing today?
You know, we're good. We haven't had a great year this year. We've had some bad luck. You know, just the way we ended last year with a points championship and the Crandon World Cup at the end of the year. And coming off that, it's been a rough year, but we're back here at our hometown in Crandon, Wisconsin, and hopefully defending our title.
I like to say you're a legacy. Your dad, Jeff, you know, he's been part of this for years. You follow in his footsteps, and you've also got some cup wins now, just like your dad.
Yeah, you know, he's been a big influence for me. My dad has taught me probably everything I know, and he's given me the truck to be able to go and do the same things he has. You know, I think, you know, he hasn't had as many cup wins as me, so I think I got one up on him there. But, you know, he's given me, without him, it wouldn't have been possible. And so hopefully, again, this would be win number 3 if we can cap it off again. And two's remarkable. You know what I mean? Not many people have won the World Cup 2 times in a row. And, you know, RJ's did it twice. And so we're looking to do it again. And that's what we can do.
Well, you guys are the first off the line there, and, of course, you're going to have those Pro 4s chasing after you. Do you feel the pressure when it comes to that?
Yeah, you know, I've been in both shoes. I've been in the Pro 4 and in the Pro 2, and Pro 4 is definitely more fun than racing the Pro 2 in the Cup. But goal is to get out, run away. You know, it's like a dog running away, you know, and that's what we're trying to do is run clean laps and click it off. And hopefully those Pro 4s battle in the back. You know, Johnny, CJ, Kyle, hopefully they're doing some battle, and the Pro 2s become good blockers for you, and you're there at the end.
We're working our way up towards that Red Bull Cup race that Keegan's talking about, and we'll be having that happen about 5 o'clock Central Time. Stay with us for that or rejoin us. And speaking of joining, 3-time Cup winner, a bona fide legend in the sport, someone who is an all-around great guy and has great information and great racing technology. Scott Douglas, welcome to the stage here today. We're stoked to be able to share a little bit of time with you.
Yeah, I'm stoked to be here and be here at Crandon. I mean, if I'd love to be in a race truck, but being here with the crowd and being at Crandon, this is one of those events that it doesn't matter when it falls in the year, you can't miss it. I mean, it's quite an event, and with all these people, I love seeing my fans and being here.
I know it's got to be hard. Just for me, when I go to a racetrack and I'm not racing, it's hard to walk through. I walked on the track yesterday. I'm like, damn, I'm walking on the track. You being a 3-time Cup winner and having all the other accolades in the sport, this is something that you helped build, you helped create. It's got to be a little bit tough to come back sometimes and not race.
Yeah, that's true. And it is neat because, I mean, first time I was here, I was 94, I believe. And what they did, what Crandon's done with this since then is incredible. But even then, I came from a desert background, had numerous championships and Baja 1000 wins and this and that, and then come to short course in 94 and started doing this with Herzogs, and it was incredible. And now to see what it's become today is just really something, how it's grown. But you know what? This fan base has been here all along. It's awesome.
Absolutely. And one of the things that I think is interesting is you mentioned your off-road background and your start at the Baja races. It's almost like your short course career surpassed that. Like it's like people know you as a short course driver, and sometimes it doesn't resonate, even with me, that you're a Baja racer.
Yeah, and it gets overlooked a lot. It's kind of funny because I guess the bulk of the exposure came from the short course stuff. But my first race was the 1980 Baja 500, and my brother and I got a truck and we raced Class 8, which was one of the big classes. We ended up finishing the thing, just a lot of attrition. I think there was 20 or 22 in the class or something like that. We ended up finishing 5th just because we overcome a lot of obstacles and finished, and we were just hooked from there on out. Started building another truck, downsized to 7S, and then was, multi-time 7S champion and was racing against Rob McCackern and a lot of big stars because the manufacturers were in the mini truck class at that point, and it was an awesome way to start your career.
It's very cool to hear the trajectory of how everybody did it and how they made it work for them. And for you, it became a career. How many years professionally racing?
I did 35 years professionally. My first year was professionally when I took a leave of absence from my work for 2 years. Walker Evans called me in right around Christmas of '89, right before New Year's of '90, and said, I want to put you in a truck. And it was crazy because I was a shy kid then. Nobody would ever believe it. I didn't talk much.
Wait a minute, Walker Evans? What?
Yeah, I was like, whoa. And my mom took the call. I was still living at home at the time because we were putting all our money into racing. And she took the call, and she was a big Walker Evans fan. And she's like, oh, who? And then she gave me the phone. And anyway, we sat down, talked. There's a long story to that. But got a deal with Walker, and I had no idea. I had all these little notes figuring, okay, I've won this, won that. I want to see what I can do. And then they just said, oh, this is going to be a full-time gig. This is what you're going to do for a living. Took a 2-year leave of absence, and I never had to go back to a real job. Did it professionally, worked for a lot of great teams, but they were the ones who got me my start. And actually, Randy Anderson has always been a big believer in me, and he's a Hall of Fame inductee, so I want to congratulate him as well.
How cool is that Randy was acknowledged and became a part of the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame?
It is way cool because a lot of those guys, we're the drivers, we're the faces, but it's the background of it that really make us go. And Randy's the one who made that team go. And if you look at how many people he's touched in their career, it's incredible. That the people, the truck designers, the engine builders, the drivers that came out of that team, what Walker and Phyllis and Randy did was phenomenal, and I can't thank them enough. And it was an awesome way to start my career, and it just took off from there. Won championships, teammates with Rob McCackern when he was really young, and neither one of us knew where we were going to head. And now he's a big star, still doing it. It's awesome. So pretty blessed career I've had.
Yeah, for sure. And talking about the behind the scenes, also seeing Randy get that acknowledgement. Now, someone who's been in front of the scenes, but now I can get some behind the scenes information from Scott Douglas. looking at the track, looking at what you saw from the Pro 4s and Pro 2s this morning, because I know you're watching, what do you think here this afternoon? I mean, I know when you're racing, your class is going to win, but you're not racing today, so I'm interested in what you think.
Well, I tell you, it's really something because I've been listening to you and you've been talking about you thought maybe it was a little heavy. And it's a big deception here at Crandon is because the track really is hard slick right now. But what they do is they keep grooming all the soft stuff onto the blue groove and they pack it in and it actually, they water it and so they get heavy. So the first lap, it's a little bit heavy, but it really just muds you up kind of. And then once you blow all that cushion off, it creates a heavy cushion, it's slick. But the big thing that happens is the holes develop. And so you've really got to be on your toes with the holes developing. And with this track conditions that we have now, the sun's starting to come out, it's going to get harder. I really think some of the Pro 2s are going to get out there, and the Pro 4s, you know, we always say, okay, let's try and keep it clean till we get the front. Deals with racers never work, you know that. And so if one or two of them can get through, because when you're in a Pro 4 and you're racing against these Pro 2s and they get such a head start, people don't realize that we've got to race them differently. They have different lines than we have. They come in and they run the cushion. We come in and diamond the corners, and we have to take and be aggressive. When we catch them, we have to pass them immediately. If you play around with it, you're either going to get passed or you're not going to win the cup. And so that's the big thing is you have to have a lot of luck with you, a lot of skill, and then the last thing is you got to keep an eye on where these holes develop, because you can use these holes as your advantage to passing people, where if you can force a guy to dive into one of them where you could take the line and he's got to go through it, even though he might have a wider, faster line, you can break short and let him, and he's going to tag the hole, get inside of him and be gone.
Let me ask you, is there a story you can tell for the audience at home and here? Most aggressive day on the track, or an aggressive move that you remember that worked out for you, or one that didn't work out for you?
Well, there's been quite a few.
I bet there has.
Yeah, I guess the start is one, and I guess this is one that didn't work out for me. But this start is pretty incredible, and we haven't had it happen lately. But I've been over that wall, completely over the wall, onto the other side of the track twice. And there's been a couple of times where I had to start on the outside. I got a really good head of steam. And the tricky part about that is if you're on the outside and you've got these 10 guys on the inside and they start dicing, they don't see you, so it's not necessarily their fault. You come out of nowhere around the outside, and then you're there, so you have to almost clear them because they're going to swing wide into you. And didn't quite clear them one time. I got tagged, and over the wall I went, and it was one of the craziest rides I ever had.
Well, you're one of the best of all times. I really appreciate the time with Scott Douglas coming up here and sharing with us. We're looking forward to a great Red Bull Cup later today here at Crandon. Right now, though, let's take a look at what happened with the Lucas Oil Poker Run. People got together and went for a trail ride here on the property.
Well, we're at Crandon right now, and how can you do any better than this? You're out in the wild. You're out with these great folks showing you a way through the dusty forest, but well, we're going to have a little get-together here, another get-together at Crandon at the racetrack tonight, then a great weekend of racing coming up.
County was happy to partner with everyone at the racetrack, the Forest County ATV Association. We're happy to do what we can to make this event go smooth, and looking forward to partnership in the future.
So much awesomeness and fun going on all over here in Crandon. Right now what we're going to do is we're going to step away just for a moment as we start to thank some of the people that make it happen for us here at Crandon, but more racing to come. Speed Sport Live from the Red Bull Crandon World Cup is presented by Cometic Gaskets, sealed under extreme pressure. And by eBay Motors, every part for every ride.
Since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark Speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speedsport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speedsport Daily. Speedsport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
Make way for the first ever Chevy Silverado CR2. With Multimatic shocks, rugged 33-inch tires, and front and rear electronic locking differentials.
Dude, this is awesome, but we should get back to work.
This good? Perfect. If you're going to work remote, work remote. Find new workspaces. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
Our journey at Continental has taken us down many roads. And when we first started, they weren't even paved. For more than 150 years, we've worked hard to earn your trust. From the trail to the racetrack and beyond. The Continental mark in all its forms stands for confidence. Confidence you trust. Continental Tire.
Make way for the first ever Chevy Silverado CR2. With Multimatic shocks, rugged 33-inch tires, and front and rear electronic locking differentials.
Dude, this is awesome, but we should get back to work.
This good? Perfect. If you're going to work remote, work remote. Find new workspaces. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
Our journey at Continental has taken us down many roads. And when we first started, they weren't even paved. We know trust isn't given, it's earned. And for more than 150 years, we've worked hard to earn your trust. 150 years of perfecting how tires are made, continuing to both raise the bar while setting the industry standard. From the trail to the racetrack, from off the beaten path to the highways and beyond. The Continental mark in all its forms stands for confidence. Confidence 150 years in the making. Confidence you trust. Continental Tire.
Steel-It polyurethane coating has become the choice of leading off-road builders and race teams who recognize the coating's superior performance, protecting suspensions, chassis, and other metal parts that require a proven durable shield against corrosion. Steel-It's weldability is a signature benefit that saves racing teams hours of repair time. Steel-It provides remarkable performance, making it easier to get back out onto the race course. Use Steel-It to protect your investment.
Speedsport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speedsport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speedsport Daily. Speedsport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
A bit.
And we're back here as we get ready to go pro buggy racing. One more time, we welcome you back here to the Red Bull Crandon Cup Day. It's a big one for sure. Polaris bringing us all the action here as well for the 53rd running of the World Championship Off-Road Races. And Pro Buggy coming up here next. Looks like they're climbing into the flag stand. I welcome Mr. Cameron Steele back here to the booth. 2014 Pro Buggy champion.
Woo!
Nice to have you in the house. Couple buggy dorks here, man. We love these things.
Well, you and I got to spend a little bit of time both racing the Pro Buggy class. I really think it's some of the very best racing.
You were racing. I was just hanging on. I was trying to follow your line.
I don't know if that's totally true.
Here we go,
had
man.
A lot of fun.
Caution board is up. They light them up. Here comes the Pro Buggies. Busy cars, manually shifted. They have turning brakes inside to operate the right and rear tires. Rear tires left and right independently as they sail through turn number 1. Woo, a couple of them way high.
A lot of different lines there. Surprised to see them so spread out. Now remember, these are open wheel cars. I know we say it all the time, but touching wheels can send you for a ride you don't want to go on. They do carry a ton of speed. Momentum is a big part of this game, but they do have the power to the ground to be able to make different line changes to try to steal lines from each other. Oh, contact! It looks like, one
big
going
ride.
over.
For sure, a big ride right out the bat. You hate to see that for anybody. Off the back straightaway there, right in front of the Polaris billboard sign. So we'll get safety over there immediately. You can see them already headed that way. Just want to make sure the driver's okay first and foremost. The cars are pretty safe, for sure. I mean, all the technology that's inside of them to keep the drivers safe. Then,
ooh, that redirect in that water. You're looking there earlier in the day, Kyle Leduc made contact with that wall. Got to be careful there.
Well, it freaked me out because I thought they were running the short course. I was like, oh man, he just blew the turn big time. But they're running the long course here, as you can see, and they'll make their way through Argonne Corner. And
Matthew Brister right there on camera, one of the favorites, of course, but someone who's really been putting down some fast laps. Looked great yesterday in the race. Michael Meister sitting out front in a commanding position with a bit of a gap and no roost in his face.
Well, Meister with an incredible year. He is the reigning champ, settled that up just a day ago, grabbed himself 4 wins along the way throughout the season, another couple of podiums, 3 more podiums. So, yeah, he's had an incredible season. It was a dogfight, though, right to the end.
For sure, and there's been some changes in the cars where they have a little bit of a different power plant, a little bit of transmission changes. The turning brake's still a part of it. You can hold yourself in the corner. You can correct yourself with it. But you got to be careful under certain conditions because some of them have a lock diff, if not all. As we get down into the drifting, Brister going big and wide.
Yeah, you just mentioned something there that the fans might not think of. On the slick track in the beginning, if you start to over-rotate, you can use that turning brake to save you and go the opposite direction.
Absolutely, but it is an art form, especially on a wet track. You grab it to correct yourself. You got to be off the gas, like I said, with the lock diff. But, man, it can send you quickly the other direction. Both those front buggies choosing to go a little bit wider than that water, but right now Brister on a tear. He's on the move. He's taking it from about 10 car lengths to maybe 3, and I like how they drove around that mud there at the bottom in Aragon.
Yeah, Meister, Brister, Steinhardt, Kirkham, and Hester, your current top 5. Don't count out Everts. Booth also has been extremely good, and Schwalbe, that's the son of legendary Scott Schwalbe, back in there in the 8th position.
there's definitely some hitters here in the class and a couple legendary names, Larry Joe being one of them, far back in the pack. And I love to watch the buggies try to choose their line, but what you're going to notice here is they're going to become a preferred line, and they're going to try to make moves around each other, but look at the drifting of the cars, the back and forth. It's just flexing itself a little bit in that loose topsoil with just enough mud on it to make it slippery, like a slip and slide.
Yeah, these first couple of laps are a handful for sure. I remember them all too well. And you guys are magical with these things. They're light, they're nimble. It's easy to redirect the front end. You talked about the rear end being locked up, a spool, if you will, with all that rear weight with the engine sitting back there. These things inherently do not want to turn, so you have to learn how to rotate these cars.
Dale Everett's there with a good look at the number 7, a Baja 1000 winner in his own right. Great race car driver.
Yeah, and Everett's having a great season, finished up 4th in the points, grabbed a win right here at Crandon in Spring Crandon, so he knows what it's like to stand on top of the box here.
Well, you can just see how, so the front of the car is very lightweight. You got to be really careful how you direct it. You're driving off the back quite a bit, but you can see that some drivers are a little bit more tenuous on how they drive it through some of the sections where it's wet or slippery, because again, you can get a lot of push and you can redirect that front end very easily.
Good look there at Mark Steinhardt, the number 31 car, another legendary name out here at Crandon.
Whoa!
Hanging on to it is Steinhardt right there, huh?
Steinhardt had to really,
all the talent he has.
He came in hot. He wanted to set it up a certain way, but it started breaking away from him, I think, a little bit. He had to stay with it in a different direction. It opened up the possibility for the car behind him, but the problem is, what happens sometimes when you're racing nose to tail like that is you're following that car in front of you because you can't see the mark to hit, so you start following his mark. He goes a little wide, he has a little bit of a misstep, but you're already misstepping with him, so you can't brake and make that change to capitalize.
As a driver, you want to look as far ahead as possible, but certainly one of those things you need to be wary of, right?
Absolutely. I mean, you want to get sucked into the mistakes of the other drivers. You want to hit your marks, and sometimes you want to try to make a pass and make it racy, but sometimes it doesn't make sense to do that. Sometimes it's better to just follow, but at the same time, if you follow, then you're going to get sucked into that mistake. So we'll see how it plays out here. 2 different lines here, going down to the bottom, trying to get traction. It's slippery down there, still wet. Steinhardt going to the outside, trying to run as much momentum as he can, but this is close racing for 3rd place.
Yeah,
Steinhardt and Kirkham.
I wonder if something happened there to Brister, because he lost some 3 seconds behind Meister, who's really stretched it out now. Keep in mind, we'll have that mandatory caution. That'll bunch everybody back up. Obviously, a lapper down there on the bottom having a mechanical issue.
And the other thing you talk about, what happened to Brister? Well, what might happen is the course might come in. The first couple laps, wet, snotty, slippery. Then the course starts to come in a little bit. It's less heavy. It becomes more trackability, and you can pick a racing line. And sometimes cars are set up for early, where it's slippery, and some are set up later for when it gets more tacked in.
Wow, look at the pace truck out there drifting around.
On it.
Going after, we saw him just a moment ago. You saw one on the side, Jack Hanley in the 972. So unfortunately out of power there. So they're sending a truck after him to get him picked up, and pretty incredible driver there behind the wheel of the pace truck.
Well, they got plenty of seat time being out there hurrying to any kind of incident or emergency. Good look at that number 31, a Steinhardt. But going back to the front, this is Meister.
Yeah, Meister, Brister, yeah, and then a little closer battle there between 3rd and 4th, but everybody's strung out pretty far here. And I think you talked about it before. When the track is wet, everybody will have to deal with it. You got to get sorted out here in the beginning of the race. After they bunch them up here for the caution flag, and they're on a much, much grippier track, game on.
Absolutely. I think there's more raceability for sure a little bit later on, especially with the pro buggies, because they can redirect. You talk about the turning brake that they have, but right now there's a lot of open racing, meaning there's not a lot of nose to tail, but when we get that mandatory caution, probably in the next lap or so, look at this setup, just throwing down, going wide, letting it carry, trying to carry as much momentum as well as getting around the corner.
Last time I looked, I want to say 1.4 seconds on the field. I mean, that's a big number. Of course, he's out front, some clean air here, but still, that's a massive gap.
Now, if I was driving that front car, and I'm sure he's thinking the same thing, you want to go just fast enough where they're not really catching you, but you want to drive not too hard to make your car hot or to overuse your car, because right now he's got a little bit of breathing room, and no matter what happens when the mandatory caution comes out, he's going to have traffic right on his backside. So you don't want to really build a huge gap. You want to save your car to make sure you're ready to race in that next part.
You want to be the first one to the mandatory caution, but do it as slow as possible.
That's exactly right. But you always say you got to be just slow enough to win, right? You can't win if you don't finish. It's all cliche, but at the same time, it's the facts of the facts. The mandatory caution's coming out right now for Meister.
And the pace truck has pulled itself out there to pick up our leader, as Meister's done a fabulous job here, as we talked about before, winning the 2022 championship, and has strung together 4 wins, including round 2 right here at Crandon. So he knows this place all too well. Grabbed a win round 2 at ERX, kicked the season off in Antigo with a win as well, and then won here just 1 day ago. So looking to sweep right here at Crandon to close out the year.
Well, not only is he driving great and his car setup looks great, he's not making any mistakes. And we talk about, I know we talk about it too much. We said it with CJ Greaves. We said it on the first race of the day in the Pro 2s. If you're nailing your lines, it's going to be so hard for anybody to get around you. If you get a 1 or 2 car break, you can just hit your lines. If you don't make a mistake, it's going to be nearly impossible for anyone to pass you or even catch you. So right now, the big question here for Meister is, can he get out on the restart and take the line he wants, or does someone have the jump on him? Now, nowadays, where the first car leads where you start, it's not just from a green flag, so you can't sort of jump it. Not that I would ever do that.
No, nor have you.
I would never do that. I never got black flagged for that. But I'm just saying that now that the lead driver gets inside that cone zone, he dictates when you go, and the green flag, if I'm not mistaken, still comes out after that first car decides when to go. It makes it much harder for someone to jump him. They got to be really predictive and know when he's going to go. And sometimes you'll see the car in front wait till the end of that cone zone, and really not to the very end, but making sure that someone maybe thought he was going to jump. They give a little rev. He tries to catch him when they're in between.
If he can stack the field up and get the chaos going with the rest of the field while he drives away, even if it's a couple of car lengths, let him get back in the groove, then it's going to buy him a little bit of time. Conversely, if Brister or Steinhardt can get that good run and put some pressure on him, maybe they can force one of those mistakes.
For sure. Absolutely, all true statements. And with 2 rows behind you, when you're leading to the front, you're always kind of wondering, who do you think has the better car or the better line? You want to just try to get that 1 car length jump and have your best line, and hopefully no one can come up on you. Where it's really going to be a question mark is who has the run going down into the gravel pit, and if they can use it to their advantage.
And take a look at the mud on the front of those cars as well. They've been battling here at the front half of this race. We'll close it out now. 5 to go. It's a 5-lap shootout. Meister's going to lead them all back to the stripe here in the restart zone.
Second and third gave them a little bit of a gap, thinking they might get a run on them, but they're going to battle. They're going to touch tires second and third. That's going to eliminate a chance for either one of them to run forward. But with that, Steinhardt moves to that second place.
Yeah, how about that? A nice move there out of Steinhardt, able to get around Brister. Brister falls back to third. We'll see if Steinhardt has anything for Meister now.
Meister more to the outside, Steinhardt down to the bottom. It's going to give Meister a better run coming up towards the finish line area, and now the big gap has developed. This is a problem for the other cars. You know, if Steinhardt has that, if Meister has that clean gap of 2 or 3 cars, which now he has 3 to 4 cars, he can just pick his lines and go. Now, the track has changed. It's drier. You see dust. You see trackability. You see ruts. Now he has to drive a really perfect race. And right there, for instance, we saw it earlier from R.J. Anderson there, where Meister is swinging it left to right with never getting straight in there. Steinhardt got straight and got a little bit of traction moving forward there. Anytime you're moving forward, traction is faster than when you're sliding side to side.
Yeah, Steinhardt, one of those guys that really cut his teeth in single buggy, knows how to keep the momentum up. You give him a little bit of power, right? Can come in and take advantage of that, and it's those straightened up moments that make a big difference. He finished second in the points, had a tough round at Dirt City when he finished in 11th. Otherwise, it's a different story, but Meister and Steinhardt have been the class of the field here this year, and they're going at it once again.
All great drivers in the front of the pack. The bottom line is the cars are very close. And it really comes down to driver technique and if they can keep that forward momentum going. And this jump right here, I mean, you're carrying quite a bit of speed. You see that Brister goes off to the side a little bit more to the right. He likes that drive down into the gravel pit as you're getting a great shot here. Everett's trying to go a little bit lower than Brister, but can he make it work? Does he scrub too much speed being down there on the bottom?
And Everts has really cut his teeth on this. I mean, he'd only had a little bit of experience a few years ago. You talked about him coming out of the desert and has really applied himself, become quite the short course racer.
For sure, and you know his kid did a lot of racing as well in this car, so they're a great team up, and Dale has great engineering and he understands the racing game. So if there's someone that could make a move, you might think about Everett's doing that. And you see that rotation going to the bottom. He actually has a lot of pressure from directly behind, which is something he's going to have to worry about. You want to drive forward at all times, but you also got to be wary of the fact that someone can come in and chop your line or steal your real estate coming from behind. And he's close on Brister here.
And I'm sure Dale every now and again chatting with his brother as well, who's extremely talented. Sprint car racer, is tuned and engineered on some of the biggest names out here in short course off-road as well, Pro 2 category. So, yeah, there's a lot of knowledge in there underneath that cage as we watch them pick their way through turn number 1 once again at speed.
This is the race now. Second, third, taking a look. First is quite a ways out, maybe 12 car lengths over second. Second is about maybe 8 or 10 car lengths over Brister in third. So it's third, fourth, and fifth where we're seeing a bunch up, where we're seeing a race develop. Right now in the front, going very wide in the gravel pit, is Meister. Steinhardt with a similar line. Actually, everybody out running that cushion now. No one's trying to drop to the bottom to try to find a line there because it's just not carrying the speed.
Really thought, well, I really hoped we'd be talking about our buddy Larry Jobe. Unfortunately, in the back of the pack, he had a great season, picked up a win earlier in the season as well, but dead last out here today. Clearly an issue there in the opening part of the race.
Look at the run on Brister.
Battle right here, huh? Brister getting it back.
Brister is on it. Here he comes. He's trying to make a move. Watch him rotate, go to the bottom. He's looking. He's not trying to press. What he's trying not to do is scrub off the speed by sliding too much. He's going to try to find a place where he can run on Steinhardt. Now, we're taking a look at Steinhardt's car. It looks like it's all good and all together, but maybe Brister has his car set up for a drier condition later in the race.
Quick little lockup. You could gather that out of the left rear for Steinhardt as he's set up for that tight 180. That's exactly what they do. Pull back on that turn and brake, lock up that inside rear tire, rotate the car, get off that brake, and stay on the throttle, right?
100%. It gives you the option to have that setup capability. And watching Brister, he's trying to, what I see from Brister is he's looking at some dry spots. See him jump to the
right
dry there?
Yeah.
He jumped to the dry. He's trying to get that traction. He's trying to keep the wheels from spinning. When you're spinning, you're not tracking forward. I know it sounds simple to do, but as a race car driver, I think Brister's been opening this up more, and now Steinhardt's on that outside a bit, and we'll see. Here is the key. When you're coming off that corner, did you scrub more than the other guy? And right now it looks very evenly matched.
And by the way, Everett's also closing the gap a little bit on Brister, so this looking pretty good here with just a couple of laps to go.
This is where I think that Brister is faster. He made his line on the inside there. Now watch his run. What he's got to do is not get caught up with Steinhardt dropping the rear end out more, see him having to fix it. This right here, Brister has been quicker. He sets up earlier, gets to the bottom, tries to go straight. He gets straight for a little bit, and he tries to make that run. He's looking for somewhere in there where he can put a nose underneath, but you see coming out of that section.
I think Steinhardt adjusted his line a little bit that time from the previous line, so maybe Spotter's saying something to him because he got a bit of a run on him.
It's tricky running really closely matched cars, and you can also see that Brister's running hot.
Ah, yes he is.
He's running hot, so that means he's been pushing hard. And what that also means is you got to watch those temps, because not only do you not want to kill it, but it starts to run weaker and weaker as it starts to drop off. If it gets really hot, it makes it so the car's not going to have the power, and eventually the hamster's going to jump off the treadmill.
Yeah, I mean, a lap and a half to go here, a little less than that actually coming up on that last lap. And so far, Steinhardt able to hang on here. Brister trying to get it done. Still some steam coming out of it. That's actually a good sign. When the steam comes out, that means there's no more water. And yeah, that's about when the hamster comes off.
With one lap or one lap and a turn, I would say that Brister's going to hold it on here. He's going to go for that podium last race of the year. If he has to violate giving up that motor, I think he's willing to do that to come home with a podium here at the World Championship.
Yeah, and you just never know, right? You got to fight for it. White flag is out. Our leader is checked out right now. I mean, doing a great job. No pressure there, but a great battle here for second.
This has been the spot. Look, Bonsai down to the bottom a little bit, carries a little bit of mo, but goes out to that fluff. Couple different lines being used there, but not enough for Brister to get close enough.
I thought he would straighten it out and just go down and try to pull off the slide job, but he did not do so.
I would have done that. But I'm a mean racer.
Doing have fed him a right rear to that left front.
I would have just tried to get underneath him and steal the line from him. The question is, can you stop enough to get collected before the outside of the turn and not send yourself off the end of it? But a great race nonetheless for everybody, especially Michael Meister. He really threw down. I mean, he looked great at all times. He really carried the momentum. And you see the recorrection there from Brister. He's trying to carry that speed. He's trying to keep it straight and smooth as much as he can. He's trying to land in the dry. He's trying to do everything he can to get a little mo, and he's got it. He carried enough momentum there, but the question is, where can you pay off with it? Now he's going to take a look. It's too many car lengths to try to make something happen here at the gravel pit. If you're closer, you can run up the inside and try to slide underneath him and try to break and stop that. But what would eventually happen there, in my opinion, is if he did get underneath, he would stop both their momentum and Everts would get to it.
Here we come to the checkered flag. Congratulations to Michael Meister. Puts some 7 seconds on the rest of the field there. Incredible effort, no doubt about that. Mark Steinhardt able to hang on despite the pressure from Brister. Solid effort there as well. So good race here in the Pro Buggy category, and great to see a resurgence here in terms of number of cars. Over 20 cars in this battle here one day ago. Meister up top there as we take a look at the results for our Pro World Championships and Red Bull World Cup Super Buggy results. Mark Steinhardt right there in second place. Matthew Brister. Then we have Everts and Schwalbe. That is Ryan Schwalbe to round out the top 5. Great battling here once again, and of course we will talk to the top 3 when we come back. Stay with us here at Crandon.
There's someone right here in northern Wisconsin that's committed to making quality healthcare the standard of the community. For the past 15 years, they've invested in building state-of-the-art facilities that have helped keep families healthier by providing services like radiology, dentistry, optical, diabetes treatment, maternal health, and behavioral health services. So who cares so much about the health of the community? Potawatomi, keeper of the fire, builders of the future.
Speedsport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speedsport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speedsport Daily. Speedsport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
Storms can cause outages even for days. Food can spoil, some pumps, furnaces, and air conditioners stop working. Be prepared with a portable generator like this one from Champion. This dual fuel generator runs on gasoline or propane, a great option when gas stations aren't available. Protect your family from carbon monoxide poisoning and always run your generator outdoors, far away from windows and doors.
Our journey at Continental has taken us down many roads. And when we first started, they weren't even paved. We know trust isn't given, it's earned. And for more than 150 years, we've worked hard to earn your trust. 150 years of perfecting how tires are made, continuing to both raise the bar while setting the industry standard. From the trail to the racetrack, from off the beaten path to the highways and beyond. The Continental mark in all its forms stands for confidence. Confidence 150 years in the making. Confidence you trust. Continental Tire.
Steelite polyurethane coating has become the choice of leading off-road builders and race teams who recognize the coating's superior performance, protecting suspensions, chassis, and other metal parts that require a proven durable shield against corrosion. Steelite's weldability is a signature benefit that saves racing teams hours of repair time. Steelite provides remarkable performance, making it easier to get back out onto the race course. Use Steelite to protect your investment.
There's someone right here in northern Wisconsin that's committed to making quality healthcare the standard of the community. For the past 15 years, they've invested in building state-of-the-art facilities that have helped keep families healthier by providing services like radiology, dentistry, optical, diabetes treatment, maternal health, and behavioral health services. So who cares so much about the health of the community? Potawatomi, keeper of the fire, builders of the future.
And we are back here at the Polaris Crandon World Championships, Red Bull Crandon World Cup Day. And how about this guy? Michael Meister closes out the season with 3 consecutive podiums, including back-to-back wins. That's how you get it done. And right now, he is down there with our very own Tiffany Stone.
Michael Meister, it's so good to see that smile. Make your way down here, like we were just talking about, a sweep pretty much, and this is your 2nd World Championships. Please don't cry, because you know I gotta hug you if you cry. Obviously, this is a great win for you. You've had a great weekend here. How are you feeling overall? Obviously, those tears say a lot. Please don't make me cry.
Oh, overwhelming to do 3 wins this weekend. It's something you can never ask for. It's the couple laps to go, I just it just hits you going through the crowd and everything, like, oh my god, you're winning at Crandon. And it feels absolutely amazing. I was just bawling getting out of my car. But it's awesome. We got an amazing track. Thank you, Crandon, for putting on a great track, great event today. And God, I'm so excited.
And talking about that, right after the mandatory caution, it got a little bit dustier out there. Did that change your drive style at all? I mean, you were about 5 seconds ahead of everybody else. So pretty much when you're out there doing that, you just got to keep calm, collective, and it seems like that's what you did.
Yeah, for sure. It was just, trying to stay in the groove, not get sucked up into the big cushion, and that really can slow these pro buggies down. So it was just hitting my marks, making sure I don't I think we had a little bit longer race than normal races, so you could tell the shocks were getting hot. It was bottoming out more, so just being a little more consistent, letting off a little bit, making sure the cards stayed all together. But there was some big holes, everything. I was just you're just thinking about, oh, am I going to blow a tire on this hole or, whatever. So we made it, though. But I want to thank my fiance, Caitlin. Everything she does, it just is amazing. Brad keeping me safe out there. Our radios actually worked today, so that's awesome, too. Thank you to Harold and Lance over at Rugged Radios. They really helped me out. But Michael Meister Logging, Ponce North America, Fast Lane Woodworks, Hobbytown Revolution Raceway. Bob's over there selling RC cars by the track. Bubbler, the Mid-Wisconsin Beverage, the Pepsi boys down here too. Everybody's supporting me, and we're going to come back here next year. We're going to try to, do another championship, and we're going to try to go after the World Cup again next year.
Awesome. Well, you know the drill. You're crying. You got to come in here. Give me that hug, buddy. It's good to see you. Hop up on number 1. You got another $6,000 check for you as well. Taking that 2nd place spot, number 31, Mark Steinhardt. Mark, Zandy, it's good to see you. It's been a moment since we've really been able to chat, but you were talking about a little of the difficulties that you had right off the start, but then you and Matt just kept going back and forth. So from the beginning to the end, what was it going on?
Well, I missed a shift. I got a good start, got a good hole shot, had both these guys back here, and went to hit fifth, and I hit third, and they went poof. And I'm like, well, I got my work cut out for me, and then battled with Matt there for a little while. I knew we had the mandatory caution, not think I was saving anything or anything like that. Those guys were pulling away from me. And then on the restart, had a little bit better line than Matt. I think that's all that was, and was able to get around him. And then Spotter kept saying he's 1, he's 2, he's 3, he's 4, he's 1. I'm like, yeah, I got my work cut out for me. I wasn't sure who was back there. It's great racing with Matt. Hats off to Michael. You know, they brought me on with those guys a long time ago. And I kind of showed him the ropes, and I can't say that I taught him how to drive because he knew how to drive right away. But the rest of the stuff, you know, how to prep the car and stuff, and you know, he's head and shoulders above pretty much everybody. But I'm getting used to this car a little bit, so hopefully next year we can battle again, and we'll see what happens.
Wonderful. I know you got to thank a bunch of people for helping you get on the second place box here at the big house.
Yeah, I got to thank Laundry Lobby, Wash Smart, Alamode. Lonnie, Bobby, Mo, thank you very much for all the help over the years. Rhinelander Fastenal, Todd's Automotive, Tony at Argonne Lumber. Man, he stepped aboard here a couple years ago, and he's helping me out. That's great. I got to thank Kristen Ambos, the Ambos team, guaranteed rate. Without that help, I can't do this. All the people that help me, Glenn, Jake, Margene, everybody that helps me out and get up here, I got to put my hats off to them, and we'll see. 3-2 places ain't the best, but I'll take it.
Awesome. We'll hop up on number 2. And rounding out your Super Buggy top 3, number 55, Matt Brister. Matt, just like Steiny was saying, it was back. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Matt, make your way right over here. Sorry about all that. So, Matt, back and forth with you, Steiny over here. He's making me blush, but the battle between you guys was quite epic out there. From your perspective, what'd you see?
Yeah, you know, before I'm a racer here, I'm a fan. I've watched all of the Champ Off-Road series, and I know these guys pretty well. We text in the season. I'm asking for updates. So to be able to come out here and, get taken to school a little bit by Mike Steinhardt, I'm proud to put that one on my belt. But I know a couple of tricks now that I'm going to take back to the West Coast and, show those guys what's up and a little bit of Midwest love. My Falcon tires, anybody who's a Fast Monkey fan knows that I'm very hard on tires. These things have passed the Turing test. They made it the entire race. I didn't get a flat. I side-loaded the car. I was doing everything I could to get a flat out there. So they really are the best tires that I can run right now. And, I'm going to keep on doing it. And, they're amazing. So I think we're going to see a lot more buggies with those things pretty soon. Roush Performance giving me a bullet. Those guys always have my back. Every time I'm off the track, they're sending me texts, asking me what's up, telling me what to do. Lothringer Performance Engineering, they did everything on the car from prepping it, breaking or fixing anything that I break. They come to the races, they cheer for me, they spot for me, and they really are family to me. So Ken, Kevin, you guys, I owe you guys a lot. My mom and dad, Fast Monkey Performance Engineering, it's not easy for them to come to these things and to support me and let me do these things. So I'm very thankful, and I'm proud of what we've accomplished so far. Vision Canopies, they gave me plenty of shade, so this metal is going to stay cool whenever I come back to watch the Cup race. And of course, Falcon Tire, Roush Performance, Rancho Performance, Transaxle, Vision Canopies, and all of the Fast Monkey fans, everybody cheering for me out there, Crandon. Thank you guys very much.
Awesome. Nice job. Hop up on number 3. Big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in Super Buggy, and a big congratulations once again to Michael Meister, 2-time world champ here at Crandon. We're going to take a quick break. Be right back.
Spaceport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark Spaceport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Spaceport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Spaceport Daily. Spaceport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
This is where you come alive, where adventure is the ultimate destination and where Polaris General takes you. Explore beyond the beaten path with a sport-tuned suspension. Ride all day, surrounded by unrivaled comfort perfected for the off-road. And load up all your gear with class-leading cargo capacity. No matter how you share adventure, General takes you there. Polaris. Think outside.
Welcome back to Crandon, Wisconsin for the 53rd running of the World Championship. Speed Sport Live from the Red Bull Crandon World Cup, presented by Cometic Gaskets, sealed under extreme pressure, and eBay Motors. Every part, every ride. And we're taking a look at Michael Meister coming in with the goods. We're joined by the Pro Buggy champion here on the main stage, and that's your second World Championship. I got to say that, you know, sometimes you win one, and there was so much pressure to get there, and then maybe the second one you're going to be able to enjoy a little bit more?
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's tough to just, you know, win a race here at Crandon, and it's, you know, I won back in 2020, and, you know, between all of the, you know, this Pro Buggy field is absolutely stacked throughout the year, and then even the West Coast guys come, so, you know, everybody's just hauling the mail, just trying to provide that win, and you know, we finally got it done. It's not incredibly easy at all to get that hole shot, and I was able to get that hole shot and just you know, run as fast and clean as race as I could.
As a Pro Buggy racer myself, not recently, but over the years, I can tell everybody that it's really important to not only have great momentum, but choose good lines. But the front of the car sometimes doesn't want to go where you want to put it. And especially into those wet conditions, those first few laps seemed like it was really a slip and slide out there.
Absolutely, through gravel pit and then finish line corner, there was standing water on the track. So you got those cutting brakes in the car, locks up either left side or the right side of the car in the rear, and you just got to almost guide that as well as with the throttle and as much as you can steer as well. But yeah, it's a hairy track out there, and we're just flying.
It's kind of a tricky situation where you have three different inputs, you know, or really four, with the weight shift, driving under power, the turning brake, and the steering wheel. There's a lot going on in there.
Oh, for sure. Between, you know, getting roosted, the cutting brake, you know, we got the H pattern shifting through all your gears, and you know, just trying to make your correct lines. It's a tough deal out there.
Yeah, people think that having that shifter is like something that comes naturally and easy, but those dogs can be a little tough to get through sometimes, and you don't always hit all your shifts, and the problem is you miss one shift, that thing gets mad inside there, and it makes it even tougher.
Oh yeah, you got to give it a little throttle blip and let off the gas, and you know, these transmissions they're tough, but you know, something can happen, and you know, you can feel those gears when those dog rings shift, and it's you know, they get chewed up occasionally, but that's part of the class, and it's you know, it's a fun time.
It looks like you're pretty excited. What's it like to win in front of all these people here?
Oh, incredible. It's, you know, looking over, you know, all the faces, all the people just standing around and sitting. It's a surreal feeling. You know, it keeps growing and growing each and every year, and you know, we're going to keep coming back for sure.
Right on. Well, congratulations. It's an honor to get to spend some time with you. And, you know, Pro Buggies for me, I think, are one of the best and busiest drives out there. So to be able to hang on to that and have such a clean race, I'm impressed by what I see from you, and having a banger weekend like that. I mean, really took everybody to school. That's got to give you some great feeling going into next year.
Oh, for sure. It's a little more momentum, but yeah, this Pro Buggy class, you got the best bang for your buck. We're running just as fast as Pro 2 sometimes, or Pro Lite, sometimes Pro 2 at times, and you know, we got a little engine in there, but you know, we're still going just as fast. So yeah, it's a fun time and best bang for your buck.
Right on, Michael. Congratulations. We're stoked to see you up here. And we're going to continue on with more of our coverage here in Crandon today. And you can see the giant crowd has amassed here getting ready for that Red Bull Cup. Michael Meister joined me for a few minutes. We're going to have a couple more guests come in over the next 10 or 15 minutes. We're continuing on. The Red Bull Cup will be coming later today, starting around 5 o'clock Central Time. We do have a couple more races to go. Again, the Cup race later this afternoon will include the Pro 2s and Pro 4s in a combined format with a split start, and they will race based on the times they put down in the race. They'll try to separate them as evenly as possible, and then they will try to see who gets to the finish line first, a Pro 2, which line will start in front, or a Pro 4.
And as you can see, it's a packed house here in Crandon. They're saying 63,000 people strong over the weekend. I believe that absolutely to be true. And speaking of cool things that happen, as we've been here over the weekend, there's been some developments with the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame. Barbara Rainey is here, who is really the one that the driving force of Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame. And now it has a home here in Crandon, at least for short course, but I have a feeling it can be more than that. But just the relationship being built, there's short course drivers in the Off-Road Hall of Fame, there's desert drivers, but the synergy is all one and the same.
That's right, Cameron. We're very proud and honored at the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame to announce some big news here at the Big House. We will be opening up a short course annex here in Crandon, and we have some great plans for that. You yourself are a Hall of Fame inductee, class of 2018, and I don't know if people realize that anyone can nominate someone for the Hall of Fame, and April is nomination month, so if you know somebody who needs to be in the Hall of Fame, you submit an application, and then during the summer, it's a very difficult process for a voting committee to narrow down the 50 or 6 nominees to the quality class. This year, the class of 22 will be inducted on October 30th at the South Point in Las Vegas. A couple of familiar names to the short course world. Scott Taylor will be inducted into the Hall of Fame in Las Vegas on the 30th of October, and also Brad Lovell, who won here last night. So they were selected for the class of 22. All the information on how to nominate someone who's in the Hall of Fame is at ormhoff.org. We like to say legends live at ormhoff.org.
And they definitely do, Barbara. We thank you for all of your passion and effort and everything you do to put forward into the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame. I'm proud to be a part of that. It's always a little shocking to be voted into or brought into something like that. I was with Scott Taylor this morning. He was talking about it. You could see the emotion for sure. But thank you, Barbara Rainey, for everything that you've done for our sport. And right now, you can see a rollout of cars. This is the Ultra 4 class, which is going to have their World Championship race. And they are driving, and you can see the safety crew stepping onto the wall. They're moving forward in the missing man formation in honor of Zandy Willems. And Zandy passed away here last night during the Ultra 4 race. So fans, if you'd like to stand and show honor for Zandy, of course, everybody up. And it's always a tragic moment, obviously, when someone passes, and to have someone pass doing something they love, that they have great passion for. You can see the passion in the tears of the drivers that are around here today, and you can see the passion with those that didn't even know him, but they know him as a racer. And we'll take a moment and just watch the Ultra 4 cars come by in memory of Zandy. With great honor for Zandy, we present the Ultra 4 class when we return here to Crandon.
There's someone right here in northern Wisconsin that's committed to making quality healthcare the standard of the community. For the past 15 years, they've invested in building state-of-the-art facilities that have helped keep families healthier by providing services like radiology, dentistry, optical, diabetes treatment, maternal health, and behavioral health services. So who cares so much about the health of the community? Potawatomi, keeper of the fire, builders of the future.
Steelite polyurethane coating has become the choice of leading off-road builders and race teams who recognize the coating's superior performance, protecting suspensions, chassis, and other metal parts that require a proven durable shield against corrosion. Steelite's weldability is a signature benefit that saves racing teams hours of repair time. Steelite provides remarkable performance, making it easier to get back out onto the race course. Use Steelite to protect your investment.
You know, as crazy as it sounds, I just don't blow the dust off my bow and go hunting. For us, the hunt really never stops. The hunting season never ends. It's 365 days all year long. Using the machines in our everyday life like we do, if we didn't have them, I couldn't imagine it. They simply help us get our job done.
Make way for the first ever Chevy Silverado CR2. With Multimatic shocks, rugged 33-inch tires, and front and rear electronic locking differentials.
Dude, this is awesome, but we should get back to work.
This good? Perfect. If you're going to work remote, work remote. Find new workspaces. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
Okay, and hello Crandon. This is the Red Bull Crandon World Cup for the Ultra 4 4400 class. And just look at these cars now as they make their way round the infield, showing their respect for their fellow racer. I'm Jim Marsden, and in the booth next to me is Miles Hasselquist. Miles, how you doing?
I'm doing as good as I can, buddy.
Now, 4400 class racing, if nobody knows what this is out there, we race races around the world, starting with the Mecca that is King of the Hammers. That's where it all started back in 2007, and since then, we've reached out into the furthest corners, and our race family has become incredibly extended. But all motorsport has a risk. All motorsport can be dangerous. And last night, we saw one of our family leave us. But, and I say but, because Zandy was a wonderful person, and Zandy wants us to race. And that's what we're going to do this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The 4400 class in Ultra 4 are going to put on a fantastic display of racing here this afternoon. So let us celebrate the racing. Let us celebrate Zandy, and let us have a fantastic time here at the Red Bull Crandon World Cup.
Give it up for Zandy Willems, part of the Ultra 4 family. And we are dedicating this race from Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers to Mr. Zandy Willems and his entire family.
Now, Miles, we love this. We love racing, and we love 4400. These are the big guns. These are the cars that we all want to see. We've got cars out here with up to 1150 horsepower. We've got cars out here with over 20 inches of suspension travel, and most of these vehicles are using 40-inch tires.
Unlimited racing at its finest. I mean, we race at King of the Hammers up and over the mountains. We come to Crandon at the big house to race short course. We race the trees, we race the mud. These cars can do it all and do it all well. These are the Swiss Army knife vehicles of off-road racing.
They are indeed, and very shortly they're going to be lining up for a land rush start, and we are going to see some full-on race action here at the Crandon Red Bull World Cup.
And sitting on the pole position is Mr. Paul Wolf.
Now, what can we say about Paul Wolf? This man is absolutely incredible. He's been our Rookie of the Year so far, and he's been dominating. But he's had some reliability issues recently. Can he put those behind him?
And he's in that single-seat UFO Joe Thompson-built machine. It's going to be absolutely amazing. And lined up next to him in second position,
it's Wayland Campbell. Now, Wayland, he's, of course, son of the legend that is Shannon Campbell,
a three-time king, absolutely.
Absolutely. Now, we saw Wayland earlier this week really laying down the pace. He could really be the guy to beat here today.
But speaking about guys to beat, sitting in third position, who won this race last year, two-time king, Lauren Healy.
Yeah, now, Lauren, this is a man who just has pace. When it doesn't seem possible, he seems to find that extra gear. It's going to be great to see him out on track. And then, of course, it's his teammate, Vaughn Gittins Jr., a multiple drift world champion, taking those skills and bringing them here to Crandon. And who would bet against him? Drifting, Crandon, it's got to work.
And sitting in that fifth position is Mr. Brett Harrell.
Now, Brett Harrell, we saw Brent, his son, the other night, doing incredibly well. So it'll be interesting to see what Brett can bring. Then we've got Ryan Rockhold. Now, Ryan, of course, is part of the Rufus racing team that Zandy was part of. So it's going to be great to see Ryan out here on track.
And in that seventh position, Mr. Casey Gilbert.
Casey Gilbert, he's our highest place, solid axle car.
And now, let's speak about that. So what's solid axle versus IFS?
Absolutely. So when we're talking about, this is unlimited racing. So if you can design it and you can think it, you can race it. So solid axle cars, exactly what they say. It is a solid axle configuration. IFS cars, independent front suspension, not dissimilar to the buggies that we saw earlier, but in four-wheel drive. Then, of course, it's the man himself, Shannon Campbell, 3 times king. This man doesn't need any introduction. He's been there, he's seen it, he's done it.
And we just saw from Barbara Rainey, he is in the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame.
He is indeed, and he's been playing with his vehicle, trying to tune it, making some changes, changing out torque converters, and all different things to make his car as fast as possible around this legendary Crandon track.
In that 9th position, Josh Blyler with a fill-in driver of Jared Erdman.
Yeah, now that's a car that I'm really looking forward to seeing out on the track. Again, a solid Axel Miller car. Expect great things.
And then in 10th position goes actually Christopher Branton was supposed to race, but I think he has a blown-up engine, so we'll see what happens there.
And then in 11th position is Paul Herschel.
With 1,150 horsepower. It's going to be insane.
It's going to be insane. Watch Paul. You cannot miss him. He's in the orange car with obstacle written down the side, and just watch him as he takes on the Bronco Rocks. There's sure to be fireworks with him.
In 12th position is Tom Prendergast. He took a pretty good tumble in Sturgis just about a month ago. He's been working on that car to get it going, and he is ready to go racing.
He is indeed. And we've got our starter. He's looking to get this race underway. And look at that lineup of cars, Miles. It looks absolutely fantastic.
And we'll run through the rest of the crowd right now before we take off. We have John Grounds, Bill Kuntz, Frank Vonderheide, Chad Hunt, Eric Blaze, Aaron Smith, Kevin Taylor, Brent Moffitt,
Roger King, Tad Dowker, Jeremy Jones, and Patrick Peterson. Now, let's not forget that Jeremy Jones was also running in our 4800 class the other day.
So we have multiple classes in Ultra 4 racing. You saw them all race yesterday out back in the rigid Rage on the Rocks, but today we are staying on the short course, but we will be running across the Bronco boulders right here front and center and in front of a sold-out crowd here at the Big House. For the Red Bull Crandon World Cup, Ultra 4 is about to take off.
It is indeed. There is our starter making his way towards the tower now.
This is a points race for Ultra 4 Racing. Red Bull Crandon World Cup. They'll give a championship ring out. There's $7,500 on the line. This is going to be a show you do not want to miss. I believe this is a 10-lap race. No caution in the middle. It's going to be wide open racing, and it's going to be amazing as they're getting ready to take off to the Forest County Potawatomi turn number 1.
We're looking at thousands of horsepower lining up there on this line. Any moment now, that light or the flag is going to drop, and we are going to see action as they make their way down to turn 1.
He'll slide that to yellow, and then he'll grab a flag, and then we will be wide open racing and we'll be crowning a Crandon World Champion.
And it's go, go, go here at Crandon.
And on the far outside is Paul Horschel with the early lead, but look, Lauren Healy right in the middle. Turn number 1 is coming down. Waylon Campbell in the mix, but it is Lauren Healy in the lead for now. On the outside, Paul Horschel, Waylon Campbell, Paul Wolf, Casey Gilbert, Shannon Campbell, Vaughn Gittin Jr. Wow, 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 what a start here.
Absolutely incredible stuff there, but it was Lauren Healy who took the whole shot. Closely behind him is Waylon Campbell, and then just behind him is Paul Herschel with that comedy 1,100 horsepower.
And what a great shot we have there. Brent Harrell, Jared Erdman, Tad Dowke, Ryan Rockhold, and now we are back to the gravel pit with Lauren Healy out front, Waylon Campbell.
Yeah, we saw Lauren Healy there with one wheel off the ground as he powers around these corners.
As Lauren Healy gets ready to throw it into Calamity Corner, heading out to the Bronco Boulders. And this is where you'll see, well, this is a little bit different than what you're used to. And these rocks are big, they are gnarly, they can eat up some tires, but they are flying over them.
They are indeed. They've got to be so careful here. One flat tire will be the end of the race, and they make their way round to Argon.
There's a great battle with Casey Gilbert and Vaughn Gittin Jr. Straight axle versus IFS. We're back to the front of the field pack. Paul Horschel, Paul Wolf.
And there, of course, is Shannon Campbell as he makes his way down towards Cowboy.
The first lap through is Lauren Healy, Waylon Campbell, Paul Horschel, Paul Wolf, and Shannon Campbell in the top 5.
It looks like Vaughn Gittins Jr. did manage to get past Casey Gilbert.
And he's going to put those drift skills to work, and he gets around Gilbert, but they're going to keep on rolling.
Now, I just want to talk very quickly about Vaughn Gittins Jr. He's running some very, very clever suspension, so it'll be interesting to watch him as the race progresses. Fox Life out, but that there is Paul Wolf as he makes his way under the Red Bull arch.
And Shannon Campbell is hot on his heels, trying to reel him in. Again, I love the different cars. Obviously, during the race today, all the classes are the exact same, but here it's kind of run what you brung, build what you want, get outside the box, and these cars are absolutely amazing.
They are. This is Shannon Campbell, so it's a rear engine configuration, same as the car in front of him, which is a Joe Thompson built car. The UFO, we know them as, and that's being driven by Paul Wolf. Just look at the air they're getting now as they make their way into the Calamity Turn.
And they are both single-seat IFS cars on the center screen as they're all heading back into the Bronco Boulders. And the fastest lap of the day right now goes to Mr. Lauren Healy with a 1 minute 30 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like Lauren Healy's checking out right now.
That's only about 10 seconds off some of the fastest laps today, and they're running through the Bronco Boulders, so it's pretty impressive.
It is indeed, and it's that man again, Shannon Campbell. But look at this, Vaughn Gillen Jr. is catching him. So much action out here on track.
Shannon Campbell and Vaughn Gittin Jr. battling out. Again, there's a single seat versus a two-seat. Vaughn Gittin Jr. has Eric Davis riding shotgun with him.
Does indeed. And just look at the way this car just carves around through these bends.
Lauren Healy starting to pull away with this just a little bit. What a great race we're watching. The Forest Potawatomi Turn 1 here at the Big House during the Red Bull Crandon World Cup for Ultra 4 Racing. Jim, this has been a great start. This is so much fun. Love seeing them out here racing for Zandy.
Indeed. It's our passion, it's our lives. We absolutely live and adore Ultra 4 racing, and it's so good to be able to bring it here to the Big House. See, once again, we watch Vaughn Gittin Jr. I believe Vaughn's running in, at the moment, 6th position and trying to hunt down 3 times King of the Hammers champion Shannon Campbell. But that is our current race leader. That is Lauren Healy.
This is our 5th year racing here at the Big House, but our 3rd year running for a points race, and we just love coming back to Crandon.
We do indeed. But just look at Lauren here. He's given us a masterclass in how to drive.
He's starting to get a little bit of a lead on the rest of the pack. He won this race last year. He is just an absolute on fire. And that is another Horschel-built single-seat car. And we know Horschel's not too far back.
Just incredible to see how flat it is.
He's really got that dial.
And just look at the pace he carries down through turn 1 there as he makes his way back into the short course.
And again, I just love this style of racing. And going through the Bronco Boulders just shows you how tough these cars actually are. And they are still trying to chase down Lauren Healy. Waylon Campbell's not too far off him, but Lauren's right in the zone. We have 7 laps to go out of this 10-lap race.
Yeah, as we watch Lauren now powering his way through the Polaris gravel pit.
We'll get a little hang time off the Polaris legendary lead. We're back to 2nd place, Mr. Waylon Campbell. Monster Energy Nitto Tire athlete.
Wayland is looking for a win here, never won here at the Big House, and you wouldn't bet against it right now. Just look at the pace of this young man. Astonishing stuff as he crosses the rocks. Just look at that, Miles.
Just the tires are dancing, but it's just floating, just kind of like you're at home, you're just skipping a rock right across the top.
These cars are built by themselves at the Campbell workshops. Run a 492 cubic inch motor.
All 3 drivers up front are Nitto Monster athletes, so they've got to be super excited for where they're setting right now. And those Nitto tires are looking good.
Yeah, now, isn't it? It does actually look like Waylon has closed the gap to Lauren.
And there is no competition yellow during this race, something a little bit different we do here at Ultra 4 Racing. And Lauren Healy just pitching it into turn number 1, but Waylon Campbell's not letting up much.
Okay, I'm just looking here at the score sheet, and we've got a new fastest lap bin laid down by Paul Herschel in a 1:30.242.
So by 0.3 of a second, this is absolutely insane. All 3 of the top 3 ran a 1:30. So within a half a second of each other. That is absolutely insane.
The thing that gets me with this, and it blows my mind every single time, these cars are built in totally different workshops with totally different sets of ideas
all
and skills.
3 of them, yeah, they're
exactly.
all 3 different.
And yet they are running within tenths of a second of each other around this incredible course here at the Red Bull Crandon World Cup.
As they head back into the Bronco boulders, Lauren Healy up front, Waylon Campbell right behind him, and look at him getting a little slideways there as they pop out of the Bronco boulders.
I'm very impressed here with Waylon Campbell. He's putting the pressure onto Lauren. Can he make him force a mistake?
These are two extremely fast drivers in our sport. They are at the top of the game, and it is great to see them having such a great day here at the Big House for the Red Bull Crandon World Cup. Who's going to be the Crandon World Champion? Right now, it's looking like Lauren Healy has the advantage.
He does indeed, but never count out that man in the background. Waylon Campbell. Now, there was a puff of smoke from Waylon's car there, so we're just going to have to keep an eye on that. But it's all about this man right here, Lauren Healy, as he powers his way through the Potawatomi turn 1.
Waylon had to miss the Sturgis race because he's waiting on engine parts, so not sure what's going on with him. Hopefully it stays together, but yeah, Waylon's starting to smoke a little bit.
Yeah, that looks like Waylon's gonna be...
And look at Lauren launching over there by the skybox.
Yeah, it looks like Waylon's blowing his motor. Tough break there for the young man.
He was running so strong. Hate to see that for Waylon Campbell. He was giving Lauren Healy such a run, and there's something on the left rear on Shannon's car. So yeah, he's got some suspension issues. The rear shocks are absolutely gone on that.
Yeah, rear shocks. It looks like the left-hand rear shocks have broken away from the trailing arm, so maybe he's hit the wall at some point.
Tough break for both of the Campbells on this lap. We have 4 laps to go, and Lauren Healy starting to walk away from this a little bit, and that puts Paul Wolf in that second position. And still it is Shannon Campbell in third, but I'm sure somebody's going to get around him since he's having those suspension issues.
Yeah, you can see now that those rear shock absorbers have broken away from the sway arm. And so Vaughn Gittins Jr. will be passing Shannon Campbell very soon, I have no doubt. And there he goes. He makes the move as he works his way up into Argonne.
Going a little inside. Look, the rear axle's going to come out from the back of Shannon, but he is not going to give up yet. He's going to wait until that car doesn't move anymore. He is still racing with a broken rear end. Vaughn gets him on the inside, but Shannon's still giving him a little turn.
Oh!
A little contact. Open wheel racing, everything is fine. So it is Lauren Healy 1, Paul Wolf 2, and now in third position, Vaughn Gittins Jr. Still all 3 Nitto athletes out front, but Lauren Healy's starting to walk away just a little bit. And you know their spotters are in the stands saying, hey, Lauren, you're doing good, keep the pace, but don't overdrive.
I was just watching Shannon's car coming through there. There was some fluid coming out the back, so we'll just have to keep an eye on that as well. But it's all about this man right now. It's all about Lauren Healy.
And he's going to start running into a little bit of lap traffic as he comes into the Calamity Corner, getting ready to hit the Bronco boulders, finishing up lap number 7.
And into the rocks, barely checks. Now his spotter will be up in the stands and saying to him, okay, Lauren, you've got a line now. And just in behind him, we're now seeing that is Paul Wolf. These two have been doing battle all year.
He gets around Bill Kuntz, a lap traffic driver, but yes, Lauren Healy and Paul Wolf have battled out all season long. It has came down to the final lap multiple times. Sometimes we run on adjusted time. Obviously, short course, it is a physical finish, but on adjusted time, it's came down to seconds, and we don't know until the next competitor closes.
Indeed. Now Paul Wolf blew his motor at the last race. So this is a brand new motor.
And I was having a little chat with him. I tried to do my homework on these guys and gals, and I said, hey, what are you going to put back in there? He sends me back, it's a junkyard engine. All in good fun. I know that's a lie, but he wouldn't give me his little tricks and trades.
That's a very expensive junkyard, that's all I can say. But Lauren Healy there, and just in the background, that is Rusty Byler's vehicle.
There's Ryan Rock holding the center with Brett Harrell out front of him. This is a great battle mid-pack by Brett Harrell and Ryan Rockhold, part of Rufus Racing. They go into Argonne Corner, doing a little inside-outside. Does he have the power to get around Brett Harrell?
It's a full-on drag race.
It's a Horschel car versus a Jimmy's 4x4 car.
I think I'm right in saying that the Horschel car there, being driven by Brett Harrell, does have a Danzio motor in there?
Yes, it does. A Danzio big block at that.
And look at this, 2 IFS cars being hunted down by a solid axle car of Rusty Byler.
That is Jared Ehrman driving for Josh Blyler. 2 laps to go, and it's still Lauren Healy out front, Paul Wolf, Vaughn Gittins Jr., Shannon Campbell,
Casey Gilbert, Brett Harrell, Josh Byler, Chad Hunt,
John Grounds, Bill Kuntz, Tom Pendergast, Waylon Campbell, Paul Horschel, Tad Dowker, Jeremy Jones.
Yeah, we saw Paul Herschel. He actually pulled to the side of the track earlier on, so really tough luck there for Paul. But that's one of the vehicles he built. That is Brett Harrell there in the obstacle Herschel car, and he's still ahead of Ryan Rockholder.
Still running a strong race here at the Big House during the Red Bull Crandon World Cup. We are here at the Big House with Ultra 4 Racing. And look at the huge wheel stand by Ryan Rockhold. Sent it a little bit too hard in the Bronco boulders, and there is an issue with Ryan Rockhold. I hate to see that, but he is driving the wheels off that machine. We flip back to Brett Harrell and
Brett
Jared
Harrell.
Ehrman.
Charging away there from the car of Josh Byler. But just look at the pace of this Miller solid axle car.
And you just recently finished one of these cars, Jim, and you know how amazing these cars are.
I'll let you know, I'm racing it in Poland next week. But right now, it's all about this man. It is Lauren Healy. And just look at the pace. He's not consolidating his lead. He wants to build his lead. And Paul Wolf is right on the rear end. This is the physical battle for first and second as they come up against lap traffic.
And the white flag is out, so next time around they will be getting the checkered flag.
Oh, Paul Wolf is looking to make a move here on Lauren Healy as they head down towards Cowboy.
The last lap of the day, and it is a drag race. Lauren Healy on the inside, Paul Wolf on the outside. A little inside-outside action. I knew they were setting up for that. A little, they touch tires a little bit. Paul Wolf gets into Lauren Healy just a little bit. It's going to be an absolute drag race as they're still heading down towards the Forest County Potawatomi turn number 1.
And it's Paul Wolf who has the lead from Lauren Healy, who's been leading the entire race. So what has Lauren got now? Can he find a way to get back past Paul Wolf?
Lauren's a little bit loose. He is driving super hard right now, trying to catch back up to Paul Wolf, and it's going to be interesting as they head into the Polaris gravel pit as they hit the skybox jump, and he is coming in hard on the inside.
Excuse me, Mr. Wolf, that's my line, and I'm having it, says Lauren. One more corner to go. So what has Paul Wolf got? Can he do anything on Calamity Turn?
Last corner to go. Calamity corner. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Lauren Healy or Paul Wolf? And it is Lauren Healy grabbing the checkered flag with Paul Wolf right behind him.
It is indeed. What a fantastic race. That's why we love Ultra 4 Racing, Miles. That's why we come to the Big House here at Crandon. And what an incredible Red Bull Crandon World Cup.
Absolutely amazing. In third place goes the teammate of Lauren, Vaughn Gittin Jr. So Fun Haver Off-Road Team first and third. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to the Red Bull Crandon World Cup. Here is our results. Top of the box goes to Lauren Healy.
In second position, we just saw an incredible battle as Paul Wolf pulls off the second place.
In third position, wrapping it up, is Vaughn Gittin Jr.
And in fourth place, we saw him literally driving the shock absorbers off his car. It's Shannon Campbell.
In fifth position goes to Casey Gilbert.
Our highest placed solid axle car. And then in sixth position, it was Brett Harrell. Well, Miles, it's been an incredible racing here today. I mean, what do you think?
It's been absolutely amazing. Thank you for everybody for tuning in, but we will be right back, and we're going to send it back down. We'll be right back after this.
Make way for the first ever Chevy Silverado CR2. With Multimatic shocks, rugged 33-inch tires, and front and rear electronic locking differentials.
Dude, this is awesome, but we should get back to work.
This good? Perfect. If you're going to work remote, work remote. Find new workspaces. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
You know, as crazy as it sounds, I just don't blow the dust off my bow and go hunting. For us, the hunt really never stops. The hunting season never ends. It's 365 days all year long. Using the machines in our everyday life like we do, if we didn't have them, I couldn't imagine it. They simply help us get our job done.
right here in northern Wisconsin that's committed to making quality healthcare the standard of the community. For the past 15 years, they've invested in building state-of-the-art facilities that have helped keep families healthier by providing services like radiology, dentistry, optical, diabetes treatment, maternal health, and behavioral health services. So who cares so much about the health of the community? Potawatomi, keeper of the fire, builders of the future.
Storms can cause outages even for days. Food can spoil, some pumps, furnaces, and air conditioners stop working. Be prepared with a portable generator like this one from Champion. This dual-fuel generator runs on gasoline or propane, a great option when gas stations aren't available. Protect your family from carbon monoxide poisoning and always run your generator outdoors, far away from windows and doors.
Do you feel like getting away? Make your escape to Potawatomi Carter Casino and Hotel. We are keeping Carter safe and will make you feel at home, like part of the family. We have the latest in casino gaming with a variety of slots, table games, and bingo. There is something for everyone. Treat yourself to a stay in our hotel and enjoy delicious options at the Flames Restaurant. Relax, unwind, and escape to Potawatomi Carter Casino and Hotel on Highway 32 in Carter, Wisconsin.
This is Mountain Dew. A rush of crisp and refreshing flavor. Delivering a bold citrus kick. Take your thirst and thrill it. Do the Dew.
Okay, and welcome back to the Red Bull Crandon World Cup. And there is our winner. That there is Lauren Healy, the winner of the 4400 class.
And he won this race last year, backing it up once again. Look at the smile on Lauren Healy's face. And we're going to send it back down to our one and only Mrs. Tiffany Stone, your show.
All right, Lauren Healy, if you can make your way right over here, sir. Lauren, just want to grab some quick words for you. That was pretty much a drag race all the way to the end between you and Paul Wolf. I know you guys were out there racing for Zandy today. I know you've got some time, so I'm just going to let you take this and see what you need to say.
Yeah, obviously at a little bit of a loss for words on last night. Thank you so much for the crowd and everybody for being so supportive. Everybody wanted to come and talk and make sure we were all right, because we are a huge family and we're all brokenhearted. We're missing a part of our family today. So this race was 100% for Zandy and his family and everybody watching, and glad we were able to come out and put on another awesome show out here for Crandon.
Well, and going off of that, you and Paul Wolf, who's a rising star in Ultra 4, pretty much coming out of turn one out there, kind of got a little squirrely, saw that, but you guys held it together. From your perspective, how's it feel to race against Paul Wolf over here, knowing he's given you so much?
Yeah, Paul showed up this year at a Moab, and I thought I had a race clicked off with like a 3-minute lap, and he beat me by 30 seconds or something on adjusted time. And that's when I realized this boy was here to battle with me. And It's been an epic year, honestly. Him and I have been 1-2 back and forth almost every race we've been in this year, and I think it's great for the sport. The emotions and the adrenaline that comes with it revives something inside of you for sure.
Well, who would you like to thank for getting you that top spot, making you a world champion here at Crandon, and of course $7,500?
Yeah, I mean, this is 5 in a row at Crandon for me, so I'm so pumped to race here. This is always one of my very favorite races of the year. We have an amazing team here at Fun Haver Off-Road. My crew, my mechanics, everybody just absolutely kills it on this team. My family's always here watching, and they're probably at home watching right now as well, so I love you guys. And but we have, this Ford Bronco, like I said, it's 5 in a row for this Ford Bronco, and we've been out here killing it. No flats on our Nitto tires. MBRP exhaust was ripping all week long, so and that Shell Rotella keeps that Ford motor ripping. So definitely we have an awesome team, and so grateful for everybody. And I don't know if Porter's standing over here, but he's been with me from the very beginning. And this is his last weekend with my team, so I just want to give him a special thank you for everything he's done for us. We're going to miss you, buddy.
Well, thank you. Hop up on number 1. Big congratulations to you. And taking that second spot, the 218 of Paul Wolf. Paul, make your way over here, sir. Paul, make your way over. It's good to see you out here. We've seen you in Rock Bouncers, we've seen you in side-by-sides, and now this second place here at the Big House. You're a rising star in the Ultra 4 world, racing with, Lauren and Vaughn and all these great drivers out there. What you feeling right now? I'm super excited. This race was, for Zandy, like we said, and really happy we can come out here and put a great show on. And racing with these guys is awesome. I've watched Lauren and Vaughn for a lot of years. Now I get a battle against them, so it's pretty cool. Wish I'd have came out on top, but hey, second place is still awesome. And talking about that, we keep speaking about that last drag race to the very, very finish, back and forth, back and forth. I know the smile, you of course wanted 1, but 2 here. But being able to do that and, being able to thank all your sponsors, what's that really, really mean to you? It's huge. We had a great car. We had some few issues. We put an oil pressure D-rate in it, and when I get airborne, I'd let off the throttle and the car would die. So I had to refire it coming down that last corner, and he snuck under me, and nothing I could do. Who would you like to thank for making you second place here at the Big House? I got to thank all my sponsors. Chris Hickman, he's out here somewhere. He's a huge help. I wouldn't be in that car without for him. And then I got Ryan Tewksbury, another guy that's a huge help. And then the Rufus Racing team, them guys are awesome. They've encouraged me all year, and huge shout out to them. Awesome. Hop up on number 2 right over there. And taking our third place spot, the number 25 of Vaughn Gittin Jr. Vaughn, it's so good to see you up here. I love that Eric is always here. Eric Davis, it's always good to talk to you too. You guys are, a 1-3 for the Fun Haver team. Walk me through how it feels to be here at the Big House.
It feels absolutely amazing. I mean, look at the amount of people that are here, and these are just true hardcore race fans. The energy is wild, and unfortunately, we had one of those days last night we never want to have in racing, and it felt good to be out there. The entire Ultra 4 family putting this race to Zandy and his family, who are no doubt going through a very tough time, and it was a battle out there. I didn't get as good a start as I did last night, and I was playing it a bit smart because I knew some people were going to attrition out, so I wasn't pushing as hard through the rocks as that Bronco can go. And sure enough, we just made our way up through the field. And, anytime I can be on the podium with my teammate and Paul is, third place doesn't feel too bad. So, really just pumped to be here, grateful to be standing here talking to everyone and putting on a show. We're learning every lap, and being up with, 20-year vets, and it just feels really good. I'm really grateful for the Fun Haver Off-Road team and everyone that supports us getting here. Monster Energy, Optima batteries, Nitto tire, just putting the magic under us. Fox shocks, we're running live valve out here, the same shocks that are in the brand new Ford Bronco, and they just constantly adjusting and helping me out there. So it's just absolutely amazing what these trucks can do, and just really grateful for everything we got going on. Awesome. Eric, I just want to ask you one thing. It's really impressive to always have a co-driver out there, especially with this and seeing you guys. And from your perspective, how important is a co-driver, especially in these Ultra 4 vehicles?
I mean, it's not that important for some people, but I like to keep my boys' head right. We're a great team, and I wouldn't want to be out of the car, I'll tell you that. It's a good time.
He's my secret weapon.
Awesome. Well, you and your secret reppin', try to hop up on number 3 over here. A big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in the Ultra 4 4400 class. Of course, another one for Lauren Healy up here. Big congratulations. We're going to take a quick break and be right back.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
Make way for the first ever Chevy Silverado CR2. With Multimatic shocks, rugged 33-inch tires, and front and rear electronic locking differentials.
Dude, this is awesome, but we should get back to work.
This good? Perfect. If you're going to work remote, work remote. Find new workspaces. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
This is one of the cool moments here in Crandon where MAV TV gets some of the fans out in one of the pieces of equipment, and that is a wonderful drone shot. Now, our drone pilot might be the most talented driver or pilot on the racetrack today. If you watch that drone working, it is a thing of beauty, and these guys are just rehashing it a little bit. Welcome back to the Crandon main stage. Cameron Steele here with you. We're getting set for Pro Lite racing in just a little bit, but right now I have Lauren Healy and Paul Wolf here with me first and second in the Ultra 4 class. And Lauren, a great spokesman for our series, for our racing. I also raced in Ultra 4 against Lauren and Paul. A hard day to go racing, but very eloquent with your words on the podium. I know we're all thinking about Zandy, whether we knew him closely or not. I have a little story where he actually towed us after we ran out of gas in our UTV. I jogged it back to town to try to get fuel, and Wayne waved him down and he towed us into town. I mean, he's a fixture and a part of the community, and your well-spoken words are very appreciated.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like you're saying, that's the spirit of the Ultra 4 family, and it's the off-road community in general. You know it in trophy trucks or UTVs or whatever. We're a big family. We go out there and we put our helmets on and we get it on, but when we're done, we're all hanging out in each other's pits and sharing parts and helping each other. And so we lost a part of our family last night, and we're all very heartbroken right now. And you know, for his wife to go out and say, because at 2 in the morning, we were all talking about not racing today in respect for what had happened last night. And his wife said, no, you know, Zandy would say, go get it on, boys. Like, that would be the spirit of Zandy. And so that's what we all did. We all put our helmets on, and we were a little cautious out there for turn one a little bit and making sure we all got through there. But yeah, a lot of emotions and hearts on our sleeves today.
Well, I agree with you, Lauren, that going out and racing is what a racer would want us to do. I think it's respectful to be out there. And I know, Paul, I see the emotion going on for you. Yeah. It's tough to get out there and go to war and battle, but you guys did a great job. I mean, you put a great show on. I think it's very honorable for you guys to be out there and able to bring that together.
Definitely. It was a great race, and like you said, it's a family, man. Zandy and Lauren both have come up to me since I'm new this season and gave me pointers and helped me even from walking up here on the stage, you know, making sure, you know, I take my Hans off to make sure I got my logo showing. They help me all the time be professional, and so we're definitely a huge family. Obviously, we'll go run each other extremely hard on the track and practically, you know, shove each other off the track. What we got to do to win a little bit, a little rubbing. So it's definitely good to have a family like that is race you that hard and then turn around and you know, take care of you in the pits.
For sure, and let's talk a little bit about the racing. I know the emotion is there, but I did want to say that one of the
wildest moves I've seen so far in today's racing, or yesterday included, was if, Paul, you get to the front, I know there's a break or something happens in Lauren's car. You guys come around turn one, which of course is one of the most wild things in all of motorsports. Lauren, you're so wide, right? You're trying to make a run on Paul, who's now on the lead on the last lap. Do you know how close you came to that tire barrier on the outside? Because as you come off of one and you shift off that jump, that weight shift, had you caught that tire, it would have been disastrous.
Well, and I don't know if you saw about 5 years ago when Shannon hit that tire, and he went for one of the most amazing rides Crandon's ever seen down through there, and that flashed through my eyes real quick. But on down there in the tree turn in Cowboy Corner, I had a broken front end, and my passenger front wasn't giving me the bite, and I couldn't get through that corner, and the car was pushing, and Paul came in, and we touched tires, and we both drag raced as hard as we could down that. And I knew if I had any chance, I had to get to him in the gravel pit. That's my best corner, and his car turned off in the air at the same time. It just adds to this epic battle that we've been having. But I ran him so hard through turn one, right as his rear kicked out, he blacked out my visor, and so I pulled my tear off and was looking at that tire and had just enough second to just get it inside of it and get off that jump. And it flashed back of Shannon wrecking through there, no doubt.
Well, definitely you were pull the tear off and you pull it off, so you're having fun, the fun haver, right? Paul, I know you've had a couple successes with wins this year, new to the sport. It's got to feel pretty great to be able to lead the race, but also to have such a great battle with someone who's been so proven in our sport.
Yeah, it is, and it's always fun. Me and him have swapped back and forth in a couple different tracks, and this just adds to our story. Down there in the back turn, I got up under him, rubbed him a little bit, got by him. I knew coming into turn one, I've been having issues with my car the last probably 3 laps. It was shutting off in the air. The oil pressure would drop, and it would kill the motor, and when it landed, it would refire. And so when I come into turn one, I sent it off pretty hard, trying to put a gap between us, hoping that I could get a little room. My spotter told me, hey, he's right on you. And so I was trying everything I could, and I was able to keep it running over these first 2 little rollers coming out of the sweeper into the gravel pit. I don't like revving the car in the air because of the drivetrain, and I let off a little too much, and it shut the car off, and I landed. And by the time I got it refired, he was already next to me. And so he was definitely on the throttle.
He's sneaky, isn't he? He's a little bit sneaky.
He's good. And he was good enough to drag the brake. I was hoping he would push out wide and I could dive under him. And
I was protecting that inside. There's no way.
He drugged the brake and kind of foiled my little plan there. So.
And I was watching you in my mirror try to go outside on the next jump. I'm like, nope, no way, buddy.
Racers will be racers under any situation. The Ultra 4 family raced here today with heavy hearts for Zandy Willems. And Zandy's in our heart, of course. Everybody talking about him, but to his family, our blessings, our prayers, and we are with you as the Ultra 4 family continues. Right now, we're going to shift away from this. You guys, great job. I love seeing the smiles and the energy because I think that's exactly the way he'd want it. Right now, let's check in with some footage and an interview from Connor Berry at the parade earlier in the week.
It's all about the lifestyle here at the Lucas Oil Parade. The families are out here. They got the dogs. They got the little mini-me here going on with the little animals. And it's all about the family atmosphere here. People enjoying race car drivers, signing autographs. Speaking about race car drivers, we got a CBR driver here, General Tire. It is Mr. Connor Berry. Connor, you're the rookie out here getting ready to come here at the Crandon World Cup this weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be tough for sure being new, but I'm going to just go out there and try my best.
Well, it's all about the weekend. You've been running all season long with the series, but coming down to the big race, the Crandon World Cup, it's the Red Bull Cup. That's what you're going for this weekend.
Yeah, for sure. Our goal is just to end the year on a high note, and if I could get the good start and just go and run some clean laps, it would be cool to get that win.
Cool to hear from the young voices in the sport. Let's talk a little bit now with some of the experienced voices of the sport. Someone I love as an engineer, as a guy around racing I've known forever, but also a dirt bike rider like myself. Randy Anderson joins us here on the Crandon main stage, newly minted in the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame, an inductee this year. That's got to feel pretty special, Randy.
No, it feels awesome, to be chosen to be on the Hall of Fame. I know a lot of people in it, and I've been around the sport a long time. So I was I'm jazzed to be in it.
It's a little weird, right?
It's a little weird, but I got to go against people like you. Now I'm trying to catch up.
I hear you. Now, for people not familiar, I mean, Randy, really a huge part of so many different drivers' careers, but really it seems to come down your relationship with Walker Evans. So many people talk about it. I know you've touched so many different drivers, including Rob McCachran and many others that have been a part of your team, but it's not just the great drivers, but great engineering and race engineering behind the scenes that really makes it possible.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I've been fortunate to have a lot of great drivers with Walker Evans and people like Rob McCachran, Scott Douglas. But I've been more fortunate to be involved with a lot of factory Chrysler performance engineers back in the day, then GM engineers and Goodyear tire engineers. And it's something that doesn't happen in today's world. So to be involved with the manufacturers like we have been in the past.
Right, so now you're here at Crandon. Let's shift gears a little bit because we're seeing young guys around here, and a couple of those young guys are your kids.
Yeah, I got a couple kids.
A couple kids, they do pretty good, right? I mean, they're all right.
Yeah, they're all right. You know, they just kind of show up and do what they want, and they run up front a lot. So they're on their own deal. They do make their own decisions, got their own team, their own building, everything's their own, and everybody thinks that I'm like behind the scenes, and it's like that's really not the case. I still have a business to run. And it takes a lot of time, and they do their thing and doing quite well at it.
Well, you've raised two great race car drivers, for one, but also two very personable young men that have a lot of integrity and great style about them. I think that's something you and Mama should be very proud about.
She did a great job.
Right.
I'm more of the hothead. She's more of the calm one, fun-loving, and I'm more of the intense.
Okay, so for everybody here that doesn't know, Ronnie racing a Pro 2 will be on the front row.
Yep.
And RJ racing a Pro 4, who's won the Cup race twice. If I'm not mistaken, will be on the back row. How do Mom and Dad watch both? And is it just kind of a quiet moment where we don't cheer, or we cheer for every moment that looks great? I know there's no favorites with kids, but
there's no favorites, and that's the way it goes, right? You cheer for the one who's making the pass and making the run at, right? You just keep going back and forth and hope they give it their all and that everything keeps running and they end up 1-2. Doesn't matter which place.
I think there's one thing I did want to say that they are also very proud of you. I know it can be a little bit uncomfortable getting into the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame, but talking to Ronnie and RJ, they are both very proud of their father, which they should be.
You.
And congratulations
for
being inducted into the Hall of Fame, Randy.
Thank you.
Right now, what we're going to do, it's time to go racing. The Pro Lights, they're a little smaller, but they're so fast and fun. I'm going to send it to my good buddy, Ken Stout, up in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Cam. Very cool to have Randy Anderson up on there, and a little bit of just a small taste of the history from that guy, and to have his sons out here doing what they do and becoming a huch part of this as well. So thanks a lot, Randy, and congratulations on your inductee there to the Hall of Fame. As we take a look at the Pro Lights there on the starting line, we have to throw a bunch of love out to one Mr. Kyle Greaves. Came so close a couple of years ago, but got it done this year. He is the 2022 Champ Off-Road Pro Light Champion. And, of course, that is the son of Kurt Greaves, which is the brother of Johnny Greaves, which makes, of course, Kyle the cousin of CJ Greaves, if you're going to keep up with the story there. And certainly all of them uber talented all along the way, and Kurt was a big part of Johnny's team for many, many years. And then, of course, Kyle, just a chip off the old block, knows how to cut, grind, weld, does a lot of the fabrication himself. KGB, so if you need a truck, if you need something done, he's certainly great at that. But it's just awesome to see him have the success. And then to watch the two cousins hug it out yesterday was super cool. After CJ had won the championship, Kyle came up there and gave him a huge hug. So we are just moments away from kicking off this Red Bull Crandon World Cup race right here for the Pro Lights. Flagman climbing up into the booth. We will swap that board over from red to yellow, and then we're going to turn them loose. Some players in here: Kyle Greaves, Brock Hager, Trey Gibbs, Carson Parrish, Brody Ecclestone, just to name a few. As you can see, a couple of rows deep. They'll stand on these things. V8s underneath the hood, 500-plus horsepower. The automatics are rumbling already as well. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Pro Light. Headed down towards the Potawatomi. Turn number 1 here at Crandon. We already lost the hood. dancing down that long straightaway, and it looks like it might be Kyle Greaves that's going to get the whole shot here. Look at those guys up on two wheels trying to save it. A little bit of contact in there as well. Looked like Maddox Bailey and a couple guys got together just a little bit, but everybody made it through. All is good. Oh, it's a big contact coming off of turn number 2. Track nice and moist here to keep the dust down, but these first couple of laps are just an absolute handful, and it is Kyle Greaves who comes out of there with the whole shot and a nice lead over Christopher Polvordi. Polvordi up on the podium just a day ago. Christopher, a talented young driver, much like Kyle Greaves. A lot of success inside of these trucks, and we've got one over. Pretty sure we got one over there in Calamity Corner. Camera cut away from it, but there it is. And sure enough, it is the number 14. Was just talking about Brody Eccleston. And unfortunately over there, they'll get safety to him immediately. We are running long course here, so they'll have a little bit of time, see if they get him back over without throwing a caution or possibly just a corner caution. But want to make sure the driver is okay first as we keep an eye on the number 5 of Trey Gibbs. Trey Gibbs finishing up 3rd in the points this year. Had a couple of wins along the way. And a total of 7 podiums. Solid effort. Trey Gibbs extremely good in the Pro Buggy ranks as well. Great to see him stepping up into Pro Lite as they make their way back down here through Forest County Potawatomi turn 1 once again. Greaves has been hooked up, man. I mean, much like his cousin CJ, these guys know this track like the back of their hand. Ton of laps here. Asked him if he'd been tested. He said, no, man, we just made sure the truck was perfect. Polvordi, of course, a couple of years ago with a perfect season. Extremely rare, extremely hard to do, but was able to do so here in Pro Lite. See the 31 of Jacob Rosales back in there and got a little contact with Maddox Bailey. Those two duking it out. And battling right now is the 44 and the 50. The 44 of Johnny Holcher and the 50 of Mason Prater. Not a whole lot of travel, unlike their big brothers, the Pro 2s. It's about 14 inches, 12 and 14 inches of travel for these vehicles. They do make a lot of steam, as I talked about before, about 550 horsepower. You have an automatic transmission, of course, a manually shifted automatic transmission. Back in the day, they were 4 cylinders with 4 speeds. Made that rule change a number of years ago. Initially in an effort to save money, but much like everything else in racing, that didn't work out. But they are fast as it goes now. They're a handful, and they'll beat you up. Damper package is critical here. Much like everything else, not only to be fast, but to take care of your driver. Kyle Greaves way up high, chasing some grip up there in the fluff, doing a good job of maintaining that momentum, and pulls that lead right back out on Polvordi. Of course, we'll have a mandatory caution here. Matt Wood there in 3rd place, having a great run, just ahead of Trey Gibbs. Travis Milhausen Jr. also doing a great job inside of the top 5. Johnny Holcher, Mason Prater, Jacob Rosales, Maddox Bailey, Robbie Hornsby, who's had an incredible run out on the West Coast. Glad to see him make the trip over here. Was in UTVs a couple of years ago and finally made the step, had an opportunity to get into a Pro Lite. And I want to say picked up the better part of 5 wins, if I'm not mistaken, here this year inside of Pro Lite. Pretty spectacular effort. And I take that back. I think it's 6 wins. Contact there between a couple of them. 6 wins, a total of 7 or 8 for the career for him, and one of them pulling off out of the way, a lot of steam out of the back. It's tough to see a number. Back around the front, we talked about one of the hoods missing. We try to pick up a number. A good look there at the Optima batteries, number 94, Christopher Polvordi. Christopher has worked with Corey Kruisman for a long time. Corey Cruzman, of course, a standout short track racer, winner of the Chili Bowl, run the Indianapolis 500, extremely talented teacher, not only race car driver, but teacher as well out on the West Coast. And he and the Pole Vorties have spent a lot of time together. See the 50 car in there of Mason Prater. So Pole Vorty, as you can see, some damage there to the number 94. Got into something, went backwards, and another one rolled over there. And you see the radiator fluid pouring out of that one. Very scary situation right there. If it gets on a tube or something where it can run down and drip onto the driver, is pretty sketchy for sure. Something they try to be aware of whenever they're building these trucks. Vorty trying to get underneath the 50 of Mason Prater. That is Travis Milhausen Jr. just ahead of him in the number 10 truck, maintaining pace here. Milhausen with a podium finish at Bark River just 2 rounds ago. His best finish of the season, so has found some speed late in the going. Here comes Pole Vorty underneath Prater. Trying to make a little bit of room. Pole Vorty not afraid to get his elbows out. Still wet down there on the bottom. Looks like Pole Vorty loses a little bit of run. Loses a little bit of momentum, I should say. And down to the bottom goes the 50 truck of Prater. Here comes Milhausen Jr. outside in on him, looking to maintain that momentum. And they had some contact. Milhausen Jr. is going to keep the spot. Here comes Prater again. Pole Vorty just back behind him. Lap 4 of 10, we should be seeing that mandatory caution here next time around. These guys aren't going to have a truck left for the back half. The 44 of Johnny Holcher right there behind those guys, waiting for something to happen and capitalize on 2 or 3 spots possibly. And another pass as Prater goes in front of Milhausen Jr. Here comes Pole Vorty now with a big run down the back. Right around Milhausen Jr. Does it cleanly. That one not so clean out of the 44 truck of Johnny Holcher. Feeds him right rear on the way by. Big speed here. Oh, man. Pole Vorty hits 2 holes, picks up the inside tires twice around the Forest County Potawatomi turn number 1. Over jumps the jump, goes way wide. Might have broke the truck in the process, did everything he could do to have to stop it. So a big mistake there out of Pole Vorty after working so hard. And it's so easy to do. You look at it from the outside, you look at that jump and you think, oh, there's no way they're going to overjump that turn. But it is very easy to do, as you can see right there. These trucks carry a lot of speed and really fly. Tough break, too, as they come back to that mandatory caution. So we'll group everybody back up here. 31 truck of Jacob Rosales running back around the pace truck. That thing all beat up. Fiberglass everywhere here as they chase the Polaris Crandon World Championship ring. This class has been known to get pretty rowdy. This is nothing new for the Pro Lights. So a bit of a cool down lap. There's the 31 that I was talking about. Yeah, that thing's a mess. Oh, hot mess. Looks like me getting up in the morning. Number 5 truck right there, Trey Gibbs. Now we talked about Trey Gibbs having a great season. 7 podiums, 2 wins, 2 seconds, and 3 thirds. Tough round 11 one day ago, but got his last win at Bark River 2 rounds ago. Matter of fact, strung together 5 consecutive podium finishes in the last 6 rounds. Kyle Greaves out front, 4 consecutive podium finishes, including 2 wins between Antigo and ERX. Put together another win at Bark River. And then, of course, a win just one day ago to seal the deal. Came in here. It was tight at the top between Greaves and Hager. Just 1 point between the two coming into the weekend before qualifying. Does not get any closer than that. Exciting stuff. Of course, Brock Hager just uber talented, no matter what it is that he gets behind the wheel of. Matter of fact, we saw him come out here and grab the win in Class 11. They had the Pro-Am on Friday night, so hopped out of the passenger seat and into the driver's seat, passed a couple of cars and grabbed his Class 11 win. Also does a great job out in the desert. I want to say, if memory serves, a champion in the 6100 class. Okay, Kyle Greaves bringing him back to the cone zone, as Cameron Steele calls it, the restart zone. Delaware double file style restart. Here we go. About as clean as it gets right there for Pro Lite. Everybody's still going the same direction. That's a plus. Kyle Greaves way up high. Again, hanging those left side tires just a little bit. Couple of routes down through there if you want to take that bottom line, but you're going to lose some momentum as they head over that Polaris ski jump. Oh, we got one spun all the way around in Calamity Corner. Spins it, does the whole full 360 and keeps going. The Danny Sullivan spin to win. Got a little work to do to come back and win, but kept it going anyways. I believe that was a 9 truck, kind of difficult to see from my advantage at the time, of Inglace. So good look here once again at the 50 truck and the 5 truck of Trey Gibbs, over rotating just a bit. Has to gather that one back up. 50 truck of Mason Prater. Prater, another young, talented driver here, continues to cut his teeth in short course off-road, now up into the Pro Lite ranks, where so many champions have made a name for themselves and stepped up into Pro 2 and Pro 4. So 5 of 10 complete. It may be about 6 here as soon as Kyle rotates himself through Calamity Corner, the final turn here on this track. 10 turns strong. Oh man, big bicycle moment there for Trey Gibbs. Going to cost him a spot to the 44 truck of Johnny Holcher. Some quick hands from Trey Gibbs to get that one set back down. Holcher's going to use that bottom line going through Argonne Corner and fills the gap, takes the momentum away from Trey Gibbs. Exactly what he wanted to do. Cost him a little bit of distance to the truck in front of him, but hangs on to the spot for now. Christopher Polvordi back there behind those guys, and they are showing Polvordi on the lead lap in the 5th position. Late in the race, of course, searching around for some grip, dealing with the roost from the trucks in front of you. Try to stay out of the wet slick stuff. Polvordi's going to take a look down on the inside. He's learned from one of the best about how to complete a slide job. Didn't have the opportunity there, but didn't lose an inch. These guys all used to racing each other out on the West Coast as well, so a lot of seat time, knowing what the other driver likes to do or tends to do, and try to find a weakness, see if you can capitalize. Gibbs down there on the bottom of Holcher. Holcher almost gave it up. See if Gibbs gets a run on him, does not. Holcher gets a nice run here as they head into Cowboy Corner. Here comes Gibbs down to the bottom. It's going to show him the nose again. Can he get it rotated, take the spot? Good, hard racing. Tried to pull it off, but Holcher kept his composure and drove right back around him. Awesome stuff. Don't see Polvordi in the picture anymore. Not sure what happened to Christopher right there. Gibbs not done with him yet. Kyle Greaves checking out here. A 4.5 second lead. Just to cap off the weekend. Of course, he's got to finish this deal up, and another couple laps to go. Anything can happen. Millhausen Jr. again, and Prater. These two have been duking it out the entire race. Hardly any fiberglass left at all on Prater's truck. Boys in the back been duking it out as well. Maddox Bailey back there in the MAV TV sponsored truck, and can't even tell who he's racing with. Fiberglass flying off of that one. Millhausen Jr. having a great run out here as we come back to our leader. KGB Customs is Kyle Greaves built, and of course we'll do custom work. They have a beautiful, I believe that's an old Chevy panel truck that's sitting by their pit. It's absolutely gorgeous. But the kid is crazy talented, early 20s. Nothing he can't do, not afraid of working on anything. Has put together this program, picked his way forward a little bit at a time, come out of the UTVs. That is Holcher there. And Trey Gibbs right there behind him. The four trucks here nose to tail as we're winding this one down. Greaves is going to make his way back around here and take the white flag. Here we go, last lap, ladies and gentlemen. This track, oh man, a big save by Gibbs here once again. As we stay on this battle here, Greaves is well out front. How about a 10.5 second lead by Greaves? We'll catch up with him when he makes his way back around here. Right now, we're going to stay on this battle between Holcher and Trey Gibbs. Side by side they go down into Cowboy Corner. Gibbs gets the position. Holcher goes outside in on him. We'll try to hang on here again as they head down into the Forest County Potawatomi turn number 1 for the final time. Greaves out there running test laps. But at the end of these test laps, he's going to get a super cool ring. Finishing things up here, 4 trucks there, still nose to tail. Actually, 5 trucks, all nose to tail. Great battle going on there. But it's the number 34 KGB Customs truck, driven by Kyle Greaves. Puts it all together here today. Beautiful job out of the 2022 champ. Everything has gone his way here as of late. They dug hard. He didn't collapse under the pressure of the championship. Put it together and did a fabulous job. Behind him, Mason Prater. Trey Gibbs will hang on for third. Christopher Polvordi and Johnny Holcher. What a vicious run there, and hats off, by the way, to Brent Smith in 6th place. Brent Smith does a great job, picks up a ride here, I believe, from the Holcher family, if I'm not mistaken. Finishes right behind Johnny Holcher, so not a good guy to, want to take that guy out after he put you in a truck, and might let him drive a Pro 2 as well. So great stuff right there as we take a look at the Pro Lite results here at the Pro World Championships and Red Bull World Cup. And once again, Kyle Greaves up top. So we're going to take a quick break here, give these guys a chance to get back around the track, and then, of course, get out of the truck as well. A little contact between 2 guys out there. They're just communicating. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Spaceport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business. Covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark SpeedSport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
Do you feel like getting away? Make your escape to Potawatomi Carter Casino and Hotel. We are keeping Carter safe and will make you feel at home, like part of the family. We have the latest in casino gaming with a variety of slots, table games, and bingo. There is something for everyone. Treat yourself to a stay in our hotel and enjoy delicious options at the Flames Restaurant. Relax, unwind, and escape to Potawatomi Carter Casino and Hotel on Highway 32 in Carter, Wisconsin.
Make way for the first ever Chevy Silverado CR2. With Multimatic shocks, rugged 33-inch tires, and front and rear electronic locking differentials.
Dude, this is awesome, but we should get back to work.
This good? Perfect. If you're going to work remote, work remote. Find new workspaces. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
Our journey at Continental has taken us down many roads. And when we first started, they weren't even paved. For more than 150 years, we've worked hard to earn your trust. From the trail to the racetrack and beyond. The Continental mark in all its forms stands for confidence. Confidence you trust. Continental Tire.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business. Covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark SpeedSport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
There's someone right here in northern Wisconsin that's committed to making quality healthcare at the standard of the community. For the past 15 years, they've invested in building state-of-the-art facilities that have helped keep families healthier by providing services like radiology, dentistry, optical, diabetes treatment, maternal health, and behavioral health services. So who cares so much about the health of the community? Potawatomi, keeper of the fire, builders of the future.
Our journey at Continental has taken us down many roads. And when we first started, they weren't even paved. For more than 150 years, we've worked hard to earn your trust. From the trail to the racetrack and beyond. The Continental mark in all its forms stands for confidence. Confidence you trust. Continental Tire.
Storms can cause outages even for days. Food can spoil, some pumps, furnaces, and air conditioners stop working. Be prepared with a portable generator like this one from Champion. This dual-fuel generator runs on gasoline or propane, a great option when gas stations aren't available. Protect your family from carbon monoxide poisoning and always run your generator outdoors, far away from windows and doors.
The Lee Greenwood thing. Touching base here, of course, as you can see there, Kyle Greaves up on top of the truck and once again gets it done. Kyle, an outstanding young man, super driver here. Great to see him enjoy the success out here at his home track. His father, Kurt, the same exact way, has worked so hard. Congrats, young man. Great stuff for sure. Followed up by Mason Prater and Trey Gibbs. And we'll get it out to the lovely Tiffany Stone.
Thank you, guys. Kyle Greaves, make your way over here. You've got a lot to celebrate this weekend at the Big House. Not only are you the 2022 Champ Off-Road Pro Lite champion, now you are taking home your first Crandon World Cup championship. You are a world champion here at the Big House. I always like to ask everybody this, you know what's coming. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, Crandon's been getting the best of me for 5 years now, and we finally finished the race. We won, we got the championship, and then we came out and we led every lap, pulled both hole shots, and took both wins, and that is a hell of a feeling. I mean, I can't give it up to all the Crandon fans. I mean, there's so many people here. I've never been up here on Fall Crandon, so it's honestly awesome, but I got to give it up to my team. They've been working their butts off all year long, and they do anything I want to do. If I want to change the setup, all right, we'll go at it. So I got to give it up to my mom, dad, my brother, Amber, Kyra, Isaac, John. I know he's out there. Matt, man, this team is one to beat this year, and we definitely proved it this weekend. So I can't give it up to everybody. Them Kenda Mud Trains got the whole shot, and I got to thank KGB Customs, Kenda Tire, Ultra Wheel, Aaron Precision, VP Racing Fuels, ATD Charlie. He's been helping me out all year and the last 3 years, and man, just everybody. It's a great way to end a year and a weekend.
Awesome. We'll hop up on number one. You've got a $6,000 check right there for you. Soak it all in, Kyle Greaves. At least you're a better driver than hopping up on those boxes over there. Taking the second place spot, number 50, Mason Prater. Mason, when you walked up here, I was just talking to you and Trey, and between you, Trey, Johnny, that was just a battle out there. From your perspective, what did we see?
A whole lot of dirt in my face and just praying that I can make it through. It was a tough race. There's so many fast guys out there, and we got a decent start, got up to about 6th, and then at halfway, I knew I kind of had to put my head down and keep on moving forward, and the truck was great. I mean, it was just such a tough race trying to stay alive, and those last few laps trying to battle with the lapper and trying to keep Trey from catching me was just insane.
And talking about that, it's a beautiful track out there. Track conditions are wonderful. I know you got to thank a lot of people for helping you get second place in this Pro Lite race.
Yeah, of course I can't thank my parents enough. They funded this for the past 12 years, so I can't thank them enough. So them, my sister for always putting her time and coming out here, my girlfriend for coming out here with me, General Tire, Bill Stein, Lucas Oil, Rugged Radios, Sparco, AIM, and Ryan B Motorsports, the whole entire crew. Like JP works his butt off, and we had a really rough season with a few unfortunate breaks with the mechanicals and a few mistakes on my part, and I'm really happy to do this for my team, and I really can't thank them enough. Like, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life, and like seeing all the fans out here just makes it want to happen more.
Wonderful. We'll hop on number 2 over there. Congratulations to you. And rounding out this field of great Pro Lite drivers, we've got Trey Gibbs. Trey, I haven't seen you since the Mint, and I just see this mustache up here, and we were talking about that. It's your good luck charm out here in the Midwest. How are you feeling right now, buddy?
Oh, I'm feeling absolutely pumped right now. I couldn't have asked for a better day. You know, when you look out and see this many fans stacked here to come out and watch us duke down like we just did, it's really what we come out here to do. And, you know, I hope I put on a good show for you guys. Had some crazy battles going with Prater and Holcher. You know, I was able to squeak by Holcher and almost got Prater towards the last couple laps. But, you know, just to put my super pumped to put my number 5 Falcon back Pro Lite up here. And, you know, all around us end the season off good.
Well, talking about that, you were able to capitalize on some mistakes out there. With that being said, overall, your weekend, in one word, how does that make you feel?
Beyond pumped, beyond pumped. So, it's wouldn't ever wanted to end it in any other way. Got my whole family out here, so glad I was able to get up on the box. Yesterday kind of struggled, and today we threw a crazy setup at it. Needed to find some speed, so next year we got some things in our book, and we'll be back.
Awesome. We'll take your spot on number 3 right over here. A big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in this amazing Pro Lite race. A big congratulations to Kyle Greaves up there on his first Pro Championship win for that World Cup 2. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speedsport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speedsport Daily. Speedsport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
Make way for the first ever Chevy Silverado CR2. With Multimatic shocks, rugged 33-inch tires, and front and rear electronic locking differentials.
Dude, this is awesome, but we should get back to work.
This good? Perfect. If you're going to work remote, work remote. Find new workspaces. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
To Crandon and the Red Bull Cup race coming up very soon. The Red Bull Crandon World Championships happening right now. And so stoked to see all the kids having fun. The RC cars, all the chaos out in the pits. There's just a great feeling of family and fun. And speaking of family and fun, we're joined here on the main stage by Kyle Greaves, family name very well respected and well known here. Your father, Kurt, obviously Johnny's brother. Kyle, first of all, congratulations on hurting everybody's feelings this weekend. That's not very nice of you.
I'm just trying to be like my Uncle John. You know, he came out here last year and pulled every hole shot and led every lap with Pro 4. So we decided we need to come back here this year and do what he did.
Right on. So the first question I have for you, first of all, is big family, big name, big expectations? Do you feel that sometimes?
A little bit. You know, it's nice because we're under our own tent. So we don't have the expectations that they have. You know, they have a lot of big sponsors and a lot of people that they have to do good for. And, you know, we have our business and just the basics. And, you know, we're just doing everything we can for ourselves and for us to come out here and kick some ass. And it's a heck of a feeling. So hopefully we can be at that point that they have sooner than later.
Right on. So, I mean, great success for the Greaves family here today, but let's talk about you specifically because this season has been a banger all the way around. Winning the championship, winning the race yesterday, winning the world championship today. That's all. There's a lot of gravy there. Like some years you're like, okay, I got the championship, but I didn't get the big win and I didn't get the world championship. And sometimes none of it happens, which I can attest to after 35 years of off-road racing. But for you, the trifecta happened. It's got to feel pretty great to know that the team and all the effort that came together for that popped all at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, we've been coming here. This is my 5th year at Crandon. And I haven't finished a race under full power in 5 years. And, you know, to come out here and do what we did, it's honestly unbelievable. Like, I'm still living on cloud 9 from yesterday, and now we just upped it again today. And, you know, yesterday we just treated it like it was a cup race. You know, the only thing we could do, because the points were only 2 points apart from Brock Hager and I, and 5 points from Trey Gibbs. So we just had to come out here and win. That was our only expectation, and we were able to make it happen. And here we are, the world champion, the champ off-road champ, and couldn't ask for a better season.
That's pretty awesome, I got to say. Let's talk about the relationship with your dad and how involved you guys are with this together. I mean, we talk about racing in all motorsports, a family affair, but your dad, Kurt, definitely is very passionate about this.
Yeah, he definitely pushes us to the limit because he knows, he worked for John for 15 years, so he knows where you have to be every single weekend to get that championship, and if it wasn't for him, we definitely wouldn't be here, so I definitely got to give it up to him. He's got so much knowledge that I'm still learning, and I feel like I know a bunch, and then he comes back with more, and here we are, we're just making more traction out of the truck, and hopefully we can keep doing it.
A lot of people don't talk about that. We talk about setup and the engineering and traction, the forward bite, and keeping the truck moving forward. We're about to see the Red Bull Cup race here shortly. And one of the things we talk about is you can steal someone's line, but you got to have enough momentum to keep it going. This track is a fast track, so to speak. So it's hard to chop lines. It's hard to do some of that, but you also need to find that beautiful traction.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's a little tricky to do all of that at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, Crandon's been doing a heck of a job all weekend just prepping the track and watering it just right, where it's not too slick, but it's not too dusty. And I've been running mud trains. A lot of people run all trains, so we have to run that fine line on the edge of the cushion just for the traction for our tires. But we also have John Hoffman out here, and he's been killing it with our suspension. He's always adjusting, and we have Chad Matag. He's been helping us with converters and gearing, and it's a group effort to be where we are.
It's a magic potion.
Yeah.
It's not just get in there and smash the pedal, right?
No.
All right. You have ultimate knowledge. What do you think is going to happen in the Cup race?
Well,
2s, 4s, your family in front? It can be a little dicey both ways.
Yeah, I mean, Mickey Thomas has been fast all weekend long.
For sure.
CJ's been really fast as well. So, it's gonna be close. I think they're gonna finally have it this year where they're gonna come down to the last lap where it's 2 against 4, last lap brawl for it all. And for me, I'm hoping it's my family.
Right on. Well, you're a great champion. We're stoked to have you here. Congratulations on all your success. Give your dad a big hug for me if I don't see him, but he's a great part of the paddock and a great part of everything that happens here at Crandon and in short course off-road racing.
Absolutely. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Right on. Congratulations. Right now, we're going to talk to another champion that we caught up with earlier. Dave Arnold was able to catch up with Kyle Leduc, one of our huge stars of the sport. Also still kind of a youngster, and he's got a lot of personality and a lot of style, especially out on the track.
Around, caught up with Kyle Leduc. Kyle, your family and you have been a staple here at Crandon for so many years. What does Crandon mean to you?
That's a big question to ask for sure, but it's just the hype. It's the environment that these fans, these local people come out, and people all across the world come out to enjoy. They bring that hype of what's going to happen. There's tons and tons of races here for sportsmen, but we know the big race is the Cup race. So the Crandon Cup, the World Championship races, all of those things are iconic races that I grew up walking these same streets watching my dad race. So it's exciting to be here and be racing and have a chance at winning and being competitive. To me, that's all of it. Just be fast enough to have a chance to win it. And that's what I want to do, and that's what we're going to strive and rip this car to shreds to get to the front for sure.
And I can see all the fans are coming out, and you're signing autographs, taking pictures. I mean, part of that experience, what does that mean to you itself?
Yeah, that's a big thing. Right back to the fans. These fans care. They want to come here. They want stickers. They want a picture in front of the car. Nobody's too cool for us and to ask questions and have the kids do stuff. So I love that the fans care. It's chaotic and thrashing, and like you see, thousands of people walking down here, but it's hard to find people in the world right now that care this much about something. And it's really cool to be here and to have the last name Leduc after my dad, and now my son is racing, third generation, and my brother, my sisters, we have all raced here. And it's just really cool to be a part of it, and to have you say, we're one of the ones to beat out here is really cool.
Well, keep an eye on this guy for sure as he goes for that Crandon World Cup this Sunday. A family legacy as he starts to pass on the torch. His son might be coming for him next.
Kyle Leduc's words, the one thing I heard there was, I'll rip this thing apart to get it to the win. It's pretty interesting to hear. Jason Flannery joined me here on the main stage. And Jason, when you hear something like that from Kyle Leduc's mouth and how important this racing is from a family standpoint, which you're so familiar with, being Cliff's son and a big part of what's happening here at Crandon,
to the Leducs, to whoever, the Kincaids, whoever it might be. It's got to be pretty heartwarming and a lot of feeling with that.
It is, because we all know what family is. Family's everything. And those guys generationally, his father, one of the greats, Jeff Kincaid, you mentioned those guys. Our family, our racing history, my dad's history here at building this track with the people in the community. This community we have here, we are one big family. We got 350 volunteers here today. Over the weekend, they're all sweating it out here. We're just about out of 2 tons of potatoes today. You know what I mean? We're really pumping it out. You look across here and you see all these fans, and they've come from all over the United States, Canada. Some guys from Europe are here. It's just amazing that those families, those people, have helped make this what it is today.
And it's a magical thing what it is. I know we keep saying the same thing over and over, but when you get here and the vibe, like to come to Crandon makes you want to come back every single time, because it's a beautiful thing.
Years ago, when my Uncle Jack was racing and he went to California to race, my dad said, Jack, you just go to California, race, get those guys to come back. Once you get them back here, I'll keep them. So all you got to do is get them here. And Jack did that. He went out there and performed well, and he brought Walker Evans back, and Rod Hall and different guys came back. And it's just like you said, when they get here and they get around these people and they see these people really wanted their interest in what you're doing, and they want to be part of it, and it's great. The families and the kids that are able to go up in the pits and visit with their driver and get that piece of memorabilia, a fender or a door. And you watch these drivers, when they come off here, they're giving these kids their hats, some of them give them their medals. They know what it means. And once you come, you're coming back, but you're not coming back alone, because you're going to bring somebody with you.
Hooked. You're hooked once you get here. All right, let's switch gears. Let's talk about the racing, because we have the Red Bull Cup coming up. What do you think? What do you see from the track here today? Does it look like a track that 2s can take this thing? Do you think it's something the 4s are going to have an advantage? Where's your heart at this time around?
It's going to come down to who wants to keep their foot in the throttle the longest and who wants to let all hang out there. You know, those Pro 2s have performed well in years before, but the Pro 4s are right there. You know what I mean? My dad and his crew, my dad's got a staff of about 14 gentlemen down there, water trucks, graders. We've got in every piece of equipment we could find to prepare the best racetrack for the best fans and the best drivers in the world. And I think we've done that. And God bless us with all this good weather this weekend. It's been amazing. You know, years ago we needed 2 days of good weather, then it went to 3, and now we're looking at almost 4 to 5 days of great weather, and we've had it. You know, second to none fans, racetrack drivers, we've got it.
What a blessing to be a part of it. Jason, thank you for having me and all of us here. We love what you guys do, and it's a true pleasure to be a part of something that's so heartfelt and well done. As you said, that track is ready to go racing.
And I do want to say something that you guys don't get enough recognition for what you're doing. All your camera crews, all your people working your tails off. Marty's got you switching stages. We're down in the basement. We're out here. But you guys roll with it, and you make it happen, and this is beautiful. This is the best backdrop I've ever seen, right here.
Stunning.
Yeah, I mean,
tens
all these
of thousands of people.
Yep, all
perfect
here for
track.
That's it. Thank you very much, you guys.
Thank you. I appreciate the kind words, Jason. You have a great day. Well, guess what? We've had all day to race our brains out, have as much fun as possible, to kick up as much dirt, as much dust as can be done. There's only one thing left to do, and that's to decide the Red Bull Cup here at Crandon. I'm telling you, when we come back, the action is going to be hot and heavy. Pro 2s, Pro 4s on the same track at the same time. Let's take a look at what we're going to see just a little bit later on. Oh yeah, it is time to party Crandon style, the 53rd annual running of this World Championship race, brought to you by Polaris, and Marty Fioca joins me on the stage. Cameron Steele here with the coverage for the Red Bull Cup. And Marty, This is something that you have been working day and night on for months, for years. You had a commitment to make this come to life on the Sundays, bringing East Coast, West Coast, different set of rules, no points, big sponsors, big paydays. Red Bull agreed, and here we are getting ready to launch it.
Here we are since 2015, and we just are signed up for another couple of years here with Red Bull. They've been instrumental in bringing the sport together. You know, when I got here, I was more doing public relations, but I really kind of had the urge to do some more promotion, sponsorship, those kind of things. But at the time, the sport needed to have all the athletes in one place in one day. Short course racing historically has been about winning series championships, not winning one single race, even though Crandon always had its world championships. But we brought East Coast, West Coast. We came up with our own rules, and we basically took Sunday for ourselves, and that's what actually worked out really well. And the result you see after all these years is this wonderful fan base that are here, you know, bringing Ultra 4, bringing Class 11s, getting creative with the schedule, just switching things around, trying to make it more of an off-road lifestyle festival as opposed to just racing. Obviously, we have the world's best racing, but it needed a little music, a little concert with Kid Rock in 2019, just mix it up, you know, and the result is what we have here. And, you know, having Cameron Steele here and all the crew here has been great, but really it's about the fans and the hard work of the Crandon volunteers that make this place happen, and the hard work of the staff and Tina Kuloff and everyone who's worked so hard all summer. Yeah, I spend the summer away from my wife. Looking forward to getting home, you know, in a couple weeks and seeing her. But the results are really worth it. You know, the results here speak for themselves, I think.
I know it's a huge passion for you, Marty, and we talk about all the racers that have come, everybody that you've brought together. Now it comes down to the moment. Do you feel like it's time to kick back, put your feet up, and watch? Because you have it. You have the 65,000 fans on the weekend. You have the unlimited amount of fans on Speed Sport and all other networks live online. You have us all here. It's time to go.
It's time to go, and you know what a great thing to be able to throw down with a Pro 2, Pro 4 showdown. The way we've done it, that Cup race is so exciting. And then these guys are running for the Red Bull Cup, which is the most, you know, one of the most significant trophies in our sport, in any sport. And you know, a beautiful day like today here in the Midwest, I mean, it doesn't get any better. And I've got the best racers and the best trucks, and they save their equipment a little bit. They're saving their setups. They want to win this one. And so this is one they work on to win every year. And I think for a fan, a driver like me, but also these guys, I mean, to bring this to all these great fans who have been here all day and to end the weekend like this, doesn't get any better than that.
Well, I can only ask one question before we go racing. We have all these different puzzles, all these different organizers that come in and race, all the different racers, hundreds of them, thousands of fans, the live web, the television, all of it. What's next, Marty? Because it seems like you have unlimited ideas. You got something in your back pocket already?
Yeah, we already have something coming for next year. I guarantee you. We've been working on it. It sounds like we have a few big additions if I can pull them off. And you know, it's been great just to have the ability to extend the weekend out, have people come camp. I mean, this is all about camping and family and fun and night and day. And this is what everybody needs to be. I always say the Indianapolis 500 is where you need to be Memorial Day. Well, Labor Day, it's all about being Crandon. It's all about being American. And we're super proud of being here, and all our fans from all over the world that have come here and from across the country. And you know, we just hope that if they made the trek from a long way, that it was worth the drive. And I think the people I've talked to this weekend said, yeah, we've got to come back. We're running out of space, you know, but that's okay. We'll fix that. We'll cut down some more trees, Cliff Flannery style, and get to work over the winter here and then to get ready for next year and next June when we come back. And you know, we're just super proud of everybody. And yeah, I think we built the Super Bowl of short course. The Super Bowl of off-road racing is here, and it's definitely World Championship time, and it's great.
Putting your feet in the fire. You said it's time for the Red Bull Cup. What do you got? 2s, 4s? You got a favorite? You got someone you're going to pick? Because you got to be the ultimate expert having spent all this time here.
Yeah, you think so, but no, I think when you watch it from a race perspective, I think in Pro 4 it's down to reliability, and CJ Greaves has had that all year. I think Pro 2, the smoothest guy out there right now, without a doubt, probably Jarrett Brooks. But Mickey Thomas looks really good. I'm just going to throw it out there. So.
You've definitely thrown a couple stellar names in the mix, but the good news is the whole list of drivers is still. There's so many different people that can bring the equipment, the team, and the driving, as well as the engineering here to win at Crandon for this Red Bull World Cup. One thing you definitely have to have is your tire setup on point. What we're going to do right now is we're going to go to Dave Arnold, who had earlier the chance to talk about tires with the people at Yokohama.
I'm over here at Yokohama with Paul Algarin, and Paul, we're going to talk a little bit about tires, and tires are so important when it comes to race cars, hooking up, and of course getting wins out of them. Well, things have changed over the last couple of years. We've gone from project tires to DOT tires. These are the tires that everybody can go out, put on their cars, their trucks, and work. But when it comes to the racetrack, there's a little work that goes involved to make them that much better.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, we're proud to say that, hey, the tires that you can go off the shelf and grab, and the guys that are racing on here, go put them on your truck, because we have the confidence that if they're going to survive on a Pro 4 or a Pro 2 with 800, 900 horsepower, they're going to be just fine on your daily F-150. So, but like you said, we got to modify them a little bit for racing conditions, because the track conditions are going to change from day to day, from hour to hour. You could have a dry, blue groove track one day, and then in the afternoon, especially here at Crandon, the clouds roll in, you get a little rain, and now you better have another set up for your rains. So that's where our guys are over here working hard. They're grooving up. Each team has their own little secret sauce on how they like their tires grooved up. So they give us some instruction, and sometimes we listen to them, sometimes we don't. So we have our own recommendations as well. We know our guys have been doing this for so many years. They know what works and what doesn't work. So, but no, it's just great having the DOT rule in effect, because it allows, I think, more tire companies that were sitting on the sideline to come in and play now, and it kind of evens the playing field. So.
Well, it really makes a difference, like you said, with the tire and the grooves from those hard conditions, which would probably be great without doing any grooving. But when it gets muddy, these grooves actually help move the mud out of the tires to actually get a little bit of hookup in the dirt.
Yeah, you want to, and then also you've got the cushion. When the cushion starts pushing out on the side, you want to make sure that you can ride that cushion. So you want a tire that's going to work in the blue groove, but if you get pushed out too far in that cushion, you also need to be able to work your way through that as well. So, you know, that cushion could be changing. You know, you can have a tire that's set up really well for first half of the race when it's wet and you got conditions, and then second half you might fall off. And you have guys that they set up their tires for the second half of the race when that cushion gets pushed out wide, the blue groove starts coming in, and now they're coming in attacking hard that second half. So it's all on their preference and how they set up their trucks and their driving style, and there's so many factors that go into it.
I know one guy you got driving, and he's been pretty much driven from every condition out there, Tanner Faust. I know he's going to be running your treads and shoes out there for sure.
Yeah, Tanner, he loves Crandon, and this is the second year coming back, and he's just the consummate professional driver. I mean, you put him in a rallycross car, you put him in a drift car, you put him in a Pro 2, he's going to go out there and he's going to give you the best performance that you're going to see out of any driver. So.
Nike. So we have the cutest little boy up here that has an Air Nike shirt on. I'd say about 3 years old. We're not real sure what the name is. It sounds like he's saying maybe Riker or something in that neighborhood. Certainly the young man is, we know where he's at. What we're struggling with is where his parents are. So we have some lost parents, clearly. So if you are missing the cutest little boy with an Air Nike shirt on and a big smile on his face, we have him right up here at the top of the grandstands, turn number 1, where the announce booth is. Come on up to see us.
Well, it looks like the crowd is locked and loaded, ready for the Red Bull Cup. Cameron's still here on the main stage here for the Polaris Crandon World Championship. Of course, today's been the Red Bull Crandon World Cup, and we are about to go racing with the Red Bull Cup. Simply put, we're going to put the Pro 2s and the Pro 4s out on the track at the same time. I'm joined by Tiffany Stone, who's been doing all of our reporting today, interviews, and of course the podium, Dave Arnold, who's been bringing us great goods all day long, behind the scenes talking to drivers and teams. And I got to ask you guys, it seems to me that there's a lot of energy, but a lot of people are talking about, Tiffany, the precision driving that we've been seeing all day, because I'm not going to say there's no bumping, because there is, but it seems like there's been a lot of real precision driving going on, and everybody's coming off the track excited about the racetrack that we have to race on today.
You're absolutely correct. I mean, this is a pristine track. The weather conditions are amazing. Everything's coming out. Earlier today, we saw a little bit of blue groove, but of course, now the dust is coming out because of the vehicles that have been out there. I'm pretty excited. We've always talked about the Pro 2, Pro 4. This year, I don't want to jinx it, but I think possibly a Pro 2 could get that win.
Well, it's happened a number of times before. I don't have the exact count, but I do have the list here. And I can tell you the last time it happened, was Keegan Kincaid just last year in 2021. So when you're talking about it, Dave, you're in the pits, you're roaming around. What's the stress level like? What are they talking about? Tire grooving? Are they talking about that trying to get that forward bite? Is it springs? Is it sway bars? Where's the stress level right now? Or is it just the unknown because we're going from cloudy skies to sunny skies?
Well, and I think that's part of the problems you're talking about there with the track conditions so good right now. Some of the guys are saying, well, we saw some weather reports there. We had to maybe groove the tires for a little bit of muddy track, which you want to open things up a little bit. With these DOT tires, you have to just get that just right. They're the everyday tire you can buy for your trucks, go out there. But when we come out to the track, they groove them out there to get that dirt out of there so you get that forward bite. So that was one of them. Another one was when I was talking to Cole Mamer about that, and he's saying, well, we got a Pro 2 over here, we got the Pro 4. Well, I've got to worry about that forward bite and that Pro 4 right now where we're setting the other truck up. So the way the track's been so fast right now, they haven't had to worry about as much forward bite as they normally would because it's sticky. I mean, these guys have done such an incredible job doing the track prep out there. It's been just on rails, and that's what it's been. That's why we've seen these fast conditions.
And we're not just stalling, we're not just stretching it out. We're talking getting ready for the Red Bull Cup. Now you got to remember that the Pro 2s and the Pro 4s raced just this morning, just a few hours ago. So prep is a big part of it. We put a hard time on it. We're going to go racing at about 5 p.m. Central. So we're under 30 minutes away from that. But we're talking about what's been happening here on the track, and I think there's been some great stories, and one that really rises up to me was the speed of the Greaves boys, Tiffany, and they're always fast. They have tons of championships, tons of wins. Sometimes it seems like there's a better battle, but one part of that mix that hasn't really been able to rise to the occasion, yesterday because of a shifter, today because of a broken suspension part, Kyle Leduc. So all of a sudden that mixes the potion just a little bit. But what do you see there in those Pro 4s, especially with the Greaves boys?
Well, talking about that, Kyle Leduc is an amazing driver. And with that being said, if he can keep everything together, if he can keep a solid truck, that's going to throw a little bit into the mix. You've always got the Johnny and CJ thing. We always talk about the father-son rivalry. But I've talked to him plenty of times, and they're saying, hey, once we go out there, that's out the window. But you throw Kyle Leduc in that, it's going to change a few things up. And then you've got some other great drivers out there as well. So with this staggered start from the Pro 2 to Pro 4, anything could happen. And like I said, if Kyle Leduc actually keeps this truck together, that's going to throw some stuff in there, and this is what's going to make an amazing race for us, for you, for the fans, for everybody that's actually watching.
Yeah, and that's one of the things you mentioned about Kyle Leduc. I know he had the problem with suspension that Cameron just mentioned, and I saw, his dad Kurt was over there. They're rebuilding the shocks, getting that all set up there. So that's on their mind too, getting that suspension right. But with the Greaves boys, they're so fast out there. This is their home track. This is their backyard. They come here. They drive all the time. I know Kyle's been, doing the whole season there, but these guys have had a little bit more access over the years, getting their times and knowing those positions, where to put that truck on the track for the fastest line. And I think with it being the good weather, that's going to be the key. It's going to, keeping those fast lines going.
Well, we've talked about the number of wins, and we've talked about a lot of things here at racing today. One person who I think is the ultimate stat man and one of the best commentators in any commentating, but also in off-road racing, is Ken Stout. He's been running our booth and our action today. I want to ask Ken to join in. Hey, Ken, we're talking about stats. We're talking about what do we think Pro 4 versus Pro 2. We're talking about who has the horsepower at this point to do this. Where's your opinion lie?
They just said that they're going to put me on camera, so let me turn around and put my best face forward here. That will help out for sure. The first thing, when Tiffany brought that up, the first thing I thought of was 2002. The first person to do it was a guy that was inducted into the Hall of Fame here this weekend, Scott Taylor. Congratulations to him. It was 2002, and he did it both spring and he did it in the fall. Now, I'd have to go back and really take a look at it, but if my gorilla math is correct, I want to say the better part of 16 times the Pro 2s have won this thing since 2002, so absolutely do not count them out. And as we heard a little bit earlier, it's going to be all about the stagger start. Whatever that split time is will play a huge role, but I can't tell you how many times we've seen this race come down to the very last lap, the last couple of turns to decide who's going to win it, and that's what they strive for every year.
I think, Ken, also one of the things we should talk about, and you can bring a little bit more on this, I think, Ken, the reliability of the 2 seems a little bit more true than the 4 because of the less spinning parts. This becomes a factor.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you, and certainly in years gone by, I would have to agree with that. However, I think the technology, the parts and pieces have come so far, as you well know. I mean, you guys are using them out in the desert now, all-wheel drive stuff that's surviving 1,000 miles. When you take a look at C.J. Greaves' record here throughout the year, that truck is absolutely not failing. Honestly, I think even, I know Tiffany had brought up Kyle Leduc. Kyle Leduc's had some flat tire issues. I know the truck has had some issues. I mean, what we saw out here a little bit earlier today was an internal part of a shock that's not even required for the shock to function. It just failed on him. So it was just one of those little things. He's had one of those years where little things have bit him, but I think the Pro 4s are certainly solid enough to run this thing on the mat all the way through and track these Pro 2s down, but the Pro 2s will make them earn it. The big difference is, as you know, the Pro 4s can go high, they can go low, they can go anywhere the Pro 2s aren't.
Well, Ken, a wealth of knowledge at all times. I talked to Kurt Leduc. He said it was an $8 part that wasn't important, but it was important enough to fail with a race car, right, Dave? I mean, we see Kyle going around at a pace that's unacceptable to us fans.
What is the old phrase? To finish first, you first must finish, and that's one of the things. You got to have these parts, and we've seen 30-second, circlips and washers that have caused problems to it. But another thing to think about too, and I was probably thinking about this. I talked to a couple of the drivers, with the stagger start, and we talked about that. Well, you got a lot of Pro 2s that these Pro 4s got to go through. Well, when you got a lot of them and some are trying to get, they have to go a little bit higher line because the Pro 4s can, like you said, can get down low and take that line away. Well, you're going to have traffic to get through. And that's going to be the biggest one to contend with. We saw Johnny Greaves really making that run last year on Keegan Kincaid, and it came down to that getting through traffic.
Well, the one thing I will point out for sure that Scott Douglas was talking about earlier in the day is the Pro 4s have a tendency to get in a fight with themselves, right? And they start banging, they start taking each other out, or they start moving back. So I agree with them. If the Pro 4s can agree to move forward, then race later, I think it makes it a much better race for the Pro 4s. But if they're going to dogfight early, that's a problem for it. And we're going to come back with more, of course, with Ken Stout, Tiffany Stone, and Dave Arnold. But we're going to go away for just a moment. When we return, we're going to be bringing all of the Red Bull Cup cars out to the front row, do driver introductions, a special time with Kurt Leduc, and then more fun when we go racing at 5 o'clock Central Time.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
Make way for the first ever Chevy Silverado CR2. With Multimatic shocks, rugged 33-inch tires, and front and rear electronic locking differentials.
Dude, this is awesome, but we should get back to work.
This good? Perfect. If you're going to work remote, work remote. Find new workspaces. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
Our journey at Continental has taken us down many roads. And when we first started, they weren't even paved. For more than 150 years, we've worked hard to earn your trust. From the trail to the racetrack and beyond. The Continental mark in all its forms stands for confidence. Confidence you trust. Continental Tire.
Storms can cause outages even for days. Food can spoil, some pumps, furnaces, and air conditioners stop working. Be prepared with a portable generator like this one from Champion. This dual fuel generator runs on gasoline or propane, a great option when gas stations aren't available. Protect your family from carbon monoxide poisoning and always run your generator outdoors, far away from windows and doors.
Speed Sport Live from the Red Bull Crandon World Cup is presented by Cometic gasket, sealed under extreme pressure. By eBay Motors, every part for every ride. That is a thing of beauty right there as we get ready for the Red Bull Cup. The trucks are coming out, the Pro 2s first. They will line up first, but first, once we get the 4s and 2s here, we're going to be doing driver introduction. Sorry, a little stumble on my own words there, but the crowd is standing, the attention is coming, and racing is brewing. The track is ready. We see the track prep has been handling. As we take a look at some of these cars, I'm going to warn you guys right now, as I'm still joined by Tiffany and Dave Arnold and Ken Stout up in the booth, I'm going to be asking you for one name at some point. I know it might hurt feelings, but I'm going to throw it out there, and if you guys want to tap dance, you can. But I'm warning you so you can try to put something together for it. I will say this. After watching all of the racing and the track development, I think we have great drivers and a great track ready to race here today 100%. I think there's no questions. It's not too rainy. It's not too dry. We didn't tear up a bunch of trucks. We have all the equipment. We have all the drivers. Dave, as they roll out here, the passion, that feeling in the chest of the race cars coming to race is pretty incredible.
I'm feeling it in my chest right now. I'm actually getting excited to hear this, the rumble of these, or I like to say the roar of the big bore. And these 900-plus horsepower Pro 4s, little over what, anywhere from 750 to 800, we're looking in the Pro 2s. That's a lot of horsepower. Now, makes me think, well, those Pro 4s, I know they're going to have that gap, but they got so much more horsepower. But you were talking about those guys fighting in the back. Is that going to be a battle of horsepower, or is it going to be the driver?
Well, that's always the question. And Tiffany, you've been talking to the drivers that had success here today. I would expect many of those same drivers to be in the mix here today. They gave you a little bit of tidbits here and there. Do you have any feeling on what we're going to see here? I mean, I know it's going to be all out. It's the end of the season, right?
It is.
Everybody's brought their A game to this with no points on the line. It's just the Red Bull Cup, and everybody wants to have their name on the Red Bull Cup.
Well, like we had heard from a lot of drivers, it's pretty much come out. This is what we're going to do. Like you said, no points. And what I've seen in the past with this Pro 2, Pro 4 race, it really goes into the last few laps. It really does. You see those Pro 2s out there with that staggered start. The Pro 4s have a lot of time. They're going to come up, and it's got to be very methodical of what they're going to actually do. You got to set it up. You got to figure out where you're going to pass. You got to figure out who you're going to pass. And when that happens, those last two laps are amazing. I've never been a driver. I've always had the pleasure of being able to talk to him with all that emotion, but I couldn't imagine. So, Cameron, to you as a driver, knowing that you got maybe 1, maybe 2 laps left to really make that pass, to make that setup for you and your spotter, what are you thinking about?
Well, I think the one thing you're always thinking about is how you're trying to make the race car go faster without making a mistake. And you're really always kind of hoping that the guy in front of you or the driver in front of you makes a little bit of a mistake. So I'm going to say that what you should be thinking about is being clean, but sometimes what you're thinking about is being aggressive, and sometimes those two things don't go together very well. So that's a good question, Tiffany, because when you put the killer whale suit on, which is what I call the driver's suit, I heard that from Jesse Jones the first time, sometimes the decision-making gets a little crazy. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to send it up to Ken Stout in the booth. We're going to do driver introductions, and Ken, I know there's no one with more passion for racing in general. That must have been a very heartwarming feeling to see those trucks coming down through turn 1.
No question about that. And ladies and gentlemen, it is a massive field, 29 trucks strong, 17 of them in Pro 2, 12 of them in Pro 4, and just a quick tally between those group of drivers, some 45 championships have been won. When I tell you you're looking at the absolute best of the best, that's what's out here today, and they're going to be competing for that Red Bull Crandon World Cup. Such a prestigious prize. They'll kick them all off with the number 44 Ford, driven by Mickey Thomas. Mickey Thomas, of course, coming out here is having a spectacular weekend. We'll see if he can put his name on this list for the first time and win this big cup. Right alongside will be the reigning champ from 2022. That is the number 77 of Jarrett Brooks. Last year's winner, the number 4 of Keegan Kincaid, looking to double up here with the Lucas Oil-backed machine. Then it's the young gun, the number 78. They call him Ricky G. He's fast. He's passionate. He could break everybody's heart. The number 42, how about Kyle Kleiman, a champion inside of that category with the Ponzi sponsorship? Certainly good enough to get it done. The guy that qualified on the pole here this weekend in the Pro 2 category, number 51, he's a champion as well in the Pro Lite category. That's Ryan Beat. And the number 67 got his first wins this year in the Pro 2 category, just missed the championship by 1 point a year ago, finishes up second year this year as well. That's Corey Winter. Then it's Ronnie Anderson in the number 52 truck. Ronnie Anderson, a standout. He and his brother, we talked about his father before, being inducted into the Hall of Fame. One of the young guns that has so much talent. Keep your eyes on him. He's a lot of fun to watch. And the number 96 truck from Simi Valley, California, it's Troy Cox. We go back to the number 90. That is a Ram truck out of Appleton, Wisconsin for you locals here, Zach Zakowski. And the number 5 Ford. Put your hands together for Johnny Henches. Then we go to the Chevrolet, number 13 out of Crandon, Wisconsin, Jay Schaefer. Coming all the way from Encinitas, California, he's in the number 65 Ford. Another champion in the category, Dave Mason Jr. And one of the biggest names in all of motorsports, multiple disciplines, championships all along the way, the number 34 Toyota, a guest driver here. Put your hands together for Tanner Faust. A man that has done both Pro 2s and Pro 4s, very fast in everything, including Pro Lights, out of Temecula, California, driving the number 81 Ford. That is Doug Matag. Then we go to the Franksville, Wisconsin driver, number 43 Ford. That is Bob Brand. And the final Pro 2 in action here out of Abrams, Wisconsin, the number 44 Ford of Johnny Holcher. We go to our Pro 4s here. And the number 18, that is the number 33 right there. My bad. How do you go the wrong way with this guy, right? Is the number 18 starting in the 18th spot? That was the mistake. But the number 33 winning the championship here again. Ladies and gentlemen, you know who this young man is. 10 professional championships under his belt. Leads the way here. Pro Lite, Pro 2, and Pro 4. He is the man. CJ Greaves, certainly one of the favorites out here today. Out of Elk River, Minnesota, right alongside. This is how they finished, by the way, a little bit earlier. Andrew Carlson, the number 15 Ford, certainly a player out here as well. Then the legend, as we talked to before, driver the number 22 Toyota, knows how to get it done. Certainly would not be his first rodeo to stand on top with the wreath around his neck. Put your hands together for Johnny Greaves. Out of San Diego, California. They call him the Wild Man, and he is absolutely all of that. Driving the number 11 Ford, that is Adrian Chinney. Next truck over, the number 91 Toyota out of Millersport, Ohio. Did a great job in the UTVs as well. Great to have him in the Pro 4 category. This is Kyle Cheney. Coming from Holtville, California, stepping up through the ranks, coming through the Pro Lights. Put your hands together for number 35, driver of the Ford, Cole Mamer. Then we go to the driver of the number 44 Toyota. We'll get a little closer here. Love the sponsorship as well. The United Rentals flying the colors proudly. Put your hands together for Jimmy Henderson. How about a former Cup winner, two-time winner, in fact, Pro 4 champion as well. We saw his brother just a moment ago. Again, out of California, this is R.J. Anderson. An 8-time champ, 7 of those in a Pro 4. They don't come any tougher than this guy right here. Needs luck to go his way. He will be a threat, no doubt. The Monster Energy back driver out of Alabama, the number 99 Ford driver, Kyle Leduc. From Escanaba, Michigan, and the number 8 Ford. Put your hands together for Danny Beauchamp. And a tough player no matter what he gets in, out of Thornville, Ohio as well, sponsored by Can-Am, the number 77 of Scotty Lawrence. And the number 74, driving a Ford here out of Holman, Wisconsin. Yeah, he's in the hunt. Put your hands together for Ben Pasa. That is your lineup, ladies and gentlemen. The best of the best for sure, and to get us all going here, we're going to send it back over to the stage with Kurt Leduc, who has a very special moment. Kurt?
Hey, thank you guys, thank you drivers. I see most of the crowd here at Crandon is standing. To the people watching the live feed at home, I want you guys to stand up. We're going to sing this song, this great American song written by Lee Greenwood, and I want you to sing it to the drivers and to everybody here at Crandon. So whenever you're ready, roll some music. And I want you to sing as loud as you can. If tomorrow all the things were gone I worked for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife, I'll let them catch up. I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and yet they take that away. Now to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Woo! Lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from the sea, from deep down to Houston and New York to LA. There's pride in American art. The time for a thing to say. Hey. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I'll forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you, defend her till today. And there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Woo. Proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the man who died, who gave that right to me. I gladly stand up next to you to end her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Woo! A toast to the drivers and America. Let's get this thing rolling, boys.
We thank Kurt Leduc for all that, and of course all of our fans as well for joining in. What a wonderful song, what a beautiful day, what a great way to kick off this race. as we are just moments away. We'll get all the trucks, of course, back over there and lined up. We'll get all the drivers and board and ready to rock and roll. All the support, the track support workers out there making final preparations here to turn these guys loose and let them have at it.
I'm sure looking forward to it, Ken. The Red Bull Cup definitely will not disappoint. The field looks relaxed as you watch them on camera. You see them going through there, they're smiling, they're laughing. That's a good time to go racing, to have everybody in that good mood as we load them up and start heading to the start line. Let's talk about the stagger that we're going to have between the two groups and how that's going to work. There will be a start setup, and we're gonna.
I'm gonna keep track of it.
You are.
I'm gonna do my best whenever the Pro 2s leave to the Pro 4s, and we'll see what that split is. We'll pay attention to the lap times as they're going, and see if we can do the math and figure out when they're gonna catch them.
So we'll do the land rush start for the Pro 2s, provided they are clean and away at a desired or time that the officials have come up with. We're not privy exactly to that time. We're working on getting that. It's all based on lap times and track conditions. Then they will release the Pro 4s, and then the hunt starts.
And then the hunt starts, and of course the massive variable is working, the Pro 4s working their way, well, you mentioned it before, first of all battling with each other, and then working their way through the Pro 2 field, and it just constantly changes. It's an accordion, if you will, that's expanding and contracting, and that's what makes it so fun to watch as you take a look at the number 99 truck. And
I love it when he comes out with the chrome.
The chrome, yeah, he has some great looks. There's no doubt. There's a look at Adrian Cheney, who's done so much, and certainly one of the Pro 2s that could get it done is Mickey Thomas right there.
Jarrett Brooks actually has looked spot on as well. He hasn't put the victory
If you're going to win one race out of the year,
this is the one.
This is the one. I mean, he's got the championship, didn't have to do it, but if you want the cup, you've got to do it.
Mickey Thomas has looked so fast in the Pro 2s. I think, based on his speed, he gets out in front first like he has been doing, gets that hole shot. It's hard to not pick Mickey Thomas for the overall win.
It really is. I mean, if he strings together some qualifying laps like he did during that race, just one after the other, he has that muscle memory now. He knows exactly what it should feel like. Yeah, I mean, if the Pro 4s stumble at all, he could drive away with this thing.
Runaway, so to speak, race win just yesterday, again today. Never put a tire out of place, Mickey Thomas. Never.
So somebody else that I think we haven't, I know we mentioned that he's won a couple of races, a couple of cups out here, and R.J. Anderson. But how about R.J. Anderson that was coming up to play ball
big time
with C.J.? So he has a very fast truck. Now they'll have to start based on how they finish. So he's going to go towards the back of the pack after having some issues, much like Kyle Leduc will have to do. But I mean, they spread them out. I mean, it's staggered a little bit, but it's not like going to row 6.
Right, I agree with that. Going to the outside is tough coming around. I talked to Scott Douglas earlier today. Coming around from the outside, you got to really be careful for that pinch. Everybody coming from the inside out. He said if you're going to come around from the outside, you really got to clear them. And that's something to think about as we go into turn 1. Turn 1, for those of you that don't know it, a drop away, sort of blind turn because you're coming down a land rush start. And the turn is, you don't have a landmark to set the turn, so to speak. It starts dropping away, turning to the right. That puts you on the front straight here at Crandon, where you can start to have visibility once again. But it is for sure, as a spectator, as a commentator, the most hair-raising thing I have ever commentated.
I think it's better than it was, but I'm not sure I would call it good. But there used to be a pond where the boulders are. So they filled the water in with rocks. So if things go really bad, at least you end up on the rocks now.
Right. Well, I think after watching the track crews, watching the water that they've put down, and right now all the drivers, they're getting a sighting lap right now. Everybody's taking a look around, seeing how it looks, seeing where the dry spots are, where the wet spots are, how to set up for certain areas. We actually saw a couple drivers get caught out a little bit, I think, by the water. Kyle Leduc being one of them, maybe when he came into that K-rail on the inside after the finish line jump. So everybody's taking a quick look at it. We're going to rack them up and go. Ken, can we put each other on the spot, or should we just stay away from that?
It's so hard to do. I mean, how do you bet against C.J. Greaves? I mean, if you're going to put your money on somebody, how do you bet against C.J. Greaves? If you have a passion for somebody, I mean, a lot of people would love to see Johnny Greaves step up and win another one just because of his status here.
Just because he's Johnny Greaves.
Just because he's Johnny Greaves, and he's getting older, and they want to see him do it again, see he can still get it done, even though he won a couple of races here at this event last year. But then there's people like Kyle Leduc, as we talked about, is going to start deep, and R.J. Anderson. And then there's the Pro 2 lovers. You know, as you talked about, Jared Brooks still hungry for that first win. Mickey Thomas would love to get up on there. Corey Winter, talk about a sentimental guy. I mean, just missing the championship by 1 point in 2021. I'm sure he'd love to get up on there and won his first couple of races this year. So, yeah, I mean, how do you pick one of those, man?
I really don't know, and I really don't want to. So let's just stay away from that. Let's watch some epic racing come together. What's the key? The key to me is finding the speed without making a mistake. We've been talking about that all year. We're looking right now at Ricky Gutierrez, Ricky G. We talked to his race engineer, Charlie Schleve, and we all agree that Ricky G has an incredible amount of speed. Could this be the breakthrough moment, or do you think it's too much pressure, a big race like this, for a youngster like that?
If I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure he's there just yet.
Copy.
I mean, I think he's really close. I mean, there's no question he's going to have a breakthrough year. Could come as quickly as next year. But, man, this is a heater right here. You've got to be spot on perfect.
All the pressure in the world when it comes to off-road racing, of course. This is the biggest stage. We're live here watching everybody get a sight lap, and then we will line them up. As you can see, some of the Pro 2s already have taken position. Everybody will get their safety gear checked, and we'll get ready to go racing. We've been talking about it all day. This morning in the Pro 2 race, Mickey Thomas looked incredibly fast. Jared Brooks did have great speed. He held them honest, got closer, wasn't able to make a move. Keegan Kincaid a little further back, but still great racing in those Pro 2s.
Yeah, I would fully expect Jared Brooks to come out here with just a little bit more. Some adjustments to that truck and get up after, get those lap times right there with Mickey Thomas. Mickey Thomas is going to be digging. I guarantee you those guys weren't just sitting around, you know, eating lunch in the meantime. They are also making adjustments to their truck to get it out here and get it ready. And by the way, while I might not put my money on Ricky G just because of his youth, and I think this is really an experienced race, it's not to say that he can't win this thing.
For sure.
He certainly has the speed. There's no question about it. So he could prove us all wrong. I mean, any one of these guys, there's just so much talent. The trucks are so close. If you take a look at how they've done throughout the course of the year and how many different trucks have been on the podium throughout the course of the season, I mean, it just goes to show you the depth of the field.
Absolutely, and you can see they're lining up now. Their crews are out there to make sure that they're all set. They will be putting on their safety gear, talking about final prep as the drivers get belted into the cars, get their helmets on, their
Isn't that an amazing
neck
number? 45 championships. 45 championships combined from all of these drivers that are out there. I mean, it's a massive number.
It really is, and when you think about the cream of the cream coming to the top here and racing for this Red Bull Cup, the pressure situation is on, but these guys deal with it. They win the championships. They win the Cup races.
It's what they live for.
This is their whole thing.
It's what they thrive on. These are the guys you want standing next to you in the foxhole. You know, I mean, they're not going anywhere. They're ready for the fight.
For sure, the fans are ready. They're
the fans are ready. What do you think, Crandon? You ready to see some racing here? It's time to go racing here with the Red Bull Crandon World Cup. Make some noise. Skybox up there. Let's hear it from you guys over there. This is what they've been waiting for, a 4-day payoff, right? Awesome stuff. Labor Day weekend, fall Crandon. This is what it's all about. Pro 2 against Pro 4, a massive field here of 29 trucks, and any one of them, it could be their lucky day.
You got to have the skill, the engineering, the driver, but you also got to have a little bit of luck to get it done.
You always have to have a little bit of luck, right? Racing luck. That's the way it goes. As you take a look at all the crew members out there, and looks like Ricky G putting his helmet on now. But you see all the crew members out there strapping these guys in. Special moment too, by the way. You know, this last couple of moments with your crew member, a real personal time as you put your helmet on and get focused.
Start to get in line with your spotter. Speaking of personal moments, while we have a moment, congratulations to Robert Stout, your son, winning today. Very cool. Not racing here, but in his own right, putting something great together.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, man, they were down there with the Stadium Super Trucks and Robbie Gordon. They were competing at Bristol on the track, on the typical Bristol short track, and had a great run. So he grabbed the win in the overall this weekend. So congratulations to him, and a very tough and tricky truck for sure to drive. But thank you very much. But man, love to have him in one of these out here battling this race.
It shows the importance of this race, not only to the drivers and the teams and the fans, but to the commentators. You're missing one of your son's biggest races, the final race of the year. To be here, that's how big Crandon is.
That is how big Crandon is. Marty Fioca talked about it. We can't stress it enough. It's our Indianapolis 500, our Daytona 500, our U.S. Nationals for the drag race fans. It's the Big Mac Daddy of the year, and it's at the Big Mac Daddy house, right? I mean, it's at Crandon. It just doesn't come any better. This track looks better than I've ever seen it, and it's always been spectacular. The amount of drivers that are here competing over the course of the weekend, 400-plus strong. The campground's loaded up. This is it, man. I mean, and Marty Fioca pointed something out. He said, people talk about back in the heyday. This is the heyday right here. This is what people are going to talk about in the future. Do you remember 2022 when we had 400 racers there, 29 trucks inside of the Cup race? This is the heyday we're living right now.
Ken, as we've had a little bit of time since the track prep, there's going to be less water. It's going to be a little bit drier. Do you think that favors one of the classes or the other?
I would think it'd favor the Pro 2s. They can get some grip right away, right? I mean, they'll have to give up those first couple of laps going sideways trying to find some grip. So if they can get into a cushion, a bit of a cushion right off the bat and get some drive, I think it leans more towards those guys. I mean, the slicker the track is, the more it's going to favor the Pro 4s where it can dig with all four tires.
I think that's a really great point. And looking at the big house, as we call it, everybody is standing.
I'm looking at the exit of Forest County Potawatomi turn number 1 because it looks like it might get interesting.
My hope is always for interesting but clean.
Safe.
Safe is number 1 for me. And I know that there's a lot of adrenaline on the line right now. The crew members are still out there. We won't be going racing until they clear the crews, obviously. Then you'll see a traditional move across from an official to make sure that everybody's ready. Speaking of which, that's why Cowboy Corner is named Cowboy Corner.
Yeah, I remember that. What a special moment. I had the pleasure of being out there with the Pro Lite one year, sitting right beside Kyle Leduc when he won his championship, in fact, and I had Cowboy run in front of me and point his finger at me, hey, man, are you ready? And that's what he used to do. He'd run across in front of everybody, every row, by the way. He would do every row and just nod and make sure that you're ready to go, basically telling you, like, hey, man, it's showtime. Get yourself ready. It's time to launch these things. And Cowboy was a special part of this program. We certainly miss him for sure, and I'm glad they dedicated that corner to him.
A tough corner to go racing also. There's so much adrenaline where it tightens up back there in the trees, the full rotation. You see a lot of mistakes back there as well, but also some great line stealing.
It's an all-in corner, isn't it?
It really is.
And it's a great passing opportunity because you always say it, risk versus reward. How much are you willing to risk? Because the guy behind you is probably willing to risk a little bit more.
It all comes down to needing a clean race. If they start running into each other, it makes it virtually impossible.
Look at Kyle Greaves down there getting some love from the crowd. They know who he is. Congratulations, Kyle.
Kyle definitely hurt some feelings in that Pro Lite truck this weekend.
Yeah, boy. He and Mickey Thomas were on the same par, different classes, but boy, man, they were handing it out for sure.
Mickey Thomas would be an interesting, after just a few years in the off-road racing in the big trucks, to be able to win this thing, put himself in position to be in that conversation is very impressive.
He's shown a lot of talent in the UTVs. He immediately became very quick, had some wins there, jumped up into Pro Lite, was immediately banging doors with Brock Hager and the boys, picking up some wins there, jumped up into Pro 2, and he has just followed suit.
And we're starting to clear the field, it looks like. Crew members running off. You can see the Steelix starting line in the background there. They're telling them, get the truck started. And you can hear the horsepower coming to life.
The big V8s are rumbling, ladies and gentlemen. We are not far away now.
The difference in the trucks, the front row is two-wheel drive. They have a cast iron motor, a little bit less horsepower possibly, but they're running the great times they used to run with the bigger horsepower. The Pro 4s coming off that second row, all-wheel drive, digging.
I love the fact that they have the Pro 2s all the way back using the full starting line now. They used to start them just at the entry of turn number 1. But now they have to navigate that entire straightaway. Flagman about to enter the booth. Everybody's fired up, cleaning the throats of those big bore engines and ready to turn them loose. As Dave Arnold mentioned, 750 to 800 horsepower for the Pro 2s, 900 plus for the all-wheel drive monsters. We'll get a split here, try to keep everybody up to date on when we think they might be able to catch the Pro 2s, if in fact they can catch them at all.
The box will go from red to yellow, and the green flag will come up, and we'll be racing Land Rush start, Red Bull Cup.
Crandon, are you ready for some racing? Here we go. The Red Bull Crandon World Cup. Caution is out. Green, we're racing.
Waiting for that hole shot. Looks like Mickey Thomas has a great run. Also, that Corey Winter on the outside in the 67. And Mickey Thomas with the hole shot. And to the front as he's done.
How about Keegan Kincaid is going to jump up into second place. Last year's winner had a great run just a little bit earlier today. And now a great start. Keeping our eyes on the Pro 4s as well when they launch them.
We have
caution
big yellow
flag is
caution.
Out.
Full course caution.
Yeah, massive wreck right here just in front of the Red Bull Arch. Of course, first and foremost, we want to make sure everybody is okay.
Safety crews on it right away.
We see Jay Schaefer's, we just introduced these guys a moment ago with the number 13 truck and Jay Schaefer involved, and then another truck that's inverted there as well. Difficult to see the number from this advantage.
The pace truck has come out to escort the trucks around. Safety crews directly on it. Some of the very best of the best. We'll let them do their job as we sit and always hope and pray for the very best.
Yeah, I always call them the silent heroes. I mean, you never hear from them until you need them, and when you do, they are there all but immediately. As soon as we hear what we will do to get things restarted, we will let you know as they turn that one back over as well. We are being told that they will have a complete restart here.
Which means that we will reline up the Pro 2s and just waiting it. Make sure everything is good here.
I believe that is Zach Zakowski there, number 90. And of course, as we talked about before, the number 13 of Jay Schaefer. Good look at the number 78 there. That is Ricky G as he's pulling back around to get back in line. Of course, as we call the race action, we typically are following monitors up here for the folks at home for the live stream, so to look out of the window and see that is typically not protocol for us, but the fans out there keeping an eye on it, of course, happened right in front of them there. The safety aspects of these trucks is nothing short of exceptional. The cages that are mandated, of course, and as you know, all these trucks have to go through a stringent tech process to make sure that these things are up to the safety standards required for both the truck itself, the chassis, the cage, and of course the drivers and all their safety equipment.
For sure, and one of the greatest things that we've all benefited from is all the improved and safety equipment that has come to light over the last decade or so. Incredible equipment.
So we're going to get everybody lined up. While we're doing that, we will take a quick break. We want to make sure our drivers are okay. We'll take care of that business as well. So stay with us. We'll be back here to the Red Bull Crandon World Cup in just a moment.
Spaceport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark Spaceport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Spaceport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Spaceport Daily. Spaceport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
Make way for the first ever Chevy Silverado CR2. With Multimatic shocks, rugged 33-inch tires, and front and rear electronic locking differentials.
Dude, this is awesome, but we should get back to work.
This good? Perfect. If you're going to work remote, work remote. Find new workspaces, find new roads. Chevrolet.
Our journey at Continental has taken us down many roads. And when we first started, they weren't even paved. For more than 150 years, we've worked hard to earn your trust. From the trail to the racetrack and beyond. The Continental mark in all its forms stands for confidence. Confidence you trust. Continental Tire. Our journey at Continental has taken us down many roads. And when we first started, they weren't even paved. We know trust isn't given, it's earned. And for more than 150 years, we've worked hard to earn your trust. 150 years of perfecting how tires are made, continuing to both raise the bar while setting the industry standard. From the trail to the racetrack, from off the beaten path to the highways and beyond. The Continental mark in all its forms stands for confidence. Confidence 150 years in the making. Confidence you trust. Continental tire.
There's someone right here in northern Wisconsin that's committed to making quality healthcare the standard of the community. For the past 15 years, they've invested in building state-of-the-art facilities that have helped keep families healthier by providing services like radiology, dentistry, optical, diabetes treatment, maternal health, and behavioral health services. So who cares so much about the health of the community? Potawatomi, keeper of the fire, builders of the future.
Steelite polyurethane coating has become the choice of leading off-road builders and race teams who recognize the coating's superior performance, protecting suspensions, chassis, and other metal parts that require a proven durable shield against corrosion. Steelite's weldability is a signature benefit that saves racing teams hours of repair time. Steelite provides remarkable performance, making it easier to get back out onto the race course. Use Steelite to protect your investment.
You feel like getting away? Make your escape to Potawatomi Carter Casino and Hotel. We are keeping Carter safe and will make you feel at home, like part of the family. We have the latest in casino gaming with a variety of slots, table games, and bingo. There is something for everyone. Treat yourself to a stay in our hotel and enjoy delicious options at the Flames Restaurant. Relax, unwind, and escape to Potawatomi Carter Casino and Hotel on Highway 32 in Carter, Wisconsin.
And welcome back to the Polaris Crandon World Championships. Of course, we are finally down to the Red Bull Crandon World Cup race. That's what we are all waiting for all day long. Off to a tough start here. But most importantly, we saw him climb out of the truck. That was great news. Zach Zakowski able to get out of that one after a scary moment there right in front of everybody. But glad all the safety options did their job. Glad we had safety there to get him over there, or to get him out of the truck, go over there and do what they had to do. So a good ending to a bad situation, if you will.
For sure, and always a tenuous moment as we wait for safety and the driver to get out and to acknowledge, and in this case just being precautious. The good news, all is well, and we are re-racked for another Landwehr start, which, like I said, always makes my hair stand up a little crazy. And,
well, you know what all these guys are thinking is like, man, I got through there one time. Well, all but two. But the rest of them are thinking, we got through there one time, and now we have to do it again. It's I don't think there's any words that can describe the butterflies and the nerves that all of these guys get. And you talk to any of them, they'll say, yeah, turn one, opening lap. I mean, there's nothing else like it. These drivers are just as nervous as all of us, I think. More so.
Yeah, probably more so. And there's a couple holes there you can see as they are getting told to bring them on. So we are going to re-rack it, the Red Bull Cup, ready to rock here at Crandon. One more race to finish out this World Championship weekend.
So we know the process now. We've seen it all day long, as do the drivers. Being told to fire everything up. We'll get ready to get this thing started here one more time. Hopefully things go a good bit smoother this time around.
Well, we only have to get 2 rows off clean, right? Or two groups of racers, I should say.
2 groups of racers, for sure, as the Pro 2s are ready to go. Of course, as we talked about before, there were 17 of them, down to 15 already. Good look shooting straight up that long straightaway, which you just can't see him, but there's a lot of whoops in there. It is far from flat.
And it was dusty and it looked a little bit loose, so traction not exactly prime, but it will be interesting as we have the red go to yellow, then green.
And he's done it different all day long, so nobody can get a feel for any sort of pattern here and jump the start. Caution's out, showing ahead of green. Look at him, he waits, now we're green. Keeping everybody honest in the biggest race of the day. All those nerves. Here they come once again. Everybody's 4 wide and they all are contact in there.
Corey Winter to the front. Mickey Thomas second.
Climbing with a big moment there. Able to get it righted.
Keegan Kincaid way wide going into 2.
Yeah, for sure. Gathered it back up.
Winter
like Corey Winter's going to get the whole shot here. Mickey Thomas looking to go out and around the outside. And it looks like like about a 38-second split. The 52 truck there of Anderson getting involved. Here comes the thundering Pro 4s.
And it looks like a battle for the front. Mickey Thomas is trying to pull his way in there. Corey Winter has that inside line. Mickey Thomas dropping to the bottom. He's going to try to make the move around.
We talked about the Pro 4s fighting with each other. Well, the same holds true for the Pro 2s. You need to get out front. You need to get clear. You got to put in those qualifying laps. And right now, these guys are fighting for the lead. There's going to be 3 of them there as the Pro 4s go to work.
CJ Greaves in the front of the 4s. Woo-hoo-hoo! Great move there, RJ Anderson going underneath. Looked like Kyle Leduc. And Kyle jumps to the inside as we watch our lead Pro 4s.
Yeah, and here comes the pack for sure. The Hungry Pack back around. The Pro 2s back around. Turn number 1 here. Forest County Potawatomi turn 1. And it is Corey Winter who safely has a lead right now. How about Ryan Beat working his way up into the mix?
For sure, and it looks like Mickey Thomas is moving backwards a little bit. I'm not sure if he has an issue or he's just trying to stay out of it.
I thought Carlson was going to tag CJ there for a moment. Not sure how that one ended up. Mickey Thomas and Ricky G going at it. Mickey Thomas was fighting for the lead just a moment ago.
This was the question, if he can get out clean. CJ brings him back into the stands, and taking a look here, that's CJ Greaves running in that front position. Andrew Carlson
looped it around a Calamity corner, nosed it into the wall, but everything okay, backing it up. He'll lose a lot of spots. Ricky G with a sketchy moment.
Corey Winter with a clean run so far. He had to fight for it a little bit, but he's out front. With clean track, he's going to be able to choose his lines as we go on top. That's the 99 of Kyle Leduc. Airing it out, heading in with a big group of hungry drivers.
We saw RJ get underneath Kyle Leduc. Now we see Kyle Leduc back in front of him. So some swapping and dicing going on there. Johnny Greaves right in front of the 99 of Kyle Leduc. They'll ensue that battle. CJ out there leading. Andrew Carlson, the 15 Red Bull back machine, right there in second place. As we watch the Pro 4s, we go back to the Pro 2s, and Corey Winter having a good run.
Watching the lines, it seems very aggressive in the front of the Pro 2s, which can be good, but also see how Corey Winter slid out to the outside, got in that loam just a little bit. He can't have those corrections. He's got to have spot on lines if he's going to keep those Pro 4s from coming up through that Pro 2 pack.
The dust might play a role here. All that sitting, that red flag, allowed this track to dry out. A little smoke out of Brian Beat's truck. I know you don't really know what it is, but would you call it tire smoke?
You might at this point. Let's see how it develops as those 2s come around that finish line flag where they're all fighting for. Now it looks like Mickey Thomas trying to give a run back on Ryan Beat, but Beat not having great success this weekend, but we know he is so fast.
Well, he did qualify on the pole. Kyle Leduc out of this one early. Again, something bites a 99 truck. It's the MO for him, unfortunately, all year long. Very fast, but they need to get the bugs worked out of that truck. Andrew Carlson still in second. Now Johnny Greaves bumps up, and right there on the back corner, back bumper as we look at Corey Winter once again.
Oh, Corey Winter over.
Big moment.
And it's going to catch Mickey Thomas because he was right there on that inside. So now Mickey Thomas is going to go back a few car lengths. Also gives Corey Winter some great breathing room as he's out on the front straight, coming down in front of the fans, headed for 2. He's got about 12 truck lengths on Ryan Beat.
So as we take a look at the lap times so far, it's like about a 123.6 for Corey Winter. We'll take a look at the Pro 4s as it cycles through. And we'll try to keep an idea on the split here. This is playing right into the hands of CJ Greaves, if you ask me. These guys battling in the front of Pro 2. CJ, it looks like all the Pro 2s are strung out a little bit, so he can pick them off pretty quickly, one at a time. Nobody hounding him either at all. He's just driving away.
See him catch that rut right there. He caught an edge. He rotated in. Now remember, the Pro 2s are drawing a little bit different lines, so the 4s are sliding across the ruts that the 2s are developing, and vice versa. The 4s are ripping down the lines that the 2s are used to having there when they come back around.
Yeah, and of course, the Pro 4s will run the preferred line now as CJ just making Well, I actually had to check up right there just a little bit. Watch him go on the inside now. Oh, the 96 truck hangs right in there and actually fills the line just a little bit. Troy Cox.
CJ's through clean. He has some space behind him in his class, but does he have enough to get to that front Pro 2? Still Corey Winter.
We'll get Corey Winter. Let's see if we can get a split on him now and CJ to find out what the difference is, the starting line, and see how much he's closed up, or has he closed up any?
The hard part about the Cup race is there's so much action everywhere, it's hard to know where to look. And look at that move, going down to the bottom.
Yeah, CJ already making his way into Calamity Corner.
And we saw Corey Winter go wide out here in front of us. He gave Ryan Beat the hope, and Ryan Beat is underneath for the lead in the twos. So a new leader in the twos.
We started off with a 38-second gap, and now we are down to 15 seconds from the Pro 2 leader to the Pro 4 leader.
And your Pro 2 leader, as we talked about, here he is, the number 51, Ryan Beat. Now, we'll see if he can start to run lines that he has comfort in, and he can carry that momentum and speed. He's back on that big start straight now, and we're going to see if CJ Greaves or one of the other Pro 4s can catch him. But when Ryan gets a clear track and he's able to run his lines, and Andrew Carlson, you're taking a look there, the number 15 Red Bull truck, the number 22 of Johnny Greaves, the Monster Energy truck, they are battling, which is giving CJ a little bit of breathing room out in the front because he doesn't have another two right, or not those two directly behind him.
You can see the battle there a little bit thicker for CJ Greaves now in the middle of that Pro 2 pack, and this is what will check him up just a little bit. This is where the Pro 2s have to make their hay, and speaking of that, one of the Pro 2s sitting perpendicular going into Oregon Corner.
And that's
trying to get him out of the way quickly, which is going to be a tall task.
Here comes Ryan Beat into that section and watching.
So the spotter has to tell Ryan Beat what's going on right here. It's disastrous.
They're able to go around the outside cleanly and back on board with CJ Greaves.
As they get the racing down through there, and I believe that was Keegan Kincaid cutting it really, really close in there. Mickey Thomas is falling back just a little bit. Ryan Beat needs to string together those qualifying laps that we talked about before. He put a good one together here earlier in the weekend, qualified up on the pole.
He has the speed, absolutely. Look at this.
RJ Anderson coming after him.
Tries to rotate down to the bottom a little bit harder. He gets trying to go underneath Johnny Greaves. Not able to do it. Here's Beat. Now you see him drifting that rear end quite a bit. A lot of time that scrubbing speed, he wants to drive as much as he can on the apron, but the Pro 4s are blowing that apron off. That traction isn't there that he wants and he's used to when he's racing the Pro 2 without the 4s on the track.
And of course, he'll keep chasing that line. That's what these guys that are fast continue to do.
And
CJ closing up quickly, isn't he?
He's in third place overall now. Taking a look at CJ, he's not that far behind Beat and Mickey Thomas. Andrew Carlson would be the next Pro 4 in the mix.
It was 15 seconds. It's down to 6 seconds. And the fact that they're spread out the way they are, as I said before, is really playing right into the hands of CJ Greaves. He can really go after him.
4 laps of racing to go, or 3.5 at this point, and we'll see if Ryan Beat can put down the laps and get this Red Bull Cup victory. The hard part is watching how the track is not really working with him. Now, that was a well-done turn. You see him breaking a little bit of traction, leaning to the outside just a bit. That breaks just a little bit of speed. And here, you can see him in picture now. That is
Ryan Beats saying to Mickey Thomas, at least hold him up for me, brother. Make him earn it.
This is Ryan Beat and Mickey Thomas, both in the Pro 2 category. The next truck is CJ Greaves, and you'll be able to see the gap directly on screen here momentarily as CJ is running down these 2 Pro 2 trucks.
That Toyota has been flawless here this weekend. He has been spot on, looking for the trifecta here, the hat trick, if you will. Comes out there, gets the win, the final points round, then picks up the Crandon World Championship a little bit earlier today. And now looking for a cup win.
Underneath the rotation. Now watch, he's going to try to set this up. He's going to try to out-track him. He checks up on the brakes. Good idea. You don't need to do it all at one time. They're in their last 3 laps of racing, though, so he needs to get by Mickey Thomas. Now watch. Oh, a little bit of contact there. Mickey Thomas hangs it a little bit longer. CJ straightened it out a bit for traction. Made a little contact there. So now it's down to only Ryan Beat in the Pro 2. And here is the attack from CJ Greaves.
Yeah, it was tough. CJ wanted to slide across that rear bumper and just didn't time it absolutely perfectly. Like you said, I think Mickey Thomas hung the back end out a little bit longer, but now looking to go in the outside lane and just drive underneath him. Here we go for the lead, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be CJ Greaves through the Forest County Potawatomi turn 1. Ryan B comes right back at him.
Now the question is, can Ryan run the pace? He does. CJ checks up.
He might get him right here.
Can he hold it? Can he hold the line? He does. He fills the line. See him drifting sideways.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. The Pro 2 drives back around him in the middle of a turn. Amazing effort out of Ryan Beat.
CJ is going to go outside and then down to the inside. Watch Beat get to that fluff on the outside. A little bit of contact, and CJ goes to the front.
Looks like that right rear for Beat might be getting a little bit soft as well, but what a vicious battle. You couldn't ask any more from Ryan Beat than that. And hey, it's not over just because he's out there. Still have to finish all these laps, right? 2 more laps to go, and anything can happen.
Absolutely, but CJ Greaves has been on a mission. He has kept it clean. He checked up when he needed to. There was a little bit of contact there, of course, with Mickey Thomas, but incidental. I don't think on purpose, but incidental. I don't think on purpose. Just one of those situations. You can see how
displayed, even though Ryan Beat came back after him, he just waited, got him in another turn. So it was just a racing deal. I'm sure Mickey Thomas not happy. That right rear actually looked okay right there as it came around. Just spectacular drive. He has had an incredible run here all weekend long. Spot on is that truck you talked about. Are they good enough to make it to the end? And that was the one example that I had right there with CJ's truck. We heard Johnny talk about it. He and his son so dialed in together. Johnny dialed in with the truck. CJ dialed in with the driving. Needs to make his way through one final turn here in Calamity Corner and look for that checkered flag. And there it is. CJ Greaves is your Red Bull Crandon World Cup winner. And a good look there at CJ Greaves. We were pulling away, and Greaves up top. Andrew Carlson with a great run there, hung with him all the way through the pack, as did RJ Anderson. Ryan Beat, man, how about a nice round of applause for the number 51 of Ryan Beat, scrapping back against the best Pro 4 truck in the country as it stands right here. He definitely made Greaves earn it. Spectacular run out of the 51 of Ryan Beat. Henderson will end up inside of the top 5. Doug Matag in 6th. Hey, Tanner Faust ending up in 7th. A guy that comes out and drives these trucks once a year. A great effort out of him. Keegan Kincaid, last year's winner, will end up in 8th. Kleiman in 9th. And as we round out the top 10, it will be Bob Brand. Put your hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen. When it comes to big cup races, there's been a lot of them across the board. He just won his 10th big cup race, but this one is the sweetest when you win them here at Crandon. We'll be right back. Yeah, hugs all around, man. It's going to be a good time in the Greaves pit tonight. We'll talk to him when we come back.
You know, as crazy as it sounds, I just don't blow the dust off my bow and go hunting. For us, the hunt really never stops. The hunting season never ends. It's 365 days all year long. Using the machines in our everyday life like we do, if we didn't have them, I couldn't imagine it. They simply help us get our job done.
Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Sport Daily. Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
Make way for the first ever Chevy Silverado CR2. With Multimatic shocks, rugged 33-inch tires, and front and rear electronic locking differentials.
Dude, this is awesome, but we should get back to work.
This good? Perfect. If you're going to work remote, work remote. Find new workspaces. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
Storms can cause outages even for days. Food can spoil, some pumps, furnaces, and air conditioners stop working. Be prepared with a portable generator like this one from Champion. This dual fuel generator runs on gasoline or propane, a great option when gas stations aren't available. Protect your family from carbon monoxide poisoning and always run your generator outdoors, far away from windows and doors.
Our journey at Continental has taken us down many roads. And when we first started, they weren't even paved. For more than 150 years, we've worked hard to earn your trust. From the trail to the racetrack and beyond. The Continental mark in all its forms stands for confidence. Confidence you trust. Continental Tire.
Steel-It polyurethane coating has become the choice of leading off-road builders and race teams who recognize the coating's superior performance, protecting suspensions, chassis, and other metal parts that require a proven durable shield against corrosion. Steel-It's weldability is a signature benefit that saves racing teams hours of repair time. Steel-It provides remarkable performance, making it easier to get back out onto the race course. Use Steel-It to protect your investment.
Dayak Edja Danuk Mugzuk Meow. The place where everybody plays.
The Forest County Potawatomi presents a new 120,000 square foot community center in Crandon. A place for everyone to play, exercise, and have fun at an affordable price. Come in and experience the culture and endless opportunities available at the Forest County Potawatomi Community Center. For more information, please visit community.fcpotawatomi.com.
Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Sport Daily. Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
Do you feel like getting away? Make your escape to Potawatomi Carter Casino and Hotel. We are keeping Carter safe and will make you feel at home, like part of the family. We have the latest in casino gaming with a variety of slots, table games, and bingo. There is something for everyone. Treat yourself to a stay in our hotel and enjoy delicious options at the Flames Restaurant. Relax, unwind, and escape to Potawatomi Carter Casino and Hotel on Highway 32 in Carter, Wisconsin.
This is
is Mountain Dew. A rush of crisp and refreshing flavor. Delivering a bold citrus kick. Take your thirst and thrill it. Do the Dew.
Steel-It polyurethane coating has become the choice of leading off-road builders and race teams who recognize the coating's superior performance, protecting suspensions, chassis, and other metal parts that require a proven durable shield against corrosion. Steel-It's weldability is a signature benefit that saves racing teams hours of repair time. Steel-It provides remarkable performance, making it easier to get back out onto the race course. Use Steel-It to protect your investment.
Storms can cause outages even for days. Food can spoil, some pumps, furnaces, and air conditioners stop working. Be prepared with a portable generator like this one from Champion. This dual fuel generator runs on gasoline or propane, a great option when gas stations aren't available. Protect your family from carbon monoxide poisoning and always run your generator outdoors, far away from windows and doors.
Once again, welcome back to the Polaris Crandon World Championships and the Red Bull Crandon World Cup. He's done it 4 times now in full Crandon. He's done it behind the wheel of a 2-wheel drive. He's done it behind the wheel of a 4-wheel drive. And he's done it again the 4th time here. That is his cousin. Jumps up there. The Greaves boys get it done here. 2 champions. What an exciting moment. Let's get it down to the celebration circle with Tiffany Stone.
Thank you so much, guys. This has been a crazy day. This has been an incredible day. We're going to start off this celebration with our 3rd place finisher, number 37, RJ Anderson. RJ, you got to come down here and chat with me just a little bit. I want to talk with you. It's always good to see the West Coast guys come out here. You know, you're a back-to-back winner in this, so you know exactly how CJ feels. Taking a 3rd place spot, you know, you're still running out here. I love what you're doing. Walk me through how your entire weekend at the Big House was.
The first 2 races were a little rough, so I'm glad we were able to rebound. These fans showed up this weekend, so I hope we put on a show for them, man. Love being here in Crandon, coming from the West Coast. It's a long ways, but it's always worth it to put on a show for these fans and come race out here. That last race, I put myself in a hole and didn't get the best start for this one, and then it's just it's a dogfight out there. Me and Kyle, we're going at it those first 2 laps. It gets rowdy in those Cup races. That might have been a little far, but I'm not in points, so I'll remember those moves. And overall, just really thankful for my team, my family, my sponsors for letting me come out here. Crandon, all the volunteers, everyone that makes this happen, thank you guys. Man, this is, I think, my 5th straight top 4 in the Cup race. So my guys give me an awesome Pro 4, and I'm stoked to be up here.
Well, I know you got to thank a bunch of people, like you said, coming from the West Coast. It's a long way, but we're always welcome to have you here. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, first off, NOS Energy Drink for giving us the opportunity. Polaris Razor, they're representing well out here at the Big House, so I can't thank them enough. BF Goodrich Tires, Rigid Industries, K&N. The list goes on, man. I have so many good people that support this program. I couldn't do it without each and every one of them, but man, it's on to next year to give CJ a run for that top step.
Awesome. Well, now you can hop up on number 3. A big congratulations to you. Taking that 2nd place spot, number 15, Red Bull athlete Andrew Carlson. Andrew, make your way over here. Andrew, we got a chance to talk earlier, and you said you were looking for redemption. I know this is kind of where you want to be, obviously that top spot, but to bring a podium for Red Bull, especially on Dallas's birthday as well, tell me how you're feeling right now, buddy.
Oh, we'll take it all day. CJ ran a great race, and you know, it came down to getting through those Pro 2s. We never really got hung up with any, but some of it's just timing. Super awesome race. We've been snake bit by this Pro 4 all year. Yokohama tires are hooking up great. Vision wheels, everyone that's helping us out. Fox shocks, took them off, got them revalved today. That thing was flying, hooking up really good. All the guys from NTN, they fly a guy out, drive out here every race, service all our axles. Ehor, Jason, Stoney, all the guys, they're awesome. Big shout out to Race and Dan. They've been busting their butt this season. And, you know, everyone that's out here, good Lord keeping us safe. And Dale Moto here on his birthday, pretty pumped to be up here.
Wonderful. Well, it's a good one. Any more people that you need to thank?
Oh, just my wife and all our kids, my mom and dad for letting me come out and try this a couple years ago. And here we are up on the stage. I remember buying Johnny Greaves and CJ Greaves t-shirts coming to watch at Bark River, and to be up here racing with them and, you know, all these guys. I had posters of RJ Anderson on my wall in high school, so pretty cool to be up here racing with these guys. They're still up there, yep, they're in my bedroom. Yeah, but just to be out here racing, it's a dream come true. We truly don't realize how awesome this is to be able to come out here and race in front of the fans. Sitting out there with Johnny, he's like, this is packed. There's no more room for people, so just awesome to be out here. Crandon's the best. Thank you.
Nice job. Hop up on number 2. And you guys know him, CJ Greaves. CJ, there is a gentleman who wants to give you some well wishes. Of course, you guys all know him. He is a Hall of Famer in the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame. He is a staple here in Crandon, Mr. Cliff Flannery. Cliff, make your way right over here. I know you have some words for CJ.
You know, everybody's got to have a Top Gun, and I think this guy's got quite a gold collection between him and his dad. I think they can open their own stores, but you know, if you didn't like that race, you didn't like your mother's milk. I mean, this guy, you know, you ever see, you know, you think Dad would tell the kid, back off me, give me some slack, but they don't, you know. This weekend, Johnny and him battle it out. And, you know, the biggest thing is they finished. That's where you got to do to win. And these guys has always come here and tested and done stuff the way you should do. And I have a lot of respect for you, the Greaveses. I mean, the whole family. Kathy puts up their mile a lot, and it's just a lot of hard work. And then I'll have all you people come out here to help us take in all this. And we tried to have the best races we can. We put all this, you know, the King of the Hammer guys here and brought the Volkswagens in and everything. I hope we did what me and Jason, my son, we worked hard at this, build him a new tech building, and all of our sponsors that stepped up this year, you guys, to make a lot of things happen, make these purses happen and everything. And Jason, come on up here by me. I mean, we worked hard to do what we did, and we're really proud of it. But most of you are you people out there. I mean, we're going to have a big band here tonight in a celebration. I hope you can stick around one more day if you can't. Thanks for everything you've done for us, and we appreciate it. And hope to see you next year, because we're damn sure going to have something better.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And CJ, of course, we got to hear some words from you. You raced 4 races, 3 world championships today, including the big one. You're no stranger to this. You've actually won 10 times for this Cup race. You and your father have so much history here. It's got to mean a lot for you to be up here, have this wreath, have Andrew Carlson, RJ Anderson right behind you.
Yeah, you know, I don't even know what to say. I think we came across the line, and my spotter, Devin, who's also my crew chief, comes across and says, I don't even know what to tell you anymore. And all I could do is scream a little bit in the helmet, but I just can't believe it. It was a dream come true all weekend. Outside of myself, my cousin sweeping the weekend, and just a Greaves sweep all weekend long. So we really appreciate it. We appreciate all you fans more than anything. We come out here for you guys. We put on a show for you guys, and I hope you really enjoyed it.
Well, CJ, besides your $30,000 check behind there, I do have the CEO of Boxo, Chris Stoller. He has another surprise for you. Here you go.
CJ, on behalf of this great hometown, Boxo USA is honored to gift you with a 45-inch Pro toolbox. We are so proud of you. What a great event. What a great crowd. Awesome job.
Thank you. Greatly appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, sorry. Please, CJ, what you need?
I just got to thank all my sponsors, Monster Energy, Toyota. We got a lot of guys here from Monster, guys here from Toyota. Adam Kappert lost a bet. Them luscious locks over there getting cut off at the end of the night. We're going to party hard in the Greaves tent and up here in the barn with all you fans. Just big thanks to my crew. They worked their butts off getting these trucks turned around. We raced it these Pro 4s 3 times this weekend, so we appreciate it. all of our sponsors, all you fans for coming out here. Let's have some fun tonight.
Nice job. Hop up on number 1. One more round of applause for your top 3 finishers in this amazing Red Bull Crandon World Cup race, and of course to CJ Greaves. We'll be right back right after these commercial breaks.
Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speedsport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speedsport Daily. Speedsport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
Make way for the first ever Chevy Silverado CR2. With Multimatic shocks, rugged 33-inch tires, and front and rear electronic locking differentials.
Dude, this is awesome, but we should get back to work.
This good? Perfect. If you're going to work remote, work remote. Find new workspaces. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
Our journey at Continental has taken us down many roads. And when we first started, they weren't even paved. For more than 150 years, we've worked hard to earn your trust. From the trail to the racetrack and beyond. The Continental mark in all its forms stands for confidence. Confidence you trust. Continental Tire.
Steel-It polyurethane coating has become the choice of leading off-road builders and race teams who recognize the coating's superior performance, protecting suspensions, chassis, and other metal parts that require a proven durable shield against corrosion. Steel-It's weldability is a signature benefit that saves racing teams hours of repair time. Steel-It provides remarkable performance, making it easier to get back out onto the race course. Use Steel-It to protect your investment.
Speed Sport Live from the Red Bull Crandon World Cup is presented by Cometic Gasket, sealed under extreme pressure. And by eBay Motors, every part for every ride. And we're wrapping it up, the Polaris Crandon World Championship today, the Red Bull Crandon World Cup. And the Red Bull Cup has just been handed out to CJ Greaves for the 4th time in his career. You are in rare air, my friend CJ, because there were a couple people that had won 3 times. Yourself, Rob McCacker, and Scott Douglas. Now you are the only person to ever won the Cup race, the Red Bull Cup, 4 times. That is an incredible stat.
Man, I appreciate it. It's been one heck of a day. I mean, it's been freaking crazy day all day long, all weekend, man. I think I won every Pro 4 race out there, pulled every hole shot that I took off in, and we just never looked back. We had a great truck all weekend. My crew busted their butts getting this thing figured out. We had a lot of help from a lot of people. Wayne was helping us at Bark River try to get some stuff sorted out with the rear suspension. We back half that truck after last season and only got 1 test before the race season started. So we were kind of testing as we were going, and just did the best we could to continuously make changes and make that thing faster and faster. And we came out here this weekend at Crandon and just had that thing on point.
You definitely had it on point all day long. Ken and I were talking about it, how precision the racing seems to have been, and you really hit all the marks all the time. There was a couple times where there was a little bit of chaos there in that Cup race. I will specifically say you had contact with Mickey Thomas, but you tried to give him all the room you could.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, catching those last Pro 2s, I knew I had, my spotter was counting down the laps for me, and I knew I had a couple laps left, and I tried getting him a little bit early. He had a good line, so I checked up, and then as we were coming under the arch, he was trying to go back left. Trying to go back to the right. I was trying to go back to the left, and we clipped there just a little bit, and I got out of it. Hopefully I didn't mess him up too bad, but we just knew that once we caught them guys, we had to take our time. We had a little bit of gap between us and Andrew, and we just tried to click every shift perfect, not mess anything up, and stay out of that heavy cushion.
But more than respectful racing, it's smart racing, right? Because you can tangle yourself up. So I love that when I saw you check up, especially in Calamity Corner where you're talking about where you're trying to get by him and you had to wait a moment, take a breath. It's interesting the presence of mind it takes to go fast as you can, but also be able to check up.
Yeah, Cameron, you would know as well as I do, being out there racing previous. Sometimes you got to race smart. That's what it takes. You can't go out there balls to the wall and just take it and go for it every single turn. A lot of time it'll turn around and bite you in the butt. So we just tried to play it smart, tried to play it cool. We know these cup races are long, and the biggest part is getting to the finish line and being under full power. So glad we were able to do that, come away with the win, get both cup races spring and fall, and then be able to sweep the weekend, myself and my cousin Kyle. So it's been an incredible weekend for the Greaves, and hopefully we can celebrate tonight.
That was something I wanted to close on, talking about the lineage, the history, the family. I mean, Crandon is rich with history, right? So much is made of this race, right? Absolutely. But then when you talk about the Greaves boys, and just today alone, but overall, 6 cup wins between you and your dad. Your cousin rises up and smokes everybody all weekend long the same way you did. There's rare moments in life where everything comes together for the entire family across the board, but it seems like everything was nails today.
Man, I don't think you could have scripted it any better this weekend. Obviously, Kyle's worked for me, helped me side-by-side prep my Pro 2 for many years, and then started his own business and kind of sent him on his way and shared business as much as we could. And then he got into a Pro Lite, and we're like, we're here to help any way we can. And this year I stepped back over and spotted for him all year long. I feel like between the two of us, we click really well. We've worked together. We've worked side-by-side together. He's been through many ups and downs with us that it was probably a really good move. So he's got a great team behind him. My Uncle Kurt, my cousin Corey, my Aunt Lynn, Isaac, everyone that works over there. They got a great crew, and then being able to come over there and help him was incredible. And then just all weekend long, he was on point. I helped him as much as I could. Biggest thing was just trying to keep him cool. I know he's young. He hasn't been in this position as many times as a lot of us and as many times as some of the guys that were trying to chase him down. So it was all about trying to keep him cool, try to keep him smooth, let him do his thing, and then afterwards try to jump back and bring the intensity back up and be able to go out there and do my job.
You bring that personality and that smile and the friendliness in the pits with the fans, with the commentators, with the other racers, just like your dad. I think it's a great history to carry on. I think it's very special what you guys have over there at the Greaves. Was there ever a moment you doubted it from when the green flag dropped?
You know, I don't think so. I knew that I was going to be in a good spot to start. I got to pick the number 1 spot. It's usually the good place to the best hole shot. There's the least amount of bumps. I knew if I got the start, I had to put 2 really good laps together to give myself a little bit of space to run the lines I wanted to run over trying to protect. So once I got out front, got in some clean air, I knew it was game on, and it was all a matter of watching the laps click down, trying to count the Pro 2s, pay attention to who you're catching and who's left. And once we saw, I think it was Ryan and Mickey out there up front with 2 laps to go, we're like, now we got to play it smart. We got to keep it cool. We got a little gap on Andrew behind us and bring it home.
Well, you're bringing it home. The Red Bull Cup is going to the Greaves family shop. That's got to feel great.
Absolutely. We appreciate everything. Thank you, Cameron.
For sure. Thank you for having us here. CJ, amazing racing. Go celebrate. High fives all around. I'm sure it's going to be chaotic. Before we close this thing out, I want to bring in my broadcasting partner, Ken Stout, who always has a comment on everything.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Cam. First of all, congratulations to CJ once again. If you've not been to the Greaves pit after the Fall Crandon show, make sure you go over there. It's like nothing I've ever seen before last year. Once again, this race delivers, right? The highest of highs, the lowest of lows. Our thoughts and prayers with Zandy, Willems, and, of course, their entire family. It's been a tough go here for this weekend. And then you see the highest of highs of what the Greaves have been able to bring. That's what you get here with Fall Crandon. The announcement of the Hall of Fame coming here to Crandon, right where it belongs for the short course off-road racers. It's it's overwhelming to see how much emotion there is, how much passion there is, and then, of course, the spectacular racing. It's what it's all about. It's why we love this place. And, Cam, I wouldn't want to spend it with anybody else other than you up in the booth, man. You did a fabulous job down there at the desk all weekend long, all day long today. For sure, you've been very busy. Thanks for all your help, man. You're a special dude in your own lane.
Thank you very much, Ken Stout. I also want to thank our announce team, Jim Beaver, of course, Miles Hazelquist with the Ultra 4 crew, and Jim Marsden, all part of this group, and Tiffany Stone doing our interviews all day long. And, of course, my number one, Ken Stout, thank you for putting it all together. I got to tell you, that's going to do it for the Polaris Crandon World Championships. That's it for the Red Bull Crandon World Cup. The cup is going to the Greaves. We have a whole gaggle of them here right now celebrating. As we talked about, our prayers, our thoughts are with Zandy Willems' family. Of course, he was lost here racing in an Ultra 4 car during our race weekend last night. We want to say we are thinking about you, we are praying with you, and the entire Crandon family and off-road world is behind you. God bless you, everybody. Thank you for tuning in to the Red Bull Cup today. It was an amazing time. For the rest of the team, I'm Cameron Steele saying we'll see you next time when we come back to Crandon.